noon. You know?
Wake up time. Yeah,
As soon
Roger's
as I got
like,
off last night, I went home, and then some flat earthers came in. I think it was MJ and some other cats, and I was like, "Okay, you guys here ready to take over the shift?" They were like, "Yeah." I'm like, "All right, I'm out." And that shit must have pissed them
Yeah.
off. That sunglasses
Yeah, but
dude,
it's
he
like-
gets off around 10 p.m.
Yeah.
And do not let him overtalk you. Say, "Why are you such a scared little man? Why are you such a coward? Why are you so yellow belly? Why can't I
Who
finish
is that?
sunglasses?" He won't let you finish your
Sunglasses.
Yeah, he
I
won't
mean-
let you finish your premise, right? He'll
I-
cut you off like right before you get to your premise.
Is he an admin on that server?
No.
no, he's nobody. He's just a lower.
Oh, he's just a
So,
freaking piece
you
of
gotta
shit.
yell at him. You gotta yell at him. Why are you a coward? Why are you so afraid? Why are you
Yeah.
shaking in your boots? Why are you a pussycat? Because he'll just keep on.
Hey,
It's like
I gotta say,
hold on, Michael. We can partner with this server if they actually want us to be, involved in there and actually, talk
Well,
to
they
some of their
do.
members. Yeah, that's cool. It's cool.
Firehawk's supposed to be hollering at you about live streaming some of this shit because they want the free advertisement for their server too. We can say 24/7 Flat Earth visits House of Wisdom at Discord.
Yeah,
and if we can put
when he
both.
came in the other night,
can
I was
put both
it
links
was
up
way
there.
late for me. So yeah, I mean, anytime, yeah, if they want to do an actual like formal debate or what, not formal debate, but or just a discussion, like 2 or 3 members from each side. I mean, shit, hell yeah, I'm ready to host that shit anytime.
They are. Hey,
We just
my
had
son
somebody
had
who's
four.
just had somebody who is always in the YouTube chat talking smack. D. Ross, he finally has converted into a reality acceptor, is what he calls it. So, welcome to Flat Earth, D. Ross. Thank you.
My son had 4 chicks by the Mustang when I pulled up. I was going to flat smack him, all of them, but I didn't want to embarrass him. So I said, well, I can accept the ridicule, but I don't want my son getting it.
Face to face?
Yeah, face to face. I know how to
All right.
start the conversation.
Yeah, I do too.
I've been doing
So
it
you-
for weeks now.
I just say,
in front of my family.
y'all party, huh? Drink a lot of drinks. You got a good buzz? Y'all ever hear about that Flat Earth?
I was like, all of my family knows what I do. You're on, the Discord or whatever, and
Then you just let them talk for a minute. If you take
Dude,
mental notes, they'll
it's
touch something you can address.
yeah. I mean, that's just like I'm saying. All of my family, my brother, sister, mother-in-law, all of my family. When we get together for things, most of them are, in political terms, they're liberals, I guess. A lot of them are. But
Liberals or leftists?
not, I know that. But like my brother and his wife, they I don't know. I mean, it's just they have so much going on, and they're so fulfilled with whatever minutia because they have kids and shit. And they're in high school and shit, and all this kind of. I'm older, and I didn't. I don't have to worry about this shit anymore. But they, what'd you say?
Cabinets?
Cabinet? Me?
Cabinets?
Cabinets? My job.
Cabinet and cupboards.
Hey, let me tell you what. Cabinets and cupboards are. I don't even have to think. I've been doing cabinets for so long. That doesn't even. I'm so good at it that I don't even have to think about it. I just do it.
Yeah, whatever, dude.
Okay, whatever. No, I'm
kidding.
talking
I know
about
that you're
30
really good at
fucking
it,
years.
Helio.
I've been doing cabinets for 30 years. So I mean, it's
I know
just
you're good
like
at it.
it's just like I just do cabinets while I'm listening to this stuff, and I've been listening to a lot of audiobooks lately. But anyway, yeah, cabinets. I mean, that shit's just like, oh, okay, 1 + 2 = 3, even square. The cabinets are squares or rectangles, and fucking A, it's fucking so easy. Whatever.
Fucking Fucking A, fucking B,
Fucking
man.
cabinets, bro. Do you even cabinet, bro?
And that leads us
Do
to
you even
fucking C.
fucking
You see what
cabinet,
the
man?
fuck I'm saying?
You just
Fucking
measure
A,
where the
fucking
pipes
B.
are, and dude, I mean, it's just like, you know, it's
Leads to fucking C.
cabinets are rectangles, man. I mean, when you build cabinets,
You see what I'm saying?
I'm going to tape us all. But anyway, but it's as far as you know, with the New World Order shit, you know, when you're dealing with your family and what they understand about it, they might. I guess it could be baby steps, but I'll tell you what, I ain't gonna lie. I think some people will never see it, you know, and so
A lot of people won't see it.
Yeah, so it's not like
all right.
it's not my
I'm headed
job to convince
over there.
anyone.
Damsel, medic, you want to follow me? We'll see
I
what
think
they're
I'm gonna
doing.
go, Mike.
Sure.
I just want to see you operate over there.
Fails.
Yeah, I'm
Sure.
ready.
Shit, kid, we
Okay,
gotta get to it.
Don't let
Helio
me-
and I will hold it down over here then.
We know you guys will.
Oh yeah.
We
My
will.
faith is in you, Gladflow.
Who
I
asked?
don't want to leave.
Who the fuck asked me to hold it down over here?
You have no
got
choice.
the shit. You got the shit. I just
You don't
want
have
to
a
say,
choice, Helio.
Gladflow.
Hey,
'Cause I
fucking
kinda
A.
wanna-
Fucking
I
A,
kinda
you
wanna
got
hear
this
it.
shit. Fucking B, you run this VC and it's your live stream. That leads us to fucking C. You see what the fuck I'm saying?
Oh, it's
Okay.
A, B,
Roger,
C.
Roger.
Easy as 1, 2, 3.
2,
Hank, what were you
3.
gonna
It's
say?
a fucking A, B, C. No, it's a fucking ABCs.
Hank,
I
what were you
fucking
gonna
We're
love
going
say?
you
to
guys.
discussion
You
one or
guys are
discussion
freaking
two?
badass.
Looks like
Fucking A.
Gladflow's in discussion one.
I'm staying
Jim
here.
B.
So
No,
Right.
I don't blame you because I actually want to go over there too, but now you guys are saying, "Oh, I want to go over
Well,
there."
hey, I'll
and,
stay.
you're
I'll
gonna
stay.
hold
You
oh,
can
I'm
go.
staying here, partner.
Yeah, me and Globe can
What?
stay.
All right,
Me and Glad.
so
You can go, bro. I'll stay here.
no.
Well, which one do you
Hey.
want, Helio? Make up your mind.
I want you guys
Yeah,
to go.
please,
'Cause
brother.
dude, I don't fucking own this place. You gotta do whatever the fuck you want to do.
Okay, well, have fun while I'm gone, bro. Have fun.
I'll try.
All right, Hank. All right.
Discussion two. Hank out.
We got it. We got it.
I get it.
Okay, so we got son in the voice
So
chat.
the
Talking about
whole
light
freaking
refracting.
platform has changed now. All the guys are going over there talking.
Hold
having
on.
fun
Well,
with
let's keep
the,
it. Let's keep it
new
on topic.
All right.
Hello.
So what were we
Helio.
talking
Let's
about?
keep it on topic.
Did you say Helio? Are you in?
I think I
using
did.
German.
No, that's Hebrew.
Oh, it's Hebrew.
Anyway, anything in Hebrew starts with. So anyway,
Yeah, it's guttural. It's guttural. Oh, it's not necessarily guttural because that'd be more like German.
they're both very strange. So Sun is talking about refraction. How does that equal a measured flat Earth or a measured globe Earth? That's what I want to know. What does
Wait,
refraction have to do with
what did
measurements?
You said he said sun is flat?
No. He's Sun in the chat.
I'm gonna.
Okay.
Before
He's talking about refraction. I just want to know what refraction has to do with flat measurements or curve measurements. I don't know what this has to do with measurements.
Well, that's what I'm wondering. I'm gonna have to refocus. You know, if I'm gonna stay here.
Do it. Refocus.
He said.
I
He
can
said
contextualize.
sun is flat.
There's no need for context. Refraction has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, my friend. It's optical.
Well,
it's
I
visual.
think I
me
already
evidence.
covered that. Freaking
We weren't
like
talking about the shape of the Earth, but we were just talking
Alright,
about
cool.
why.
Oh, so
refraction
you're
may or
in the
may not
Flat Earth
equal
server,
curve.
not talking about the shape of the Earth. Got it.
It
Why
was
the
in
fuck are you here?
It was in that context. We were talking about whether or not refraction would cause a curve in the atmosphere, whether or not the
No, a
provisions of the
curve would
atmosphere.
cause a curve.
What?
A
Well,
curve would
No,
cause the curve.
I'm
Hold
not
on.
gonna text you around.
Hold on. A curve would cause a curve?
Yeah,
Who told
the curve
you
would
that?
be curve. Hold on, the curve would make the curve obvious, right? If it were there, we'd see it. Refraction doesn't cause anything to curve.
Yeah,
Nothing.
that's correct. Refraction does not cause light to curve. It changes the angle of incidence.
It gives the illusion of a
And he
curve.
tried to
Refraction
appeal
is
to
straight
the-
lines.
Just a second. He had tried to appeal to the atmospheric gradient But the problem is you can't have a gradient without first having containment. You don't have a pressure gradient without a containment. And the second problem is you're not actually looking through this gradient. So it's a non sequitur, completely unrelated to anything, and it doesn't help you refract light around the globe to make it appear flat.
Well, I would argue that the atmosphere is itself contained on the Earth by means of gravity, which attracts the atmosphere of the Earth.
That just violates natural laws and the gas laws.
How so?
You don't.
I'm curious to see how.
Sorry, but you stop talking. When you release gas at the surface where gravity is claimed to be the strongest, gas is not contained by a down vector. If this were true and your imaginations were actually correct, mankind could not breathe out while upright. We would need to be on all fours to be in your imagination land.
That's really interesting. Let's get to some of the psychology of this, if anyone's interested. If you don't.
No. Hold on, Helio. Let's stick with the science.
Oh, really? Because there's no science involved in what you just fucking said. That's why you're trying to run away from this.
Helio, you're talking to Glatflow, buddy.
Oh, no. I was talking about the other guy that said, oh, wait, fucking A. All right, Mike.
Hey, okay, so let's stick with the science.
So are you playing?
Because if we go down the psychology route, we'll never come back.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But this is, I mean, what you said just actually kind of relates to what they would say about it.
Right.
With
let's stick with the science because it's very easy to disprove globe claims with science. Psychology is a little different. I agree. We can go down that rabbit hole and really expose some suckers. But I think we should stick with the science.
All right. So with. Yeah. I mean, they don't really have an argument with refraction.
We're trying. Give them a chance.
No, we're not trying. They're trying. They don't have any argument.
Let them try, and then we will eviscerate them. Go ahead, son.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's why I thought someone else was saying something about refraction. I was like, no, you don't have an argument.
The sun is. Go ahead, son. You're in the live stream, partner. You don't have to do all that typing. Speak. Let's chat.
What am I supposed to be arguing about?
Not supposed to be. You think Earth's a globe?
Yep.
Why?
Why?
Number one reason. Yeah, because there's. Listen. Hold on. If the thing we live on is obviously a globe, you should have, and I'm not kidding, millions of proofs. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, you could do millions of experiments, but I would point to just a few sort of more intuitive concepts, which would probably underlie my belief in the globe Earth, and one of the main reasons...
Derp Smurp, what is your evidence for the globe? I don't care how you preface it, dude. You sound smart.
Hold on, let's go back through exactly what he said. Hold on.
Helio, yeah. Let him. Okay, fine. Let him talk. That's what I said. So I need to.
I want to go back through exactly that statement. You said, here's how I can verify.
I'll let you finish what you were saying, son.
If you're going to talk to me, I'm going to expect you to extend some degree of respect to me. That means not telling me what I can and can't preface my statements with, not constantly interrupting me. All right? I would expect that. Otherwise, I will not talk with you.
Now that we know your feelings, go ahead and say your science.
Yeah, so the main things I would say, for one, the sunset and sunrise. In the Flat Earth model, I mean, the common image from the Flat Earth Society, I know you don't agree with them, but it's sort of the only model that exists.
No reason to bring them up whatsoever.
Anyway, the Flat Earth model has a sun and the moon rotating about the...
There's no model. You just keep making mistakes, dude.
Well, the Flat Earth models I've seen, the common image of a Flat Earth model.
Okay, but see, we don't accept a model because we can't see the entire Earth, so why would we even think we can make a model of it?
Hold on.
Let me speak. I laid ground rules. I said you can't interrupt me while I'm making my claim.
He laid the ground rules, guys!
Hold on.
I'm not going to talk to you if you're not.
As a globe earther, hold on, I got one.
Tell me when you can respect me, and I'll speak again. All right.
As a globe earther, what is your favorite Flat Earth model? What is your favorite Flat Earth model?
He's butthurt. He won't talk to me. Go ahead, Helio.
No, I'm just wondering what his favorite Flat Earth model is.
Yeah, I was too. But he started just using a bunch of big words as if that is evidence of anything but him trying hard.
I'm just curious. I mean, is it the azimuth equidistant, the Gleason's map, or
Globe evidence. No words other than, here is where you can find curvature. Here's where they have found curvature. Here's where they found the rotation. Here's where they detected the rotation. Here's where you can have gas pressure without a container. My friend, you have a lot of catching up to do.
Black Flobe, if they come
laser
in...
interferometer.
Hold on.
It's a man-made device, doesn't prove shit.
I know
That's the basis of experimentation is man-made apparatuses.
Black Flobe.
Okay, are we using one of those right now? Helio, please. Are we using one of those right now, son?
You asked me for an experiment to prove the Earth is rotating. A ring laser interferometer has been used to prove that multiple times.
Did it prove that?
That's the consensus of scientists, yes.
Okay, when? Show me. Citation, right now. Show me when that happened.
Do you think I have that on the top of my head? Why would you come here
and talk about it if you weren't prepared?
Well, I thought we could have a nice discussion about why we thought certain things. Not a rigorous recitation of different scientific sources.
All right, so they used a laser interferometer.
So then you have no data. You have no evidence then, right? You're just talking.
I can give you a paper.
Hold on.
I can probably
Jesus Christ.
Please.
What? Please what?
You said you can give it. Well, let me speak, please, to him.
I don't know the...
I'll let you know when I'm done.
I'll listen. I said I would speak if you stopped interrupting me, and you've been interrupting me continuously, all right?
Yeah, you are interrupting him.
Yeah, it's not very respectable.
Yeah, but is it respectful to strawman our position and try to argue against that?
I never strawmanned you.
I'm trying to ask fucking leading questions so that I can expose him that he doesn't have a real question. He doesn't even really have a real question. You're just like, you're not even asking. See, I mean...
Well, to be fair, I wasn't really on a very particular topic when I was talking in text chat.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm asking you leading questions, and all my flat Earth friends are actually fucking just freaking. Anyway, so where did you come up with this idea about an interferometer, with a laser test proving this curvature of space-time or space Earth
I said nothing about curvature
spinning.
of space-time.
All right, Earth spinning. How about that?
Yeah, well, I mean, that was one of the experiments I've seen that basically can be used to measure the Earth's spin by measuring...
Which test? Which test?
The test of a ring laser interferometer. You basically...
the ring laser gyroscope?
Yeah, well, it's a ring laser gyroscope. I think it's an interferometer as well because it's measuring the degree of interference patterns which basically occur from parallel beams of light, which are
patterns of what?
Well, basically, if you have two parallel beams of light that are in phase, you don't see an interference pattern. If they become slightly out of phase, you see an interference pattern and the degree to which that interference pattern emerges.
What's the base pattern?
The base pattern. I don't think there is a base pattern of two ways of light.
Yeah, no shit. Because the base pattern.
But the whole idea is that
this gyroscope is on Earth.
Yeah, the whole idea is that if it's configured in such a way that motion of the Earth will basically disturb the previously parallel rays of light, you will actually see an interference pattern. And the
parallel rays of light of what? From where?
I'm trying. You asked me to explain. I don't really know the exact apparatus.
I know you don't. That's why I wanted to fucking...
You asked me for an experiment. I told you one. I said...
That's not an experiment.
It is an experiment that's been used.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Yeah, it's a way of measuring the rotation of the Earth. I'm not an expert on the experiment. I don't know very much about it.
I know you aren't.
You just asked for it.
You don't understand the experiment. You should study it more.
I mean, I feel like I have a rudimentary understanding of it.
Okay, cool. So does it prove that the Earth is spinning?
That's what I've been told. I would suggest you do your own research to see it. But you asked for a source, so I gave you one.
Dude, I've done my research. Yeah. That's why I'm asking you questions you can't answer.
But I can give you more simple explanations as opposed to that one explanation of the rotation of the Earth.
Oh, well, why don't you give me your simple explanations then?
The main things I would observe are one, the fact you can see a sunrise and a sunset. It's very consistent with the globe model. I see no...
Oh, what does that have to do with your...
Stop interrupting me.
Gyroscope
Stop interrupting me. If you want me to talk, you cannot interrupt me. It's very simple.
Okay.
All right.
Hey, how about hold on. Let's start over.
Boy.
All right, so let's get off of the gyroscope. We're flat earthers. Why don't you talk about talk about, you know, the globe Earth and other.
First, we need to talk about how this is not your chat, son. So you don't get to say anything like.
Are you
don't
fucking
interrupt
serious?
or anything
No,
like
this.
that.
It's
Hey,
my speech.
you
You're
might
asking me
you
to
might
speak.
be
Doesn't
unaware.
matter.
It's
You're
my
in our
speech.
house,
You
partner.
might be
Yeah, you're
unaware,
in our
but this
house.
is my goddamn chat. So
I'm not talking to you, Helio. I'm talking to son, and he left. Super duper. Couldn't stand the heat.
yeah, he couldn't fucking.
He can see.
See, I mean, I didn't mean to step on anyone, but yeah, I could tell he was just like going nowhere with that fucking bullshit gyroscope shit.
I mean, it measures flat. Like, how hard is that to understand, right?
Right. You can't escape that. Measures flat. It doesn't matter what you want to talk about. Ring laser gyros, all that shit. It doesn't fucking matter.
Show me the measurements.
Yeah, I didn't
that it
mean to step
measures
on
curves.
anyone, but I just, you know.
You're good, Helio.
All right.
Like, if it's a globe, there should be curvature. Show me where it measures curved, right? Like, it's that simple. Show me.
Yeah, show me the globe.
If you believe it, then you should be able to show me that it's curving.
Show me the globe. Where's this damn globe? I used to think it was a globe. When I found out it wasn't a globe, I was fucking pissed. These assholes. I was so mad, man. And when I saw the sun as it really presents itself, I was like, this is badass, man. I mean, the sun is so badass.
Yeah, paradise is badass, bro.
It's Earth, man. It's the only place. Well, I mean, as far as our existence is concerned, there could be more. I mean, the creator can do whatever the hell the creator wants to do. But as far as Earth itself, this is Earth.
Dude, all I know is I'm here now. Like,
Yep.
Where are you at?
You ain't in outer space. You ain't the third rock from the sun. Hell no.
Are you being hauled to the globe by gravity? If so, call this number.
1999/9999999.
Toll free. Flat earthers are waiting to speak to you.
Flat earthers are waiting to speak with you. Hey, we might have a website of it.
About your erroneous belief regarding the globe Earth.
The first 5 minutes are free, and you only need the first 30 seconds.
Should it be like a 1-900 fuck the globe Earth? I don't know. Like, it's just crazy.
1-800-GLOBE-LIE.
Ooh, is that the right number? No, I think that's too many numbers, but 1-900 globe lie. You can see some friggin' people going, oh, tell me how the Earth is not a globe. Oh, it's so sexy.
Oh, Jesus.
I know. I'm a bad boy. So dumb though. I mean, it's like once it really hit me, I was just like, oh shit, the globe Earth is dumb as fuck. It's like, there's no way this is possibly true. And when it really hit me, it's like, there's no way that anyone can convince me that this is, in any way true, the way that they describe it. And that's why it's so easy for me to just like dismiss it. They'll think they come in with good arguments and shit, and they might have good arguments for the globe, but
nope, they don't.
Me,
No,
I know they
don't.
don't. I know they don't, it's just like I kind of feel bad for them if they really think it's true, and it's just like I really feel bad for them, because they think because a lot of people they really believe it, and it's just like I feel bad for you, So it's like I'm reluctant to actually just take the globe from them, like like their parents took Santa Claus from them. It's fucking crazy. Because I remember the day that my mother told me, "Hey, I had a younger brother," and she was like, "I'm Santa Claus." I mean, she, in basic words, "I'm Santa Claus. Don't tell your brother." It's like, but me and my brother are best friends, so we're gonna do Christmas now, and I'm gonna have to lie to my brother. And I'm gonna look at my brother and watch him believe Santa Claus when I know it's not true. Damn. And that's the way I feel about a lot of shit when I see shit happening in the world now. So anyway,
Not about acceptance. It's about observing the truth, son. I'm talking to son in the voice text. He says if you accept something to be true, you believe in it. No, sir. We can see that it is flat and stationary. It measures. That's not an opinion. That's not a belief. Measuring something. If I measure using inches, if I measure my foot, I'll get an empirical measurement. Okay? So, yeah, I don't know how that's difficult for you.
Yes, son, I believe in the truth as well.
yeah, sure. Black Swan's a good example, and it's not the only one, but that's a really good one.
I firmly believe in the truth.
You don't have to believe in the truth because the truth is the truth. I mean, there's no such thing as believing the truth. If truth is truth, then it's that's the standard.
Right. You don't even have the choice to believe it or not. It is what it is.
Yeah, I just believe in the truth because there lies eternal life.
Yes, it's
so
not a belief.
really quick.
It's not a belief. Go ahead, brother.
Sorry. Real quick, the guy's son that we just had a big time with. He had no globe evidence. He's talking about beliefs. He's talking about everything else but the globe Earth. I think it's called sophistry. That's what that is. At the very least, he's deflecting. He says, I'm not offended by the disrespect. What disrespect? Bro, we were just given what we got. Did you remember the part where you said something like, you don't get to interrupt me? Listen, if you were coming to my house and start talking in the middle of a conversation that I was already having with people I love, you're going to have to wait your fucking turn. Does that make sense to you? Hope so.
Yeah, well, when he was pressed for globe Earth proof, all he did was try to poke at a straw man flat Earth model that we don't claim. So, what was he even trying to accomplish with that? Right?
Then just troll.
It's a straw man.
He be trolling.
So, if you can't answer a simple question, especially if there's a preponderance of globe Earth proof, allegedly, if you can't just provide any evidence, what's the point of having a conversation, right?
Yep. Well, at least this conversation, yeah, absolutely. It's not a belief. Reality is what it is. You either have what it takes to notice it or you don't. Kid. He's another person, it seems, this is my opinion, that just wants to believe it so bad. Because he didn't bring evidence, he just brought sophistry, syntax, semantics, about how we do things here.
Yeah, and straw man fallacies. I mean, of course you're going to try to win a debate that you've already lost by straw manning the opponent.
Precisely. Great. That was well put. Yep.
I mean, he could just type out some globe proofs if he's unable to have a civilized conversation. But has he typed out any globe proofs?
No, he's still arguing about beliefs. So that's nice. Anybody want to talk about the Earth? Globers?
What's that?
Do any Globers want to talk? Well, I guess we can talk about the Earth. Shit, let's talk about the Earth. I just don't want to feed this troll any more emotion fodder. He's complaining, and that's not talking about the Earth now, is it? And apparently I was right. The past is the future, just posted in the voice text. Facts and Logic 123 and Lad are now in their own channel talking about this. So, remember when they both came in with Southern drawl? Yeah, both pretty fake. One sounded better than the other, but saw right through it. Anybody want to try to argue that flat Earth is a claim? Come on in. Just trying to do the right thing. Brother's keeper, right? Just trying to lead you out of ignorance. You should be grateful.
But that must be terrible because
You're not terrible, dude. Get
Helio,
with it.
you're ace in the hole.
No, man. Well, shit. I didn't know my mic was open. I'm like, I mean, I don't want to get inside baseball and shit. It's like, I'm not gonna say it on here. It's not necessary.
Okay.
It's like, I mean, all right, fuck it. A lot of the people don't want me to talk. It's like, oh, you're just not good at talking or whatever. You know what? Now I sound like a fucking whiny bitch. But
No, you don't.
You don't,
Nope.
dude.
well, it's just like every time I try to talk and just be honest, I get a lot of shit from a lot of people, so it's just like, I just either I'm going to never talk or fuck, I'm going to speak my mind,
I would rather you speak your mind.
Do what needs to be done, right?
It do what it do, right, Helio? It do what it do.
Yeah, I would rather he speaks his mind and tells us what's up and talks to us than building it up, because I know by personal experience how bad that can be.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Friends, bruh.
Patience is a very good thing too, though. So,
and
It's just-
to be open and honest, here on the stream, obviously, I don't even really feel comfortable to come online unless I'm inebriated, and that's not a secret to anyone. And sometimes I do come in different times, but for the most part, I don't really feel like talking. I don't get in the mood to talk until I'm got a buzz, right? And I'm not the only one, but I really get a lot of heat, from a lot of people and say, "Hey, you sound like you're drunk." I said, well, yeah, I'm drunk. Yeah, everybody knows that. It's not a secret. So whatever. I mean, I try to be patient with, and listen. If I'm being disruptive, I try to, follow the conversation, all that kind of stuff. I don't know. I mean, it's
I know
if it's causing a lot of problems, I want people in the public to say, "Hey, you should never talk online when you're drunk." And
that's not what we want. That's not what we want. Majority of the time when you're here, Helio, you are great. That's not a problem. We need to find some kind of a shorthand so that when you are getting distracted, and it happens to everyone when they drink, you're having fun, you're getting distracted, and you want to answer something he's saying. But if someone else is talking, then we need to have some kind of shorthand that we understand that we're not trying to silence you, because we want you to talk. You're a great guy and you have great arguments. It's just there's also other people and we want to all work together.
I'm sure there's plenty of people that care about you too, Helio.
I mean, it's like, if I'm coming in here to talk, I'm following the conversation, and so I wouldn't even bother to come in here unless I'm following the conversation.
Yeah, but that's just destroying your body too, though, man.
Yes, yes, of course I know. I mean, you don't have to give me the health conversation. We already know that.
Let me ask you this quick question. Did you hear Glathflope talking to him when you started talking to him?
When? Just a few minutes ago?
Earlier. Maybe it was because I noticed Glathflope copied his rhythm of speaking because he was speaking really fast. So Glathflope did the same thing and then owned every single point at the same speed. And then you started talking over them like you were trying to answer him. But now I'm thinking maybe you didn't hear the differences between them. Or maybe you were not hearing Glathflope at all.
I remember he got my voice mixed up a couple times. It happens, man. Yeah, I think so.
Then it's just a misunderstanding, and it's understandable.
Totally. And I'm not mad, Helia, ever.
Yeah,
ever.
there are some people that kind of sound like you let flow. Maybe I mixed you up with someone else.
That's too bad. I need to work on my
No, I mean,
uniqueness.
dude, no, you don't have to be unique. But
oh, I don't? Well, thanks.
No, I'm
just fucking with you, Helio.
I know, but it's just like, why are you trying to say I would just because I don't always recognize Glatflobe when he's talking, or what is this?
Dude, you can interrupt me all day. I don't care.
Dude, I love your voice. I mean, and you've done a great job since you've been here. And but I don't know what's the deal. I mean, instead of typing all this shit out and apologizing for being a drunkard, what the fuck? Everybody knows this about me. Whatever. I'm not gonna.
Yes, no problem. Nobody blames you for having a drink. It's fine.
No, I have a lot all the time. It's not a secret.
I think everybody has their position in whatever this thing is for a reason, and sometimes it might not be what we want, but we know it's what's needed to be done. So,
hey, but at the end of the day, I mean, if I'm interrupting real good convos, I mean, I'm embarrassed about that. If I really, just cause problems. In good conversations, I'm embarrassed about that. And so if that becomes an issue, I mean, I want you guys to let me know.
Part of the responsibility lies on me for not speaking up and letting you know that they were speaking. I just didn't realize what was happening, and I thought you were just too drunk. But you obviously are not.
Well, no, I mean, I'm paying attention, and it's just the way I am. I mean, I actually, I'm pretty bombastic sometimes, So, I mean, it's, it may have. I mean, to be honest, when I'm sober, I will never talk to you, or talk online. I mean, not never, but it's rare that unless I have a few drinks, I won't even get on here. But when I'm talking, it's not because I'm drunk. And if I interrupt and it seems like I'm rude or whatever, I mean, that's really kind of how I am. I don't know.
It's all good, brother.
I think everybody has like their personalized truth treatment plan, right? So I kind of agree with you, Healy. If you feel like you need to speak, I don't think anyone, and you especially, don't need to beat yourself up, because I've got a lot of wisdom and insight from you. So if you feel the need to speak, like, just go for it. And I think these other guys.
Well, shit. How many of you guys never speak up when you actually want to say something? You're just like sitting back going, I got something to say about that,
Oh, I never shut up for a long time,
of the time.
Never shut up now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. I was just like, do you guys haven't even? I'm holding so much back. So, and everybody wants to say something about something.
Of course.
So even though I drink a lot, I mean, it's not like my brain is still, when I'm sober and when I'm drinking, it's the same brain.
Helio, you know what I like about you is no matter how much you drink, you're still jolly and happy and you're not angry. One of the reasons I had to quit is because it turned me into a pile of garbage person. You're still yourself, just a little looser when you're drunk, and I guess that's something of a talent. So I guess that's what I wanted to say.
I don't know. I mean, I just.
You know what I mean? Everybody's met that angry drunk that, like, wow, dude, you need to quit drinking.
Yeah, I mean, it just depends on the situation. But if I'm just sitting home, just having drinks while I'm listening and stuff, yeah, I mean, if I get out and I get in the party mood, which, shit, I'm almost 50 years old. That doesn't happen very often anymore. But I just like listening to you guys, keeping track of what's going on with everything, and I drink some beers and a little bit of vodka every night, and I can just chill. And I try not to be, an issue, but I pay attention to what's going on, studying with all the articles and everything that we share in here. I mean, it's a great thing. I think that this mystery is not so mysterious. It's more obvious. And I don't know. It's just.
I was gonna say, I think a lot of people in this channel, especially during like the high traffic times, like a lot of us are just like sitting back with their hands raised, and we're all like, "Yeah, pick me." You know what I mean? So, but there's so much wisdom and stuff to be shared. But sometimes I guess it's best when it comes from the right source. So I think everybody has their specializations. You know what I mean?
Well, sure. I mean, and to be honest, with the Discord, I try to be careful. I mean, because a lot of people know that that I have a drinking issue or whatever it is, and so I guess
like I
I
said,
just
at least
own
you're
it.
not a mad drunk.
Yeah, I just own it. Whatever that's what it is, and I try to be careful. But as far as the Discord goes, we have hundreds of people joining this Discord every week. So we should be prepared for those people to join, and we have freaking dozens of moderators and everything, and the YouTube channels, just people just joining and getting good information because they're looking for into the flat earth information, and not just flat earth. There's so much more information that's available here, so I don't want to disrupt it, but we also have we have fun times on here, whatever.
So we have fun times.
We do have fun times on here in the Discord.
Hey,
You get a
Helio,
little bit of everything here.
big shot of vodka for me, yes? Just one more, though. No more than one.
Oh, just one fun time. Is that what you? Anyway, but yeah, I love you guys, man. And just like with with the YouTube channel and with Roger's YouTube channel, what we're doing, we're just promoting the Discord. We're trying to get as many people into the Discord to find out about flat Earth as possible. And
don't pull leg. Earth is not globe. Don't pull my leg. Pull.
No.
Come on, you got me doing the shitty Russian accent. Where are the globers?
So, I mean, I've been doing this for...
No, Helio, I was going to say, you're the reason I'm in this this Discord, better or worse.
Yeah, man, I encourage you to jump in here on The Voice. And
Totally.
Black Flow, bro, you've been a really good speaker on the platform and everything.
You guys are cream of the crop, tip tops, man. It's great to talk to all you guys.
Stuff, man. So where the Globies at?
Like, to talk about things that matter and that are truly interesting, I can't really go to too many people in my family or most of my friends, even the ones who are really smart and really down and woke in certain ways.
It's funny.
I can't bring a lot of stuff up. And
I did it to all my family, and they're like, "Huh?"
Yeah, my family is basically.
I'll just like pretend that I never said that, and then we can do.
They can't unhear it though. That's the thing.
No, but they can't unhear
the other
it.
Thing
But
is that it's good that they can't unhear it because then it's going to be in their
but
fucking
at the
mind.
same time, as far as your relationship with your family goes, you're just like, that's that freaking freaky conspiracy guy. Blue, blue, blue. It's like you try to tell them about it, and they're like, I don't know. And then you're just the but that's okay because they still love you, and you can have have holidays, Thanksgiving, Christmas, and all that stuff, and whatever. And as long as you don't bust the shit up with politics and religion and freaking flat Earth, then you can just have a good relationship with your family because they have no interest in that whatsoever.
True.
So it's like I always say that I'm seeking the seekers. If you're a seeker, if you're a seeker, you're gonna find me.
I thought my stepbrother was too, and that's why I'm so mad that we've had our falling out over this and these subjects, not just flat Earth, but a lot of things in the vein. Because I thought he was a seeker, and he just turned out to be a really smart follower, book smart follower.
Like my brother, like when I get on big family gatherings, me and my brother will end up like in one room one night, and we're slamming beers and shit. And he's like, all right, so he knows that we can, it's just, he's not going to tell his wife what we talk about, when it comes to like the deep spiritual and freaking esoteric shit. He actually asked me shit, but he, then he'll go back to that life, So I think my brother is he's not always on the same page. He doesn't think about it like I do, but he knows that I'm probably right about this.
Yeah, at least he can chat with you about it.
Yeah. I love he's my best friend, man. My brother, man. He's a year and a half younger than me. Yeah, he's my best friend, man.
It's good, man. Got to have those especially now to have those relationships in the face of all this, corruption being exposed, whether or not people believe it. Like overall we're awakening. It's called revelation for a reason. And so yeah, finding people in the family we can reach out to and just talk about it, not, try to convince each other of anything either way. Just have that conversation where we're both going, wow, isn't this incredible? Yeah, isn't that weird? What if? And
Yeah, I mean, it's like, I think I've talked to him so much about this on our late night drunken freaking talks. He's probably like, oh, yeah.
Your brother?
Yeah, with my brother, he's probably like, yeah, he's not crazy. Because it's just like we end up just me and him talking for hours on end. He's probably
well, yeah, that you speak to something pretty true. It's much easier to have a conversation one-on-one, and especially myself when I come in here, I just want to barge in and say, no, this is it, and you're fucking nope, and this, that, and the other, and I have such a problem.
But he asked good questions, so that's why I know he kind of gets where I'm coming from.
That's good. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like, oh, okay, I see where he come from. So I know he's not crazy, So yeah. But he's not going to take it back to his family. He's got something good going on with his family, and they're all blue pill, basically, And he's just. I mean, it's just, there's a benefit to that, I guess, in a certain way, but it's like you're not going to reach everyone, So.
Good point.
Well, it's just like when people come here, we say, "Hey, how did you find us? What do you think about this?" But you don't want to like preach flat Earth to people when they come here. You want to find out why they're looking for flat Earth.
Yeah. I think the main thing I need to work on is just not assuming everybody's a troll and not assuming everybody's here to kick dust.
Well, it's like, when I go to
because the more that I expect it, the more people expect something, the more it happens. You know what I mean? I need to stop sending it energy. Like, I'm really defensive against you guys because I love you all. So I don't want anybody coming in here.
Here's what I do,
stinking up the place
with the check-in room. I saw you want to get them to talk. You want to talk less and let them talk more.
Correct.
The new people. I mean, once they're in here, they can talk whatever. Once you meet them or whatever, at first you definitely want them to talk. But you ask them leading questions like, "Oh, so how did you find our server? I mean, have you ever talked?"
Well, if you let them talk too
about
the globe, see, since it's not a globe, no matter what they say, it's wrong if they're defending the globe. So the more they talk, the more we let them talk, the more they're just getting it out there that it's not.
You
not
just be ignorant. Just play the ignorant flat earther, until it's just like, how did you find this? Oh,
listen, Glober, assume I know nothing. Yes, assume I know nothing. Tell me everything about the globe.
Well, I mean, it's just really easy when you're checking someone in. And it's like, oh, well, how did you find our server? I mean, what do you think about the flat Earth? Have you ever talked to anyone about this before? And then maybe
is this your first time?
Is this your first time? But anyway, and then you can, they can start talking about the 3 points. You kind of at least gently lead up to that.
I know exactly how to handle a first timer.
God.
Yeah, I agree. The 3 questions are. I mean, I keep going back to them, but that's also because I'm only a couple months into this, so I go to what's easy, and then that's that, I guess. Because those 3 questions are perfect.
You want to get them to talk instead of you. I mean, nobody here is trying to convince someone the Earth is flat.
Correct. It's not about convincing. You're right. It's way better than that.
We want them to talk more than we talk, because we talk God's honest truth. We talk all fucking day, 24 hours a day. So there's no reason for them to just listen to us fucking bloviate all day. We want them to ask the questions. And I
don't even want to make people look stupid. Honestly, I love to do. Hold on. I love it when they're asking for it, right? And
if they're asking for it, they
but hold on. If they're not, it's really just about education. Honestly, at the end of the day, I'm only here to spread the information I have. I don't want to do anything else. So it's almost like I'd rather be able to leave my emotions at the door. I would expect the same in a professional adult debate. But I will tell you, I'm going to work on my attitude. So,
and if you've been doing this for several years, you know who's being intellectually honest and who's not. And so you won't take the piss out of someone that's not, or that is being intellectually honest. You'll actually be like, oh, are you new to this topic? And you just ask them a few questions. You can find out, for the most part, whether they actually are new to the topic, and then you can go from there. But if you start to talk to someone that's, that you can tell they're trying to take the piss out of you, then you have a little more leeway there to kind of make a joke out of them, because there is no feelings involved. When somebody's being intellectually dishonest and they came in here to try to freaking take the piss out of you and freaking destroy them, fuck them, because I know the fucking trolls are, man. It's just like, after you do this for a while, you know who the trolls are. But yeah, I mean, have kid gloves for the newbies, freaking iron gloves for the trolls.
Yeah, I just think kill them with kindness is what I really believe, even though I don't practice it. So I'm kind of a hypocrite there, and I'm not unwilling to admit that I have stuff to learn and things to improve on.
Yeah, I mean, you can actually use different methods with the trolls, with certain questions that you can ask them. So you're saying this, I mean, because they try to do the same shit to you. So here's what I heard you say. It's like, No, I didn't say that. So you can do the same thing with them because the trolls already know both sides, just like we do. And so they're really here to try to humiliate us, which it's not going to work, except for on, people on their side that are watching, on the flat earth side. All of us have, a certain cognitive bias. So it's not it's not going to work either way. But the major trolls that spam us on YouTube and shit, they're not allowed on this server. We're looking for new people and participants that are really curious about the topic and want to have a good conversation. We don't let the YouTube trolls come in here and talk to us on the server. Because they're expert trolls. They think they're expert globers. They don't really have any evidence for the globe, and they have been in here before, but they don't have any evidence.
Nope. Hey, look, Fallacies and Stories is back.
That's correct.
Hello.
Mike's a little low, partner.
That's correct.
There you go. Much better.
That's correct.
Yep.
Do you have some fallacies and stories about the globe Earth?
No,
I'll bet you do. I'll bet you do. Oh, go ahead. I'm going to mute. Watch this. Watch. I'll go, and then here you go. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not here to get like a debate really right now. Just not interested in that right now. I've been on like these kind of flat earth servers for a couple years between this and the ice wall or whatever it was that got shut down eventually. But it's just interesting. Like it kind of always seems to be the same thing. I don't mean to like be offensive or anything. But I think there's like that the nature of the conversation in this voice chat is generally not conducive to productive conversations. Like it really doesn't seem like there's like I understand that you guys obviously are very set in your beliefs, but I think that kind of makes it difficult for other people to engage with you, like when you just treat everything as if like that you're educating others rather than having an actual like one-on-one conversation.
Oh, so at the beginning and the end of the day, we're really about education instead of proofsies and truthsies. Is that what you're saying?
No, I just mean to say that like I just think that like debating and this is just kind of a pointless medium because.
Well, to be honest, like with
and I understand
this,
that's not really the purpose.
Well, hold on. In this live stream room, this isn't a debate room. We're having conversations.
Right. I mean, so I guess I'm just interested. I'd ask, would either you or I think Colette Flobe, who's the other one who was talking,
sure.
Like, how long have you been flat earthers? Because I feel I haven't been on these servers for a while, but I feel like I recognize the name Helio something, but I don't recognize the other.
Yeah, I've been 6 years. I'm 6 years in, 6, 7 years, whatever.
I've known the truth for quite a while, but I joined this server 4 months ago, maybe. But I've been listening to Helio's live stream for about 2 years before I came in here.
Right, and then I guess another question I have is, like, every time that there seems to be discussion on the feasibility of the flat Earth, it's just countered with that we don't have a model, right? But I'm not really sure what the like logic in that is, because if you basically say we don't have a consistent model, like I kind of fail to understand.
Well, let me ask you this: do you think a model is required to understand what Earth is?
Well, I think that if you're going to describe the Earth, it should make sense. Like, to me, if you tell me the Earth is flat, but then I observe the sun rising and setting,
the sun is in the sky, not
sure.
Earth.
But the thing is, from just like a basic geometry perspective, I don't see how a sun can set or rise when it's just circling over a flat plane.
It doesn't need an explanation because it's not the ground.
Right, but the whole thing is when you counter a point by saying it doesn't need an explanation because it's inherently true, like that doesn't help to explain your position.
No, I'm not.
Hold
you
on,
are right.
hold on.
You're right. The sun moves in the sky. Again, that doesn't mean anything for the measurement of Earth. We measured it's flat. It's over.
He actually just said it. He just said it, Gleffo. The sun does set and rise. No model necessary.
Well, that's, I guess, right. It's up there. We don't need to model it. It's happening right there. It moves. Done
right
deal.
in front of your face.
I would also like to add to that the sun moves along with perspective, so it appears to rise and then appears to fall, but that's just
fall. I mean, as far as what you experience while you're standing on the ground, when it's high noon, it's right above your head, and then when it moves toward the horizon, it appears to lower, then be lower, but it's obviously further away. And then it goes further away than you can see it, and then it becomes nighttime, and then in the east.
And also, you're making an assumption when you use the sun, because even though the sun appears to go up, right? In my view, it appears to go up.
I understand the
and then down. That doesn't mean anything. Correlation is not causation. Do you understand that?
Yes. The difficulty with saying that it just moves around above you is that you can observe the sun at least appear to dip below the horizon, right?
But that only appears to be so. Prove that that's actually what's going on, my friend.
So here's
you said around. We didn't say around.
I can also destroy this argument. By the way, if you look at humidity and its effects on how visibility and how far you can see, then you'll see that the more humidity, the less you can see.
I understand that.
And then you look at the sun in low humidity conditions, and you see that your presupposition that the sun is cut off doesn't happen always. It's based on the conditions, and you're not factoring in lensing.
What do you mean by lensing? Because humidity obviously is going to distort things and cause some upper.
Yeah, humidity is going to distort things.
Hold on, let's take a different tact, Grace. I think
no. Hey. We're finally getting somewhere. Helio, please, can we do Drace and fallacies for just a little bit, please?
Yeah, I was about to do another fallacy. Go ahead, Drace. I'm sorry, brother.
Thanks, brother.
I just wanted to hear what he has to say about this.
Right. So the difficulty is that with the sun or with any object that dips below the horizon, what you see is that that basically if you see an object go below the horizon.
Sorry.
Can I finish my point?
Sorry, I need you to clear up your terminology. Nothing is dipping below any horizons.
Appears.
The sun is going
I'm just trying to get this down to a conceptual level, right? Let's put the sun aside. We can come back to that. But if you see a ship, for example, right, appear to go below the horizon, right, where there's some line and the ship goes behind.
No, nothing's appearing to go.
Bro,
I finish my sentence. I'm trying to finish a sentence, right?
Yeah, but you're making false premises. You need to make.
I predicted this was going to happen.
Please try to be logical.
I'm trying to finish.
Is it too much to ask for a rational, coherent, valid argument?
This is the issue with this dynamic. I'm not even done finishing a sentence, and you've already begun to say that what I've said is irrational, simply because if you assume, and don't unmute yourself, let me finish speaking. If you assume that you're always true, then you just bump in halfway through sentence and say,
I'm not assuming I'm always true. Now you're just imagining things about me.
I'm trying to get this to a conceptual level, because when I made this point earlier,
you gotta stop with the false premises. That's not going to fly here.
Yeah, it's a false premise to you because you have a presupposition.
No, you're the one that.
Right. I'm just saying. I'm trying to make a conceptual point, and I'd appreciate it if I was able to finish that point.
Yeah, I would appreciate it if you just made your point instead of all this.
We're not talking about concepts. We're talking about physical reality.
Because when I made this point earlier, it completely went over people's heads, and they didn't understand what I was saying. The people just completely did not get the gist of what I was saying.
Boats over the horizon? I mean, you think that's a new concept?
No, because people understand the relationship with refraction to that argument. The whole thing is that if you can see an object,
holy shit! I thought you were talking about the sunset earlier.
I
said
earlier,
less than 2 minutes ago, you were talking about the goddamn sunset,
and now you're yelling, right?
Because you're being a dick and saying you're not
because
you're not switching concepts. You're just making claims that you.
Listen.
Yeah, you've already stated some bullshit. Yeah.
Helio, listen. 3 minutes ago, I said we'll come back to the sun. I just want to break this down on a conceptual level. I try to do that, and you just start yelling at me, right?
Yeah,
how is this? Can I ask you how is this a productive conversation?
I imagine it's going to be some circular freaking bullshit. Because you already made some really weird arguments that don't make any sense.
They don't make sense.
And I can already tell what you're going to say, and then you're talking about boats disappearing over the horizon. I mean, it's just like this is so fallacious. Well, nobody should take you seriously. I mean, should we waste any time on this fucking guy?
If anyone wants to have an actual conversation with me, I'm willing to do so. But obviously, you're not interested in that here, and you won't even let me finish any of my arguments. I understand there's a live stream or whatever that you have to, keep a certain narrative.
We don't have to do anything.
Everyone wants to speak to me, that's fine. But there's no purpose for me to continue
illogical
things. Obviously, you're not interested in a legitimate conversation.
But you are saying illogical
Stop lying
things.
about other
Have a
people
good night.
and
I'll see you.
stop imagining up what you think other
He
people
left.
are
He
doing.
left.
Conceded.
I wasn't going to let him get away with that bullshit.
Conceded.
Sorry, Trace. I know you wanted to talk to him, but yeah,
No,
I'm sorry,
I really
bro.
didn't. He's a psycho.
He's a fucking psycho.
He needs a straight jacket.
Yeah. I mean, you could tell what he was doing, his calculation. It was a mental calculation, not a physical one.
Yeah, I also just racked his premises, and he just didn't like that, so he just wanted to talk about me and
that's why I was calling his ass out earlier, so whatever. It's all good. I knew he was full of shit from the beginning, so whatever.
A sophist really wants to just waffle on and make a bunch of claims in a row.
Yeah, they want to waste. It's just like, I want to talk to flat earthers, but I don't really want to learn anything. I just want to waste your fucking time, It's fucking stupid.
Like, if you got a point, make the point. You don't have to go and talk about the other people in the room or how you're feeling or the color of the sky or whatever. It doesn't matter. Make your point. Have it be logical. Have it be valid. And we can talk. I won't say a single thing if you say something correct.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's rare when we talk to smart people that want to talk about flat. And we'll give them, shit. I mean, if somebody comes in, even if they're new to the topic, I mean, we'll give them time. But, we can spot a freaking sophist from a mile away.
And it's not like I am the arbiter of what is correct. It is rather, if there is, if I suspect or I don't know about a premise, this premise here is unsubstantiated so far. I am allowed to ask about this premise and have this premise substantiated. Like, he can't just be allowed to hop and skip and build a whole house of cards on imaginary premises that don't exist, and we have to try to disarm these imaginary premises. No, he needs to first validate the premises, validate the basis for his beliefs. Not
you know what, Drace? Most of the people that will come in here and they I found this flat earth server. A lot of that guy, I think, is the guy that just left. I think he was very familiar with the topic, and that's why he left, because he knew we were calling his ass out. Go ahead.
Yeah, he did. I think one of the things that is difficult is that we've heard, especially the veterans here, have heard every which way kind of argument, every version of every argument. And so when they hear it coming, when they see it coming, a lot of y'all want to just stop it right dead in its tracks. And I'm not one way or the other on it, because while I think that nobody should be able to get away with saying that a belief is fact, and then we just let them say it and don't say anything against it.
And that's why I like this server.
Hold on. At the same time, I would like to hear them fall down the stairs completely.
Oh,
and then respond.
I totally.
But that's just me. And I interrupt all the time, so you know what I mean. Like I got to work on it too.
We do want them to fall. That's the thing. They have to fall to get back up.
Yeah, and this is a training platform as well. And I'm not always the best one to be here, but that's why I ask leading questions so they can train themselves to fall. And did you know this is a training platform for Globies too? It's like he exposed himself right away. It's like, Globies, get better at freaking with your argument so that you could fall slower.
I'm just saying one thing we can work on is not jumping all over him right away. That's all.
Yeah, you are correct, and it's better to listen to when you get to hear all of his bullshit. I am just so tired of the sophistry that at a certain point, I don't want to let them do that anymore, and they need to start backing their shit. It's
a fine line.
Yeah, it's like you let everyone shit all up on their backs if they want to, unless they're new people. Then you want to try to help them not shit on their back, or shit their pants. You want to be dude, go to the toilet before we go on the ride, so you don't make poo-poo, okay?
Hey, but you also have to be aware. I mean, we're live streaming, so there are new people listening all the time, and just like, should I jump in? Should I not?
Yeah, we
want to. Hey, I'm new.
We want to help them.
Yeah, we do. We do. That's what we're here for. That's what we're here for.
That's one of the reasons we don't want salad globers corrupting their innocent minds with fallacious reasoning. So that's why I like when Crypto and other people just dismantle the fallacious reasoning. But sometimes you gotta let them get the fallacious reasoning out. But when you're scalloping and you're building you're like, I want to speak for 2 minutes unstopped, and you're like this and you're like that, and you do this for these reasons, and
how dare you?
And I'm not even addressing what you said. That's not an argument.
I agree. It's tough. It's a tough thing to talk about. A lot of people, a lot of emotions, opinions.
You're right. You should let them speak and make that mess. But it needs to be fully addressed, every single aspect of that shit, so that the audience who is manipulated by the fallacious logic because they don't understand logic realize, shit, that didn't fly. That didn't work.
Right. And Dre's, I mean, you've heard this happen. I mean, I know we're always aggressive because we've been doing this for a very long time. But new people sometimes, when they come in and they make some of the most stupid, fallacious arguments, it's kid gloves, man.
Yeah, I agree.
So just ask them leading questions. So, because there are other people listening, and they might have come from a Discord server, and they're like, this is my guy. I want to hear him address these flat earthers because Earth is obviously not flat. I mean, just pretend it's a new day every fucking day. Every time some of these groups come in, it's just like, oh, this is my top guy in the server. It's like, all right, cool. Oh, so how did you find our server? So what do you think about flat Earth? It's like, oh, I think it's kind of dumb. I mean, everybody knows the Earth is a globe because, it's like, spinning stars and sun and bullshit. I mean, how can you serve and navigate? I mean, would you fall off the edge? All the same bullshit arguments. But for the most part, they won't even bring that up necessarily. I mean, when we get like a little, like a mini, freaking raid, whatever, like 5, 6. Sometimes we'll get 10 to 20. It's not a raid. It's just like, thank God they found our server. I just consider it that way. So it's not a raid.
Yeah.
It's just like,
The
thank
more the
God they
merrier for
found our
sure.
server. It's just like, how about 100, 200? It's like we'll never stop. We'll be here all day.
And there's a reason there's a shortage. It's not because there's a shortage out there of people who believe the globe.
Yeah, it's
There's a
because
shortage of
Facebook and YouTube have fucked us up.
No, hold on. There's a shortage of globe evidence. In fact, there's none. So that's why we don't see anybody here defending it on the regular.
And that's what I'm saying.
They don't have anything.
When you get like teenagers in here, and if you go really hard on them, I'm not saying you're going to push them away. I'm just saying, just as how did you find this server? So, have you ever talked to anyone about Flat Earth before? And this is my method. You don't have to follow it. It's like, so why are you curious about Flat Earth? Did you look for it? And there's like, yeah, well, why are you looking for Flat Earth? Just ask them before you really go hard into the evidence, because if you get some teenagers in here and they actually have looked up Flat Earth, holy shit, you got one. You got them on the hook. They were looking for Flat Earth, and they found you.
In Ghostbusters, when the secretary goes, "We got one!"
There you go.
Janine said it in Ghostbusters. We got one!
That's what's up. It's like if you find a 15-year-old on Discord that found you, fuck yeah. If he was looking for Flat Earth and he found you, what the fuck else are you supposed to do besides tell him everything it's just like, hey, I've been doing this for a while. Why are you? But just be careful. I mean, just like, hey, well, why are you curious about Flat? Just ask some simple, freaking questions. I mean, you don't have to freaking be like, I'm gonna convert you to Flat Earth right now. Yeah. No, I mean, because that's not what it's about. It's about them, you opening their mind to help them think for themselves instead of you converting them. Nobody's going to convert anyone to Flat Earth. There's no such thing.
Yeah, it's not about conversion for me. It's just about the objective truth. And if I'm pointing at something in reality that contradicts their premise, I expect that to be addressed and not some other subject.
Yeah, Trace. I always love, like, when I go on the VC check-in and I was like, how did you find our server? Oh, I was looking up some Flat Earth. I was like, what? You were looking for Flat Earth? Okay. Why? Why are you looking for Flat Earth? And I'll always love their explanations. Why are you looking for Flat Earth? Oh, my friend, somebody met me. I always love that. It was just like, I love to hear when like new people are looking for Flat Earth. It doesn't matter how they come across it. It doesn't even matter to me whether they, know that the Earth is flat or not. I always love that it's out there. People are looking for. I was bored and I was looking to talk to people about Flat Earth. Well, you found yourself in the right place. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0 is the best place to talk about this. That's what I always tell them. And I encourage everyone, if you're going to if you meet someone in the VC check-in or even a live stream chat. Hey, is this your first time here? Or in the lobby, it's like, hey, you finally found the best place to talk about Flat Earth. This is it.
I find it's a great time to be a flat earther, guys. I don't know about where you guys are from, but where I am in Victoria, the tyranny that's happening, it's making a lot of people ask questions.
What is it's Victoria and Queensland?
No, Victoria is a state in Australia, south of Queensland.
Oh, okay. But is it adjacent?
No, it's Queensland is north, and in New South Wales is in the middle, and then there's Victoria.
Okay.
We're the longest lockdown city in the world.
Longest lockdown city in the world.
Yeah.
I don't even know what you mean by that. Longest. Like long means like wide, basically. Longest lockdown, or it could mean like
360 days lockdown.
Oh, so longest means
Talking
like
about a time frame, Helio.
a whole year. Year of lockdown.
Oh, I think it might be 300 days. I'm not sure. It's close to a year.
Yeah, close to a year. I mean, I thought Sydney was pretty close to that one.
Nah, Melbourne's smashing Sydney.
Okay, so how's it going there now? Are people getting pissed?
Well, yeah, they're getting pissed off, no doubt about it. But I mean, from the flat Earth perspective, I've been like the crazy guy. Like I used to be like the nucleus of sort of 30 or 40 guys, like, a good friendship group. And they all eventually thought I was crazy and just stopped talking to me because I was talking about flat Earth and all that sort of stuff. But now I get messages every single day. Suddenly everyone started calling me. My messenger box is completely full with people sending me things of flat Earth and ringing me up and asking me questions. And I'm getting, like voice clips where someone sends me a 30-second voice clip. So, Connie, I want you to talk to me about flat Earth. I've been researching it lately and blah, blah, blah. Whereas, like 2 years ago, no one even wanted to say a word to me. So I think people are obviously still in the closet about it. Like they won't post it on their social medias or talk about it at their family dinners they're not allowed to go to. But yeah, it's just a good time to be a flat earther, I feel like.
Cheers, Anthony.
Who's that, sorry?
Alien Zoo.
Hey, bro. Aussie.
New South Wales.
New South Wales. You guys enjoying your lockdown? Oh, no, you're apparently, quote unquote, free now, eh?
Never free.
Yeah, of course not.
I mean, who is, right? At this point.
Yeah, not many.
But
we had the illusion of freedom for a while there, though, didn't we?
No.
Or at least some of us were under that illusion.
Well, I mean, no. I was never under the illusion. To be honest, even before a lot of this shit when I was in high school. What's that trying to tell me?
No medical talk allowed.
Anthony, you getting some macaroni?
Anthony, are you? It sounds like you're making a cake and you're stirring the ingredients.
Well, I think he said he was on the move.
Sorry, actually,
driving.
I'm spraying organic poison. Sorry, I didn't.
Oh, so
think it was
you're
that
spraying organic
loud.
poison across the crops and some shit.
No, just my.
Hey, organic poison? That shit doesn't.
I'm trying to. I don't know why I let you know that it was organic, but I noticed that on the bottle. So.
All right. How can it be organic poison? I mean,
Well, there's natural poisons out there, Helio.
Yeah,
natural poison. That's right.
I
Natural, no, I got the word wrong. Not organic. Natural poison.
Yeah, so
What are you poisoning?
Well, hold on.
Weeds.
Yeah, I was going to say if you're trying to reduce the insect population across, with crops using organics, okay.
Yeah, no, I'm not trying to do that. Just shoot some weeds.
You just have a job. And you're driving a cart around, squirting out some freaking Monsanto shit.
I've been weeding for like 6 hours straight. My back's broken, and I just found this weed killer. So I thought I'd spray the rest of them.
Just when I get that.
So you guys aren't finding
they
the same.
pay you with what? You have like a pump on your back. You just go. Squirt,
no,
squirt,
Helio,
squirt.
I'm just at home, bro. But
I just heard a horn. Somebody told you, "Get the fuck out of the way."
Yeah, it's because I got a big flat Earth sign in my house. Yeah, no. So, are you guys feeling the same thing? Like, is it wherever you guys are in the States? Does it feel like everyone's jumping on flat Earth now, or
no?
Is it just the same?
Exactly. No. Yeah.
People have a very hard time admitting that they have been duped.
Flat Earth is the least thing from their mind.
Well, it's relative. Of course, I'm relatively speaking.
Right.
It's still like 5%, but I mean, it's gone from 0% and everyone never wanting to speak to me again, and suddenly, even though like I've turned my life around, everyone hates my guts. To like, I'm getting phone calls and messages and conversations are happening. You know what I mean?
Man, that's
People are
awesome.
questioning things.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. I mean, everyone in America has heard about flat Earth. That's as much as I can say about that.
Yep.
Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, maybe
there's just a big collective. It's a big collective ego, and it's a big collective like, what do you mean space isn't real? That shit's awesome. I love believing in that. I love this adventuresome thing, right? So like, so many people are raised on Disney. In fact, 3 generations now, Disney. It's very, very tough to tell them none of that's real, even though they could have seen it the whole time, And so now telling somebody as an adult, no. You have been had, and now you're choosing to continue to be had. Nobody wants to hear that, right?
Well, what's so special about us? Why did we want to hear it?
I don't know.
Wait.
Who's right
us?
I heard
Americans or Australians?
No, just us in this room right now. Us guys. Like, I don't feel like I'm a special person. I still yell at my wife sometimes and eat junk foods every now and then, and you know what I mean? It's not like I'm.
You never hit her, though. You never hit your wife, though, do you?
Never.
That would be really bad.
Right. So anyway,
she hits me.
I get what you're saying, Anthony.
She hits you? Oh, dude, you shouldn't have said that.
What are you gonna say, Ryan?
I gotta point out something. Not everyone in this country has even heard, has even been challenged with the idea of the Earth being flat. There's actually quite a few people in this country that were born here, told that they live on a globe, on a planet in space, and no one ever challenged their belief system at all. No one ever brought it up to them. They never even heard the idea of the Earth being flat. I didn't until I was 24 years old.
Me too. Till I was 27. Not even once.
Like when I go out onto the street and hand out flyers, linking them to this Discord and documentaries about the Earth being flat and stuff, like, I'd say maybe a solid third or more, going by the reactions from people, they've gone to that point in time in their life, and it just never crossed their mind that the Earth might actually be flat and stationary. No one ever mentioned it to them at all, and they never heard Joe Rogan say, "Oh, it sounds like a silly idea" or something like that.
Right. That's why it's so difficult.
Greetings,
So Anthony, that's cool though, dude, that you're actually experiencing that. The people in your life are reaching out and trying to learn more. I mean, that's, gosh, what do I have to do to have that happen in my life? Right?
Well, I feel like, honestly, it's the silver lining of what's actually happening in our state. Like, people haven't been allowed to go to each other's houses for 300 days. They've just mandated that I lost my job today. I just bought a house, and now I can't pay the payments because I just got fired.
No.
So and heaps of other people are in the same boat. So I think surely it's because of that. It's like we've spent so much time trusting reality, and now reality has lost the plot, and now we're finally going to ask. We're finally going to start asking: is what they told us about reality even real?
There you go. I dig it. Yeah, it's funny too, because we're in those times, right? If you want to go by the scriptures and the books and all that, well, this is the time of revelation when everything is revealed. So maybe it's starting with Australia.
Not a blip, and it's not a blip.
Maybe it's starting with the Australians. The flat Earth conspiracy.
Let me ask you guys this. I know it's a bit off the flat Earth topic, but is it possible for me to come and live in America? Like, is that even a thing anymore?
I don't know.
I feel like you're not even allowed to leave countries anymore.
I know a girl who was married to a guy in Australia, but she has American citizenship already, and so she was able to move back no problem recently. So, But yeah. That's not your situation, I don't think. You'd have to try to become an American citizen first, wouldn't you? I don't know. Shit, I have no idea.
Yeah, probably not the time to be asking
take a bunch of tests and shit. Like America makes you take tests like, hey, do you know this about our country? Even though it's complete lies.
So, do you have Second Amendment rights still in Australia, or do they take those away?
Apparently, I'm not sure about Second Amendment, but apparently, is the Bill of Rights the same thing as that? Because we're saying at the moment we just lost a huge court case, and it's because we didn't have a Bill of Rights. So now everyone's saying we need a Bill of Rights. The Bill of Rights.
You should have one, yes.
In the United States, the Bill of Rights is a collection of amendments. So the Bill of Rights would be the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, and a bunch of them. And so, that's what the Bill of Rights is. But I was just talking about gun rights, really. I was just that.
Yeah, no, they took our guns after the
rights, right?
They took Australians' guns after the massive hoax of Port Arthur. If you've ever looked into it, it's the biggest, most obvious hoax you'll ever see in your life.
Unlawful taking of guns.
Hey?
Unlawful taking of guns.
Correct.
They rewrote the Constitution without a vote by the people. So it's unlawful.
Yeah.
So did they take any from you?
Me personally, I was only 6 when that happened.
Oh, when did that happen?
In the 90s.
Oh, it happened recently.
In the 90s. Look up Port Arthur massacre.
Yeah.
They blamed some guy that had autism and had an IQ of like 16. They basically said that he had like 35 perfect headshots and killed all these people.
Yeah.
And then they used that as an excuse to take away everyone's guns. It it went through like a couple of weeks later. The country was just in shock at how like horrific it was, and then everyone just gave up their guns straight away.
So nothing's changed recently. You just didn't have any gun rights to begin with.
Yeah, no,
like
we haven't
recently?
had gun rights for 28 years or something like that.
Farmers are still allowed to have them.
Oh damn, that sucks.
Yeah,
And shooting ranges.
Stuff.
I want you guys to take notice. Right when he started talking about guns, he started
over
roboting.
50% of people I know.
Yeah, right.
Who,
and
me?
just notice it again. Right when he started talking about guns, he roboted. But now it's clear. Strange. Anyway,
What were you
continue,
gonna
please.
say?
Oh, I've lost my train of thought. Really. What was I saying?
Get off of the subject though, just so we don't cause any issues.
Go too far off flat Earth as it is. Anyway, that's why I just got involved in the conversation. I just wanted to see if it was sort of happening like that anywhere else. It was just my life individually, but I feel like flat Earth is just keeps getting bigger and bigger. Just looking at that flat Earth app, I know we're not all fans. We're not all fans of David Weiss or whatever, but if you look at the dots on that flat Earth app, it's mind blowing. How many people have downloaded that app and paid that subscription to be in that friend finder thing? Like, I'm in country Victoria, which is 4 hours outside of Melbourne, and I've got like 8 people within 30 kilometres of me.
Yeah, we're everywhere, bro. Absolutely.
And I used to think we were all alone. Like, I used to think we were completely alone. So it really has grown.
It's a function of people wanting to speak up or not. But yeah, I would say, and I might be wrong about this, but I would say the majority, maybe not the vast majority, but I would say the majority of flat earthers and truthers are not really talking about it too much in public, at least, you know? I don't know.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, you're right. I downloaded the app a long time ago when it was free. And even then, I was like, no shit. There's a flat earther right over there at the fucking coffee shop. Like, oh, crazy.
Yeah, people are really hungry for the truth, though. I'll give you an example of this. I was going to a convenience store at 7-Eleven near my place the other night, and as I was leaving, I was saying to the guy, "Hey, remember, the Earth is flat," or whatever, because he's wearing that face covering thing. So I thought he was a different guy that looked kind of similar. I didn't realize he was a different guy. And he was like, "Huh? What are you talking about?" I was like, "Oh, it's flat." And I realized, oh wait, it's a different guy. So I was just like telling him about that, and then I was like saying, "Oh shoot, I normally have like a flyer I hand people or whatever. I don't have any on me or whatever, but like I'll get you next time or whatever." And he was like, he was so interested in it. He was telling me the hours that he works there because he wanted me to go back there and give him one of those flyers. Like, people are hungry for the truth, man.
Anthony, you there?
Well, to go on what Brian said, real quick, people are hungry for the truth, and whether or not they even know it, I think they just need to get past whatever mental block. And I keep going back to this. I think it's just a lot of it's pride, because when I first realized what's truly going on with this topic, I immediately remember going, dude, what? No, right? That's the reaction. No, can't be. I couldn't have been fooled. But then I was like, wait a second. They do. They lie about everything else. Huh. And then all it took was looking into it seriously for not even a week. And I was like, that sucks for everybody that they're still buying it. And now, now that I know the truth, what do I do? Do I put myself out there, ruin my life, Do I not? Do I try to find a balance between it? Because people don't want to accept the truth. It seems that people want to stay in the lazy boy that's been prepared for them, well prepared for them before they showed up here. God forbid I have to go find out for myself all these things that people are telling me they've already figured out. Right? I heard a really cool song earlier. This had nothing to do with Flat Earth, but I'm going to share it in the voice text. Why not, right? Everybody's probably got a little bit of a buzz going on. Cool to hear some good tunes. Where's Flat Earth dude when we need him?
What the hell going on in here? Nothing?
Nothing. I'm going to post a song. That's it, though. I'll probably post a few songs if anybody's interested.
Yeah, I'll play them. What you got?
It's not classic stuff. This is new stuff I've been discovering.
All right, well, I can play it on here if you want to.
No, because I don't want to do the copyright thing. But that's okay. I'll just share it in the voice text and people can listen at their leisure, as it were.
All their copyrighted songs.
I don't know if they are or not. They probably are because these cats are on iTunes. So.
Okay, yeah, probably not.
No worries. It's cool. I'll just share it up if people want to hear it. That's cool. Just click on it.
What's this one that Twadwazzle?
I don't know. Where's he at? Twadwazzle is not posting in the Livestream voice text.
Oh, that's locker room. Never mind. I'm in the wrong room. Yeah.
Trace, that's a lot. That I can't respond to it all in text, but I want to say that I agree. Hold on, let me read the rest.
Greetings, Helio.
Yeah. Agreed, Trace. Go ahead, Alien.
I was just going to say hello to Helio.
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, were you on Poncho Peach 24/7?
Yeah, a long time ago.
I think you were, yeah.
Yeah, on Free Chan.
I sort of remember your voice.
Yeah, I was on there a long time ago, yeah.
Yeah, same here. I was on there about 5 years.
What were you doing on there?
And then when he shut down, I found yours about 3 months after.
Yeah, cool. It's just like I got addicted to live streaming, so it's just like, what are we gonna do now? And then Discord came out, and I was like, I got in here, and I was just like, we were just like in our own little world, and I'm like, wait a minute, you guys want to live stream this shit? And they were like, hell yeah. And I was like, all right, let's freaking. Then I set up, I found OBS and I freaking, set it up, where we could live stream all the time. And
good you did.
Yeah, it's good stuff. Good stuff.
All right, I posted. One thing I did post about Flat Earth is Jake the Asshole. Everybody remembers him. Posted a Blue Origin William Shatner space flight exposed video. Those are always entertaining.
I watched that one today. I watched it.
Yeah, he's good stuff. So, and then here's the song. Voice text for both those things.
Here's the song, meaning you're going to play it. I can actually play the audio from this video.
Well, like I said, I don't want to get your channel shut down, so you could
I don't think it would have a strike from. I don't think we'll get a strike from Jake the Asshole's channel. So let me.
No, I'm talking about the song I just posted. But yeah. Play Jake's stuff. Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll play. I mean, it'd just be audio, but I don't think
right.
we'll get a strike.
And I posted the video and the voice text, so they can go there. There's no excuse not to see this video at this point, not to know what it's about.
Yeah, I watched it like freaking. I don't know how many hours ago. 5 hours ago. It's pretty cool. It's like, what's funny about Jake? He's like, I'm gonna not mess with Flat Earth, for a while, and he's just like, he's making eating raw meat videos and shit, and then he's like, all of a sudden he's back on Flat Earth now,
Hey man, everybody's journey is completely unique to their.
Yeah, but he's always been great, man.
Jake's fucking great, man. Yep. From day one, I was like, now see, this is the kind of guy I can fucking sit down and have a beer with. Fuck.
Y'all, it's your boy, and I'm back again. And today, we got a doozy for you, my friend. It seems Blue Origin is back at it, except last time they did not get the desired results that they were after. It seems Jeff Bezos and his crew of flunkies didn't quite do a good enough job of fake spacing it. Oh, excuse me, space faking it. So, this time they enlisted the services of a professional actor, the one and only William Shatner, who is a professional space faker, I might add. He's been faking space ever since the fake dinosaurs roamed the fake planet. So he is the perfect actor if you want to hire someone to pretend to go to space. So this time around, Jeff Bezos and his crew of flunkies and William Shatner take off in their penis-shaped rocket, and they go to space once more. Except this time, things are different. They didn't bring Skittles to throw in each other's mouths. Oh no. This time, they actually care what's out the windows. In fact, I'm going to stop talking about it and have you watch it. Check it out.
Well, now to another big story we're following. Science fiction became science fact for actor William Shatner today. At 90 years old, Star Trek's Captain Kirk became the oldest person to travel to space, and he was clearly moved by the experience.
Is there a video?
CBS's Mark Strassman was there to witness it all.
Has cleared the tower. She is on her space with the second human spaceflight crew.
This was the voyage of the Blue Origin spaceship, First Step.
Yes, videos and live stream voice text.
Oh, Jesus.
William Shatner's latest frontier, up almost 66 miles to the edge of space.
And here come the mains.
And right back down again, like same-day shipping.
What? And capsule touchdown.
a gift from Amazon and Blue Origin founder Jeff Bezos.
Helio, it's no longer playing.
This experience has been so
Oh, hold on. No, that's me. Sorry.
I'm going to say, I mean, I
55
can hear
years
it.
ago, Shatner's Captain Kirk led a starship of galactic hopscotchers. Today, he became Kirk, and at 90, overcome by the moment.
Yeah, this is the video that Jake made, but
We come in peace. We come in peace.
I mean, you know, the little things of weightlessness. But to see the blue color go whip by, and now you're staring into blackness. What you have given me is the most profound experience I can imagine. I'm so filled with emotion about what just happened. It's extraordinary. Extraordinary.
It's extraordinary.
All the crew cried after landing.
I hope I never recover from this.
Captain Kirk's a fictional figure. I'm flesh and blood.
You're flesh and blood. You came back clearly moved.
Tremendously, enormously.
All right, folks, let's break down this space fakery one clip at a time. First, they have the rocket launch, and of course, all Blue Origin rockets.
Sorry, guys, we can only do the audio here.
They have the most realistic penis-looking rockets that I have ever seen. This proves to me that the more you make your rocket look like a penis, the more aerodynamic it is, the better it flies. So the first part of the space fakery goes like this. Show video clip of rocket taking off. Then cut to the crew inside of said rocket ship as they begin to float. Now, just because you have a clip of a rocket and then a clip of some people floating does not mean the two are taking place on the same rocket ship. How are we to know that that clip of the crew floating is indeed taking place on that same rocket ship which they showed us a clip of a rocket ship taking off? How do we know the two things are the same thing? We don't. That's left for us to assume. In fact, I can show you a rocket taking off and then show you the crew of Star Trek, but that doesn't mean that the crew of Star Trek was in said rocket. So, I like to take the two pieces of footage and analyze them separately. So as I examine and analyze the footage from inside the rocket, I see exactly what I saw in the last Blue Origin fake space video. I see people floating around, having the sensation of weightlessness because they are in a vomit comet. A traditional vomit comet airplane doing parabolic maneuvers will give you everything that you see happening on the screen. In fact, there's a lot less footage this time around, which suggests to me that Shatner didn't feel like doing a whole lot of parabolic maneuvers. Yeah, also, it appears Shatner doesn't do much floating in any of these video clips.
He doesn't do a lot of floating. He's just like looking out the window.
And then let the younger chaps do all the floating and the flipping. Also, you will be glad to know they took our advice. People were saying, why don't they look out the window? The last Blue Origin space flight had a bunch of people playing with Skittles. They were acting like children. They didn't seem to give a hot damn about what was out the window. So this time they made sure to make a big deal about what's out the window. In fact, they enlisted the services of professional actor William Shatner to specifically stare out the window and then be moved to tears. This is professional level Hollywood pedigree acting. You have William Shatty being reduced to tears. He's gonna cry because what he sees out the window is just so beautiful. Oh my heavens, it's unbelievable. It's so unbelievable. It's so beautiful. I'm just gonna cry like a baby. Wah, it's so beautiful. I just can't help myself but to cry. Wah. You know, we aren't there inside the rocket, but we can see out the window. Looks like some white hazy shit to me. Doesn't look like anything beautiful. These people aren't seeing the ball, Earth, and outer space as a whole ball. No, they're just looking out the window, and it looks like they're just looking at the horizon. It looks like it's kind of white and fuzzy. Have you ever been up in an airplane and it's cloudy and then you look down and there's not much to see and it's just kind of white and hazy and boring?
And you
That's
guys
exactly
know
what it looks like they're
you
looking
guys
at
know
to
if
me.
Jeff
In fact,
Bezos
it would
was
be
in
worse
the
the higher
capsule
you get.
with
The
him or
only
not.
way it
I
should be
didn't
so
really pay
beautiful and
attention.
move you to tears is if you see the whole ball Earth
Jeff Bezos was there. He was
from
throwing
space.
Oh, okay,
That's what
cool,
we all
cool.
want to see. We
Yeah, I
want to see
wasn't
the
sure,
whole
but
ball
okay.
Earth. We don't want to see some white, hazy horizon out the window and then have some actor pretend to cry. Now, I see why they enlisted the services of William Shatner. I see why they had him stare out the window. I see why they had him pretend to cry. A lot of us were asking why they weren't looking out the window the first time around. So this time, they made it a specific point to look out the window and make it a big deal, okay? So, my question then becomes, why didn't the first crew give a hot damn about looking at the window? But this second crew, they're all looking out the window and crying. So apparently the first crew, Wally Funk, some millionaire's kid, Jeff Bezos and his brother, they wanted to throw Skittles in each other's mouths. They didn't really care about what was out the window. But this time, what was out the window was
Jake
so
is funny as
breathtakingly
hell.
beautiful,
You guys
they
gotta-
all just had to stare and cry.
Jake is
Makes
funny.
perfect sense to me.
It's not the end of the video. I thought, well, it might be the end of the video, but
That's all
anyway.
right. We could probably talk about that then, huh?
Yeah, that's just freaking crazy. It's like, so I wasn't really interested about this launch, necessarily, but because I know it's bullshit. But so was it Jeff? Was he just saying Jeff Bezos' brother was in there with him?
I think either last time or this time, Bezos' brother was.
Okay.
He went on one of them.
That's really interesting.
But it doesn't matter. Nobody went anywhere really.
Yeah, sure.
They went to a studio and did what they did.
Well, they might have even gone in a parabolic flight in an airplane and with like inside a parabolic thing.
Listen, I'll put it to you this way.
I mean, it could be like. Go ahead.
Helio, I'll put it to you this way. Do you think, and now this is just my opinion though, do you think 90-year-old William fucking Shatner is going on a parabolic flight for any reason? 90.
No.
I'll put it to you this way. My grandpa's 92. I would be very angry if he went on a parabolic flight, and I would be worried sick about his heart.
Yeah, you'd be like, that motherfucker's going to have a heart attack.
Shatner's been drinking his whole fucking life. You think you drink a lot of Helio? No. I got an interview with him one day. Saying, if someone's like, how do you keep your youthful skin? How do you stay so young looking? He goes, honestly, I just keep swollen from drinking and it pushes the wrinkles out. He fucking said it. So anyway, that guy,
hold on. That means
that guy's not going to space, bro.
Hold on.
That guy who's never ever had G-force training. It's not going to fucking anyway.
Go ahead. That means when someone says that, it means I'm swole. I'm swole.
Well, that's true too. Yep.
Yeah, it's a southern
Swole
term,
AF.
but I'm swole. Anyway, so yeah, of course, William Shatner. Shit, I can't motherfucking believe that William Shatner lived to 90, and this thing obviously is. Gleb Flip said, "Nope." Yeah,
I'm sorry. I can't buy it, man. I smell BS before y'all even step in it.
Yeah.
But let's be clear, though. It's not that he's not going to space because, he's too old and out of shape. He's not going to space because the vacuum of space doesn't exist.
Correct.
Well, I mean, we just played the audio, but if you watch the video, of them actually, with William Shatner. He's pretty much just sitting by the window looking out the window.
He doesn't.
He's
They didn't have
not
to do
floating
anything.
around.
They could have put him on wires, and I mean, it's just come on.
even if those guys, you can just like Jake was explaining, you can do parabolic flights, change the camera angles. Even inside an airplane, you can recreate, with enough money, I guess, or whatever. You can recreate this capsule image.
They didn't
or
even
whatever.
try. They didn't even try. Movies look awesome compared to that bullshit.
Yeah, it's so dumb.
Seriously, you go see the movie Gravity, and it's like, holy fuck, that looks quote unquote realistic from what our imagination can produce, right? We're impressed by it, and then this fucking bullshit from NASA and all these other agencies, like it doesn't even halfway hold up to the snuff of movie quality, right? And people are just like, yeah, that's just because it's real. It looks fake because it's real. Like you're kidding.
I got something important to say about this.
Snuff of movies.
Dr. Michio Kaku.
Up to snuff is what I meant to say.
Up to snuff is the death of intellect.
Okay, hold on. Orion, what were you saying?
I've heard Dr. Michio Kaku say before that it's something like 156 or something like that $1 million to send a probe, quote unquote, to Mars, quote unquote, allegedly.
There's money involved, though.
He says also that it costs $156 million to make the movie The Martian with Matt Damon. And so he was saying, like, he was trying to make the point that, we should just forget about movies and just focus on sending more probes to Mars and whatever. And it's I think what he was saying with for one of them, but it's a big show for the other one. It's a little tiny show that will give you a little
total asshole again,
and maybe a patch or something to a few people or whatever. But it's a very little show with very cheesy ass graphics that aren't so exciting. For one, and then the other is Matt Damon in a suit, running around in a desert. Much more entertaining.
I watched that movie. I watched it.
He sees the potatoes.
Ben.
Yeah, it's great.
It was sloppy of Michio to do that, to like compare what we've been shown about Mars and what movies about Mars look like. Like you don't sit around and compare that. If you want them to be completely different in people's minds, then you don't bring it up like that. But I also think that that's part of it, right? Because they always have a little tiny bit of telling us the truth on top of their 98% lies.
It depends on who you trust.
I don't trust you, Helio. I'm just fucking around.
No, don't. Thank God you don't trust me. But I do trust you. So this plastic universe. This is a presentation that is just. I mean, I don't know how they did this. It's outside of what we should or should not believe. It's just a naked truth where we can actually just go point by point and say, hey, this might or might not be true. And there's no real evidence for this certain aspect. Oh, shit. See, my mind is going further than I should actually let you guys know.
It's all right, bud. I think that we know exactly what you're saying, no matter how you say it. At least I do.
Maybe you do.
At this point.
This is I mean, it's not only about what even the flat Earth topic and shit. I mean, I think about stuff outside of what we think about here. It's not about the physical topic here. and the flat Earth globe. There's so much more about about our existence. So I mean, sometimes I just get a little bit outside of the argument. But anyway, as far as this one, yeah. So I've already waffled off of the topic of Jake's video. It's
okay.
It's like 2 days ago.
It's a good way
hold on.
I like that he didn't make a long one. You know what I mean? It's just short and to the point and gets people's gears going.
Yeah, sure, but I mean, do you think it's really going to help?
Fuck you, Helio. Of course it is.
Yeah, sure. I actually think that's why I shared it.
Right.
Because Jake actually knows that William Shatner didn't go to fucking space. I mean, that's hold on. Now, whether or not people were on top of that rocket, and William Shatner being one of those persons on top of that rocket, and they went to space.
By the way, that's the most dangerous place to be, on top of the fucking rocket.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Yes, exactly, bro. That's what I was about to get started on.
The first thing that happens when that rocket goes slightly to the left or right at all is the top cap just boop, comes right off.
They're gonna put Captain Kirk on the fucking top of that rocket. Give me a fucking break.
Exactly,
so anyway. So that's why I think that was Jake's point, and so
yeah.
Anyway, so
and because he's an actor.
I mean,
he's an actor, and they needed an actor instead of just a bunch of normies, right? They're like, "Fuck, we didn't sell it. All right, try again. Let's get Shatner on the line."
But all the physicists would be like, "Fuck yeah, William Shatner went to space today." Every single physicist, all these fucking doctors and everybody and all these, it's like all of these people that believe the news think that William Shatner went to space. And this is what we fucking have to deal with. You think that we don't think that fucking 90-year-old white man went to space. We think that was total bullshit. Almost everyone in the world believes that nigga went to space.
Helio, I gotta stop you, bud.
You ain't gonna stop me
white
from
guy?
doing.
Hold on, you just said white guy.
White guy,
20 seconds later,
went to space. I can say whatever the fuck I want to say anytime I want to say it.
Anytime.
Yeah, you're about to stop me from saying what I wanted to say. I just said it. So
no, it's all good. I don't have any power. I don't want to do that to you.
Well, it's not your power. I mean,
I don't want to do it to you.
You have power.
I don't want to shut anybody up.
Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. I mean, everybody across the globe thinks this original freaking Star Trek hero went to space today.
He's a hero. Right? Everybody's like, "Oh man, I love Captain Kirk. He's the best." And it's like, at what?
Dude, I ain't gonna lie. I'm a huge Star Trek fan, but I just don't think he did that today. I think it's bullshit.
I had trouble getting the gumption to cry. I haven't been Captain Kirk in quite some time, and I think I need a few takes. Get this crying thing down pat.
Well, and just like in Jake's video, and if you watch the original video, he's just like, "Oh,
I must appear affected
And then when he comes back, he's like, "Oh, it's just he's like crying. It is. It's like he's the best actor. Nobody goes to space. I mean, what the fuck are you talking about? Nobody goes to space. I'm sorry, Captain Kirk. Nobody goes to space.
Sorry, buddy. Yeah. And you weren't a good actor in Star Trek, let alone now.
Oh no! I disagree with that.
I know you do, but that's because you grew up watching it. I think it's garbage.
No.
It's entertaining, but his acting, holy fuck.
I know,
So
but
bad.
it's on. Hold on. The reason that his acting was so good is because it was on purpose.
That's not why he was good. It was just entertaining. That's not good acting. He was just playing a clown role. Come on.
No, it was on purpose.
I know.
Yeah, that's why it was so good. What the fuck are you
That's
talking
why it
about?
was maybe funny, but it wasn't like. Okay, I'll put it to you this way.
Yeah, it was funny.
The way he acted did not. Hold on. The way he acted did not allow me to immerse myself in the story. It made me just go, "Why the fuck is he acting so goofy?"
I ain't gonna lie. I mean, I'm a Star Trek fan, but I'm more of a Picard Star Trek than the old Star Trek.
Yeah.
But going back and look at the old Star Trek, the way that Captain Kirk, that shit, the way he did it, it's more funny to me. It's more funny to me. Yeah,
goofy.
so it's not, but at the same time, he was really fucking good at it, So
Smartest retard? Is that what you're trying to say?
Could you do it better?
Yeah.
Maybe, I guess you could.
No, I know I could. For sure. Absolutely. I've acted before. No problem. No big deal.
No, I mean, under the situation, I mean, you put yourself in the friggin'
I don't want to kiss that alien again. I feel weird in the pants when I kiss that alien.
Oh, either way, but yeah, I mean, of course, it's just like, how classic is it, with this permanent, this certain situation where there's like, okay, since nobody's buying this shit, we're gonna fucking launch Blue Origin with William Shatner, the oldest fucking space actor in the world. Just like I was just playing.
Rubbing it in our faces, Elio.
Yeah, it's fucking retarded.
They're like, hey, no, they didn't buy it before. Check it out. They're so stupid that we're going to put another actor in quote unquote space, and they're going to buy it because he played a captain in a space show.
Exactly. It's so fucking stupid, man. That's why I was just like, when I played that. And Jake, Jake a year ago, gave up on it, and then now he's back in the game, and I love his videos. And this one, that was a good one.
Glad
I
he's
just
back.
played the other. Yeah, I'm glad he's back too. So yeah, it was good. So yeah, I mean, fuck William Shatner. Fuck that fucking idiot. Fuck that 90-year-old faggot fucking old bitch.
Yep.
That was bullshit. Nobody believes. Well, I won't say nobody believes it.
So many people believe it.
Anyone in their right mind would not fucking buy that bullshit. But there's a lot of people that
hardly anybody's in their right mind, dude.
I know.
Yep.
I know.
So we've got one Glober between the two places, the two platforms, between Discord and YouTube. We have one Glober, and he's in the YouTube chat. His name's Tyrone, the Gravity Pimp, as if that helps him out at all. But he's in the YouTube chat. I guess trying to defend the globe. Right now he's just arguing about syntax and argument styles. Tyrone the Gravity Pimp, why don't you come in and talk to us for real? Show us what you got, please. The reason I beg is because I'm fucking bored. That's all.
Yeah, I know that. It's like please come in and defend your globe.
Right? It's like the guy who always wins in arm wrestling, not having anybody to arm wrestle, and he goes to the party. He's like, dude, come on, just one. Let me just one. Let's see if you can even do it. Nobody wants to arm wrestle him because he keeps fucking winning.
Hey, I'll tell you what though, man, that flat Earth asshole video that we just played was pretty much just, it's Globe Destroyer. Freaking William Shatner. It's like that. They're scared. Like, hey, who's been to space? Nobody!
Yeah, yep, that's right. Sorry, I'm laughing because it's true as shit, and I love the way you put it.
Nobody's been to space.
What is it now? 24 people? Was it 24 people claim they've been to the moon?
What,
420? No, 24
No.
people went to the moon. Is that right, or are there more? Quote unquote went to the moon.
Been to the moon. Did they ever take a picture of Earth when they went to the moon?
I don't think so, because they didn't go to the moon.
Why wouldn't they?
Yeah, I don't know, man. There's only a handful of quote unquote photos from the moon.
If you were on the moon,
Wouldn't you take hundreds of pictures?
Dude, if you were on the moon, wouldn't you put the camera directly above your head and take a picture of Earth? Because that's the only place you could find it. It would be directly above your head. That is absolutely true.
It would be much bigger. It would be huge. It would be so fucking huge in your
It
view,
would be like, I don't even know you capture the whole fucking Earth from the moon if you were on the moon. That it would just be so large you wouldn't even be able to fuck.
No, because it's 250,000 miles away, and you've never been that far away from anything, so you don't know what it looks like.
We're a bunch of
Just don't understand calculations, Helio.
Oh, I'm a flat Earth dipshit. Don't ever listen to anything I say. But it's absolutely true. I mean, from all of the places they claim to have landed on the moon, they never pointed their Hasselblad cameras. Well, I guess they said they were mounted on their chest. So I don't even know what the fuck they would mount them on their chest.
It was police cams.
I guess. But
before they were cool. They took them to the moon.
That was before police cams were cool, I guess. So they went to the moon, but they didn't ever capture an image of a direct image of the Earth from the moon. Holy fucking shit! What is wrong with these fucking moon landers?
What moon landers? That thing was duct tape, Velcro, and laundry wires.
We have an image, an image from NASA where they have the Earthrise.
Oh, wow.
Well, we necessarily don't have that. Actually, NASA has taken that image down from their website.
Hang on, Helio. I'm going to interrupt only because there seems to be somebody who's only verified, VC verified, and they have a popcorn roll. Paul V, are you available to chat, sir?
What's the name of the person?
Paul V. He's right under Orion in the list.
Paul V.
Paul
Jump
V.
on in. We're the most gentle, not scary flat earthers.
Not scary. I don't think they're scared. I think that they just want to come insult us. That's all.
Oh, please try to come and insult us.
Oh, I'm sorry. They are scared of bringing globe evidence because.
How do you show up to
Hold on. How do you show up to? Listen. How do you show up to a party where they say bring your own drinks, empty-handed? You can't drink anybody else's drinks, and you don't have anything to offer.
Yes, please come and try to assault us.
Please do.
Assault the flat earthers with your globe earth evidence.
Oh, insult? I thought you said...
No, assault. I said assault, not insult.
Yeah. Skeptic. Enoch.
We're very salty here.
Oh wait! You can bring some salt. You can bring some salty evidence too. You know, you can bring that shit too, because I like flavor.
One second, I'm trying to say hello to you.
Say bald flavored man.
Yeah, bring that bald flavor.
Can I be heard?
Hi, Craigville.
Oh, hey, go ahead. What's up, Craig?
Right. Yo, Helio, how is it? And yo, Enoch, morning, and yo, Glatflow, morning.
Hey, Craig Villain, are you embarrassed with my performance so far tonight?
Embarrassed? By what?
I'm just fucking with you. No, but there have been some weirdos in here tonight, so. So when I meet weirdos, I'm a weirdo, so I really get weird.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah, how you doing?
Is that your way of saying you've had a bit to drink tonight?
Oh, man, that's a given. But anyway, so
no judgment here, mate. No
actually, we're trying to entice people to join, and they're not taking the bait. So
yeah, they ain't gonna take the bait, bro. They gotta take that olive before they take the bait. That's a Hebrew joke for you that don't know. That's where the alphabet comes from. Aleph, bait. You know, Aleph being the A, and then bait being the B. Glatflow flying high up in this motherfucker.
Yeah, Glatflow's been rocking it tonight, man. That's good stuff.
Yeah, I gave him the referee role the other day, and was like, someone will see that, and then I wasn't gonna give it to him that early, but I was like, I'm going to give it to you for a minute to help with damage control. So I thought I'd give him mute capabilities, and then now someone's giving it to him. I was like, fuck, I wanted to be the one to give it to him.
I don't have mute capabilities, partner.
No, I said when I thought it would give you it.
Oh,
the other day,
got it.
When we had a bit of a ring going on.
I think it only applies in the arena, but
it does only apply in the arena. Yeah, it's just because.
Whatever.
So why the fuck would you give him the referee?
Well, you got a green name that says your part, but anyway, I was like, fuck, I wanted to give him a referral, but Glatflow was a good sign when you've got mods fighting to give you the referral.
I appreciate it, guys.
It's all cool. It's all good. We don't have to argue that here.
See, now you're gonna make me blush.
No, I mean, hey, it's all good. It's all good. We'll figure it out later. We'll get the.
I do like me some rolls, though. Shit, give me a little butter. Oof.
Ooh.
Sorry.
Should we make a butter roll? Is that what we do? Butter roll.
I don't know. Should we?
I'd like
I'm gonna
that.
make a butter roll just to get the black flow. Nah, I'm just playing.
I told you I was like, let me ring him, and he was like, no, I don't need to.
Hey, Crack
Yeah,
villain,
release
I
type
think I think you ran everybody off. Crack villain.
No, he didn't.
No, he did. He did. He ran everybody off. You did.
It got quiet.
I'm just talking. It's because my cousin's here, so he was just talking to me.
Crack villain's more than likely playing a video game. I'm
play
not.
video
I'm
games.
just sitting here thinking. I'm thinking.
I don't play video games either. That's what bait is.
All right. So you play debates?
I literally do not play video games whatsoever.
Oh, really? I thought you were a gamer.
Nope. No, man, I don't know what gave you that impression whatsoever.
I guess I wasn't paying enough attention. That shit cost too much.
And there he was, sat there just thinking.
All right, I'm not a gamer. So we're both not gamers. And to be honest, I wish I was a gamer, but so I could relate to more people. But yeah, I'm not a gamer either.
You've lived like one of those people that have lived a real life where the dopamine hits received from a game probably wouldn't be adequate to, sort of.
Yeah, it's too much. It's too much.
Well, no. I mean, like, as in dopamine hits you receive from gaming. I don't believe that your brain would really receive any form of real, tangible. How do you put it? Any real form of a tangible. Sort of like dopamine hits or any form of tangible pleasure from the game. The same way I don't.
Yeah, so are you saying it's similar to
drugs?
I mean, yeah,
alcohol.
I've done a lot of drugs in the past, so it's that. Yeah, so
there's a massive correlation between people that are either my age, like 27, people your age who have partaken in smoking either a lot of cannabis or other partaking in drugs in some way and not being able to really like get into gaming. People that sort of never took any drugs.
Okay,
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm not gonna even get into it. Yeah, man, that could be true.
It fucking is. I'm telling you right now. I'm telling you. Your propensity to enjoy games comes down to how many drugs that you've probably taken.
That's absolutely not true. As far as that goes, I've never. I mean, I used to enjoy games when I was a young man.
Before your brain was.
Actually, the reason that I don't use psychedelic drugs anymore is because I'm already mature. I just don't really have to do that anymore, and so I don't really.
Well, no, yeah, same as
what
me.
you're saying.
Well, no, I know. Your brain's matured. I get it. It's the same as me. I'm not saying it facetiously, bro. I'm being 100% fucking genuine.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie.
I used to game all the time, bro, and now it doesn't stimulate me. I can't help it.
Whisper secret. I did shitloads of freaking drugs and psychedelic freaking. I could tell you. I mean, I promise I did every amount of drugs that anyone could ever do when they were younger, and I don't use them anymore. And so, okay, cool.
You don't need to sell me on the point. I believe it fully. You got to remember, me and you are friends on Facebook. Don't dox me.
It's not a Facebook channel. I'm just saying, when you come in here, when we were talking about something and you come in and say,
what? Are you going to say I brought this up? Please don't.
No. Here it is. I mean, this comes up every time. It's like flat earthers say this and flat earthers say that. Boom. Well, they always just freaking strawman us every single fucking time. There's no reason. Yeah, so it's just like, I mean, and Earth itself presents itself the way it is, and even before, even as a child, I've known the Earth. I didn't know the Earth was flat, this way that I know it now.
You live in a landlocked state as well, though, to be fair, don't you? Like,
What is landlocked? What the fuck do you mean by landlocked?
You live in a landlocked state where you don't have the coast there, do you?
What?
You don't live by the coast.
Coast?
Yeah, you don't live.
No, I grew up in Central America. Yes, of course.
Yeah, that's what landlocked means. So,
okay, so I cannot figure out whether Earth is flat because I'm not near an ocean.
Did I say that? That straw man.
You didn't say that yet, but that was the implication.
No, the implication was like don't. Because you were talking about, what was it you said about growing up or something? And anyway, I was basically saying don't be.
Well, I'm not going to go through my whole fucking spiritual and ideological fucking everything that I mean, why the fuck would I do that?
I'm not asking you to.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect you to, But
why
yes,
would you expect me to? I would in private, but not here.
Yeah, we could, but I still wouldn't tell you my whole fucking history.
Helio, I'm just glad you were able to finally say ideological. Congratulations.
Ideological.
Well, you didn't say that, but yeah.
Okay, anyway, so where are we going with this?
You started picking on me for no reason, so I don't know, bro.
No. You were trying to say, since I live in middle of America, that I don't freaking understand how the Earth could be flat, because I don't live near
it. No, he's just saying that you don't live near the horizon being flat on the ocean.
So basically, like, the fact that I was going to actually give you a compliment, which was, if you had let me finish, I was saying I was going to say you live in a landlocked state, so the fact that you figured out that the Earth was flat is pretty fucking marvelous as it is. That's what I was actually.
And sure, and that's been my point for many, many seasons.
Well, I was going to make that point for you, but you thought I was going to be a facetious cunt.
All right.
I wasn't.
Yeah, because I am a facetious cunt. Thank you for confirming my point.
Sorry,
I love you guys. Anyway, and let's move beyond that point.
No, yeah, it's because drugs got brought into it, guys. It's aspersions on characters cast.
Well, I mean, I'm a former drug addict, but I'm not anymore. So
I'll tell you what, man, drugs get boring after a while, even if you keep doing them, even if you're hooked on them. You're like, fuck this, this sucks.
Yeah, I'm a drunk now, or whatever. And people
No, you're not a drunk. Stop it.
Okay, I mean, well, I drink a lot. How about that?
That's better.
Okay, cool. I drink a lot.
I don't like people declaring things because then it makes.
Yeah, I get that. But anyway, but I don't use narcotics anymore. So whatever.
Well, you do, but alcohol.
Okay, alcohol is a narcotic if you want to, but that's the only one that
is it a narcotic? Like it. The thing is with alcohol, right? Do you know what my main worry is with alcohol boys. That's you don't drink. You drink
We're
spirit.
not going through my fucking. You're not gonna freaking go through that. We're not doing that.
Well, no, I was gonna. All right, I'll do it with Glat then.
What's up?
Hey,
So,
Glad, are you drunk right now?
Helio, I'm over a year sober, my friend. Nope.
Okay,
so when
cool.
you
Glad's
were
not
drink,
drunk, and I am. So okay, you talk to
all right.
Glad.
no, I'm
So-
saying that. What do you think is better, to drink spirits or to drink ales or lagers for the body?
Well, for the body, I think it's ales and lagers. Even though you're going to put on pounds, it's a lot extra calories. There's enzymes and B vitamins that actually do assist with digestion, at least way more so than spirits, than grain alcohols and such. Those will just eat up your guts. Beer doesn't have to do that. Now, say like a Mexican beer, right? The C word. That one's not very good for you. It's tiger piss. Just like Bud Light. Bud Light's tiger piss, and there's probably hardly anything good about it.
Right.
But if you get like a craft brewed beer from down the street, your buddy's making it in his garage, boy, that's going to have some healthy yeast. So it just depends.
Right. So basically, this is the issue. I would put it to you, sir, that 99% of alcohol is in the United Kingdom. It's lager, right? Not ale. People aren't drinking ale; they're drinking strong, chemicalized lagers.
Hold
that
on.
don't really, but this isn't to speak to what Helio's doing. Helio, we're not talking about you in a minute. That was cool. But we will if you would like to.
Yeah, no, you finish your statement, and I have another one on top.
All right, sweet. All right.
As an
So my point,
addendum.
right. So my point really is that because lager is the way that it is, right? And I mean, the beer that's served in the United Kingdom, Budweiser, like you were saying, fucking Bud Light, whatever you want to call it, right? Let's say Special Brew, Carlsberg. A lot of alcoholics that are, let's say, rich, that drink very, very highly distilled alcohols, right, with very high bioavailabilities, meaning blood absorption levels, it comes out on the other end that the alcoholics that drink probably way more units of alcohol per night, they come out healthier, right? And this is recordable. They come out to appear to be healthier because the types of liquor that they drink are far exceedingly better for their bodies, and that's because they can afford to buy, let's say, Hennessy XO or Courvoisier XO, as opposed to drinking.
This is my. They eat less and they eat less.
They just eat less. Well, no, I'm saying like people that eat normally eat it as well. So like I found that the people that are alcoholics, right? Like, and I'm not about people that are like.
Well, I was just saying, just for this is only for a thing. I mean, this doesn't have to do with like eating.
Be right
or
back, guys. I
anything.
got to finish my
I mean,
breakfast.
everybody thinks drunk or stoned. You're always hungry, when once you get done drinking, you're drunk. You're hungry or stoned. You're going to be hungry. You're going to want to eat something. It doesn't matter if you smoke weed or.
I wasn't on about eating.
At the end of your binge, you're going to be hungry as shit.
I wasn't on about eating though, either.
I know that, but
all right.
Okay.
All right. No, sorry, I misunderstood what you were trying to say.
I thought you were talking about food, though.
No. I was saying that. So what I was trying to say is so I was trying to say that rich people skate by, right, unassumedly as alcoholics, right? No one realizing effectively that they're alcoholics and get away with the side effects, the bad side.
Well, I mean, you can't just generalize. What are you saying? The rich people
that can afford to drink, like.
The poor people could get drunk. What the fuck are you talking about?
Hold on, he dropped out.
This is why you guys don't like me talking a lot. So whatever.
He dropped out.
I didn't.
He's back now.
What was that, Haley?
I said rich people don't. It's like it doesn't matter. All people that go to parties or whatever. It doesn't matter.
Or
if
people
you're
get
poor
drunk
or
too,
rich.
right?
Yeah, whatever the fuck. Come on.
No, I'm saying that I'm on about the health implications of alcoholism, right? My dad was an
What the
alcoholic.
fuck are we talking about? One party night, or are we talking about lifelong
I think you're missing my point.
implications? Yeah, I definitely am missing your point.
Well, that's why I said I would speak to Glat about it instead of you at that time. because-
Okay, well, what do you have to say about this, Glenn?
Well, I was saying about the lifelong implications of drinking alcohol, right? That is effectively bought by the rich, yeah, meaning they know exactly what alcohols to buy in order to appear to society. I'm not saying I'm not really casting aspersions on your drinking. I'm not saying anything to do with that. I'm saying that there's this sort of view of alcoholism, right?
I watch a lot of TV shows where there's long-term drinkers where they actually are successful with money and shit.
My main point is if you're rich, yeah, you can't really be an alcoholic. Like to society, I'm on about. You can be, obviously, but I'm saying in the eyes of society, rich people aren't viewed as alcoholics.
I'm fucking with you.
I know you are, but I'm saying that in terms of my point, really, is that rich people seem to skate by on this like notion that because they're rich, effectively, and they're able to buy.
I got it.
I grew up around lawyers. High-paid lawyers, and I'll tell you something. There's just as many alcoholics, if not more.
I know there are. That's my whole point.
In the legal system.
That's kind of my point. Is that there are more. I've met more alcoholics.
They get away with it. You're right.
They get away with it because
but I mean,
they're able to
listen,
buy
dude,
alcohol.
it comes back to bite them. I've seen a bunch of them die off because of pancreatic cancer, all kinds of stuff from the drinking. Because they all day drink. They pregame in the office because they got a bottle there, and then they go after work to the boys club, have a couple drinks, and then they go home and have a couple drinks.
Hold the phone before we get started on that. Did they have doctors?
What?
Are
you asking if doctors are doing the same thing? No, but they're using pharmaceuticals instead.
Okay, well, I'm just saying.
Doctors don't get drunk. They get caught, but they do everything else that you can put in pill form. Absolutely.
Just asking because I don't have insurance, so I've recently went to a doctor and he's prescribed me some medicine.
Better off without the medicine, bro.
I know.
You're better off without the medicine. Have you needed it until now? Have you quote unquote needed it until this motherfucker said, "Hey, have these pills. Pay my bills. Take these pills."
Hey, I'm working through this.
I know, buddy. I know. Just don't take the goddamn pills. Change your diet instead. That's all I'll say.
Yeah, I'm a piece of shit.
Oh, Helio, I've got a really good album I'm going to send to you, bro. I'm going to send it in your DMs. Would you prefer it on Spotify or would you prefer it on YouTube? Yeah.
Helio, you there, buddy?
Yeah, I'm here, man.
Appreciate your music here.
Send me any messages. I'll catch up.
It's crack villain, man. So I'm saying it's basically. Do you want to turn the kitchen light on? Basically what it is, is my friend created an album a little while ago, and it's about his metamorphosis.
You said one of your friends were taking drugs from.
He was taking drugs. He actually was, but I'm saying it's part of his story, and basically created an album to that effect, and it's like the metamorphosis of him going from being someone that was
I've recently
by pharmakia
I've recently been prescribed drugs for blood pressure because
What are they for
I ain't gonna
Tylenol?
lie, my blood pressure is extremely high. It's scary high. I ain't gonna lie. Fucking
Well,
scary.
well, okay, then maybe we should help you out with that somehow. You might think, how could Crackville help out Helio with it? Did study
Well, let's
health
figure it out.
fitness and public services at college, and I do know quite a lot about the body and the anatomy, and so does Glatt actually as well.
Hey, if yeah, I know you, Crackville. If I told you what my blood pressure is, like,
Helio, all you got to do though,
scare me, right?
all you got to do is quit drinking.
Fucking scary.
That's it.
Oh.
But quit. He might be physically addicted to drinking, so it might not be as
That's
simple
fine.
as that. Then.
That's okay. It's not the hardest thing you'll ever do in your life, Helio. It's just one of the hardest, but you can get through it.
I've done it before.
Well, then do it again, because your heart's gonna thank you. Family, everybody, all of us that get to experience how awesome you are. You know what I mean? And don't do it for us. Do it for yourself. Just get healthy so that you can feel better and not have to worry about it. You know what I mean? That's all.
Okay, I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you guys telling me so. May or may not
That's all you got to do.
happen.
You can
It may or
keep
may not
doing
happen,
everything
but-
else in your life the way you do it, but just discontinue alcohol. That's the main reason that your blood pressure's high. That's all. That's all there is to it.
You know, I kind of think that's true, but yeah.
I
it's
took my blood
the
pressure
fact.
down from where it was down, like it was at 150, 60s, back down to a not just normal but healthy levels when I quit drinking. But it took me to physically detox. You got to do at least a month or two of not drinking at all. Then you really start to feel those benefits.
Well,
Yeah, man.
drinking causing vascular constriction, Helio. Drinking literally causes vascular constriction. This is what
Well, how about this?
It causes dilation of the vascular system on a dermal level. That's why you get redness in the face with alcoholics, for instance. Yeah. Purple nose effect and all of that. It causes vascular constriction, so the capillaries become dilated, and then once they become dilated, unfortunately, blood actually not only gets trapped in them, it creates.
Yeah, Crackville, and I'm not near that point yet, so whatever. You know, so.
Well, no, I'm
I
not
mean,
saying
my
you are, but if
blood
you've got
pressure
high,
is.
that's good. That's
very
good.
high.
That's good then. If you're not at that level, then that's fucking brilliant. That means you can really fix shit.
Just gotta want to. That's all there is to it. Just gotta want it.
Almost like my doctor's like, oh, which I don't go to doctors. I just went to this free clinic, and he's just like, I went to him for another issue.
It's a free clinic. How do you think the doctor gets paid, Helio? Prescribing
No, he's
medication.
a volunteer. He's a volunteer.
Okay, anybody who prescribes medication, though, is certified to do so and gets paid to do so.
Hey.
So whoever gave you those drugs is getting money for that. May not be a lot, but they are getting paid to do that. That's part of their job.
No,
Practicing medicine.
I know it's practicing medicine. Anyway, you know, I mean, dude, I know this. I
just don't want you to think you're doomed.
Hold the phone.
No.
I mean, I know that I can promise you guys. Hold on. I know that my blood pressure is high, which can cause a dangerous effect in my head. Not that I think that, oh, if I take drugs, I'll be. I'm actually curious because I don't plan on dying anytime soon.
Helio, did the doctor talk to you about maybe how much you drink? Did he bring it up at all? Did you guys talk about it?
No.
Okay. Because here's the thing. Here's the thing with blood pressure medication and alcoholism is they don't mix. That's the only reason why I keep warning you. Just because I love you, buddy. And those two things, it's not going to help you. It's got to be one or the other, really.
It helped kill my dad really quickly, Helio. When my dad was put on blood pressure medications, bro. Yeah. You're trying to regulate your blood pressure when you have something something that's took into the body that actually deregulates. So you're getting mixed messages there. Your body's natural system that's there to equilibrate that out starts to effectively fight against the very treatment, right? And you actually end up being more detrimental to yourself than
It's
helpful.
like he was asking me all kinds of questions, except for that one.
Yeah, of course he was.
Of course he was.
Yeah, I know. And so I was thinking about this
And
the other day.
he might even have been able to tell that you have a
But
drink or
he
two every
already-
now and
he
again just
already
by
knows-
talking to you,
he
but he
already
didn't give a
knows
fuck.
that- No, he already knows
Didn't care.
that I'm a heavy drinker because he had some.
Did you do blood tests?
Yeah, I did a blood test.
You sure you did blood tests?
Yeah, and he was like,
Okay.
"Your blood test looked good," and then he was like,
Yeah, but he didn't see. If he didn't say anything about the alcohol content in your blood or the fat levels, lipids, all this kind of thing, you just shouldn't even have talked to this guy, man.
Okay. All right.
Straight up.
All right. Cool. Well, it's just like, yeah.
So I'm saying you're better off without anything he said. Don't take the meds, but I love you, so and you know how to do that.
Yeah, my blood pressure.
You know how to get healthy.
Pretty fucking high though.
Yeah, but don't let him scare you into taking drugs for it, dude.
Yeah, I know.
Please.
What did he give you? What did he give you? Propranolol? Beta blockers? Did he give you propranolol?
I'm not going to tell you what he prescribed, but anyway.
Well, all right, maybe
What's your blood pressure at, Helio?
Pretty fucking hot. I ain't gonna lie.
What's high?
I'm not going to tell you what my fucking blood pressure is. Pretty fucking high.
I'll DM you on Facebook.
That's all I'm going to tell you.
I'll DM you on Facebook. Because if it's like I said, my dad's was pretty hot.
Hey,
right?
let me ask you this, since you asked me, what do you think would be high?
I think 195 would be high.
195 is really high.
Wait, what? I'm talking about, there's two numbers. What?
Ignore the number on the bottom. It's the number on the top that you're looking at.
It's systolic is what you are worried about.
Yeah, systolic, diastolic. Which one would be?
The one on top. Anything
The one
above
on
like
top.
160.
The first
is
number.
high.
Yeah, anything above 150.
I've heard 200.
I've seen, man, I worked in the old folks' home. I've seen 220, 230. It's fucking ridiculous. Yeah.
What gets really dangerous is when the top number and the bottom number get close together.
Right.
Yeah, that's true, actually.
So if you're not in those ballparks, Helio, that's great. But either way, no, you know what to do. It's got to be
I'm not gonna fucking answer the question unless you guys fucking give me a real answer.
Here, look, we managed to get my dad back from like 220, bro.
I don't know. I mean, it's
to a healthy number from alcoholism.
not healthy with
A healthy level. I'm talking an actual healthy level as well. So I'm just saying, like,
the only reason I ever went to the doctor was just because
of your knee, right? Because your leg.
You know, it was my leg. Yeah. And, like,
And then he ended up giving you blood pressure medication. Come on. Get out of here. He couldn't prescribe you any painkillers, I guess. I don't know, maybe you declined them, but
maybe because you knew you were
left
on
there.
CNS depressants.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why. But he didn't mention them. But he knew you didn't get brain meds.
That's a free clinic. I don't have any insurance, so it's a free clinic.
I should also tell you something, dude. Just those kinds of guys, man. See, here's the problem. They they have good intentions and they want to become doctors, real doctors, whatever that means to them, but they have to go through all these trenches and they got to sell a bunch of drugs first.
Been for 20 years, you know.
Got to sell drugs first before they become real doctors, and that's really too bad and terrible, but that's the way it goes. That's why you went for a leg issue and left with blood pressure medication.
Well, I only went for the leg issue because they wanted the doctors to know because my leg was fucked.
But now you have drugs in your pocket and a worry about your blood pressure. That's both good and bad. Hopefully that you can use it as an opportunity.
Though, when I'm laying in my bed sometimes, laying down, I can fucking feel my blood pressure going whoa, 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 in my brain. Feels pretty hot, man.
Yeah, that's what happened to my dad.
So I mean, it's not like that. It's not like I don't have high blood pressure.
We're not saying that you don't. We're just saying that the guy didn't really give you any real remedy toward fixing it other than blood.
Sure, because he's actually volunteering his time. But he, whatever. I'll figure it
what
out.
I'm saying is dude,
helps his career.
Bro, listen, he's doing pro bono work, right? Which he can put on his fucking which he can put on
what
his.
The fuck happens in Europe? You have to pay for your medical care there in Europe, there, crack villain.
Yeah, if you want real medical care, yeah, you have to pay for it 100%.
Well, but if you have to get a general checkup, do you have to pay for it? No! The answer is no. So shut the fuck up.
Jesus.
Either you need to calm the fuck down.
But still the answer is no. I'll shut the fuck up.
You're lucky I'm smoking right now.
So the past is the future here, and the voice text is showing us what one of the guys there in the YouTube chat named Alex, he's a long-time listener. Never come in the voice chat as far as I know. But he's saying that our channel, pay attention to these people trying to overtake your channel. Dennis, who is Helio, you are 100% infiltrated. What does this mean?
He's trolling.
Dude,
Alex is a good dude. He's been
totally
in here before.
I know. I'm just wondering what he's talking about.
Oh, I'm so scared.
Listen, wait there a second. He's not. Listen, just to clear something up. Infiltrated. No, this live stream, that he has is run inside of our server. Yeah, this server is our server, not Helio's server per se. Right? That's his YouTube.
We're partners.
Exactly. Like, I think people forget that. I think they think because it's like your YouTube channel, like I could start my own live stream up if I wanted to and do a 24/7 live stream in here myself. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, I think people forget that. Do you know what I mean? That like, and then they go, oh, I don't know if he's being facetious, but
that guy Alex and that his comment it is in the YouTube chat.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like some people think we're making money off of this. This is fucking crazy. Nobody's making money here.
You've been infiltrated, dude. Infiltrated by the people that.
So you guys, if you think I'm an agent, I don't know how to convince you I'm not. Let's just talk about the Earth. God, why are you guys even talking about this? Anyway.
Hello, me. Hello. Welcome.
How you doing anyway? You good?
Is there a rules channel so I pick my rules?
Oh, do you have
$33? You didn't get to pick your rolls.
Wait. Do you have $33 you can buy a roll?
We're selling pig rolls, pork rolls, scratch you on the back bacon rolls. We selling Michelin star.
$66, $660. $666.
We're
You
selling
can get a
rolls
gold
that will.
roll. And you just be like,
No,
shit,
Hulu, we don't
I'll
sell
get.
gold rolls. But I can guarantee you, I know a motherfucker who would buy a gold roll off of us for $600.
I'll come back when.
Holy shit! No,
Wait,
oh,
allow me. Yeah, come back when it's not allow me. How about
you're gonna buy
DM
a gold roll for $666.
someone DM him because I feel bad now. Apparently, I didn't realize that was actually someone really new to the conversation. Where that? New arrivals, voice log. No, fuck that. That's a wormhole. That's a wormhole.
Wait. The rabbit hole is $53 because you get to go down Alice's rabbit hole for $53.
Oh fuck! I don't care about the privacy settings of the server. I'm trying to go on to someone else. Server settings. I tell you, it's actually harder to control this shit on a fucking computer than a phone. It is, dude. Like you go on the audit log, right? And it's like update with no reason. Remove.
It's too bad once you join the server and you don't have to have a role, but you can go down into the lower areas of the server and you can find free information. You don't even have to have a role. You can find out about all kinds of information about Flat Earth. You don't have to have a role. Figure out what the fuck we're talking about 24 hours a day here.
We can have a chat. Have a chat. Here, if you keep your mouth shut for just a minute. Yeah? Bruh? I'm just fucking with you.
I know, I'm good. You guys continue.
We love you anyway, bro. That's the reason we're talking about, like, the doctor, yeah. If he cared about you and he was so benevolent and was doing his job right, yeah. Do you know what he would have done? He would have mentioned the fact that, if he did blood tests on you especially, he wouldn't have just been like, "Yeah, bro, take this medication for your effective, for your blood pressure." He would have basically opened up with the fact this blood pressure medication doesn't work so well with alcohol. We have a new guy by the way of Halal Meat. Yo, Halal Meat. I hope your name is facetious. Well, to be fair, this isn't the place to debate that.
Yo, what's up?
Yeah, break a chunk
It's not
off, man.
facetious.
What you got?
Nothing.
I literally spent about an hour last night trying to get food that wasn't halal, which is funny. Yeah, so welcome to the server, dude. What brings you by?
Found it on Discord. Pretty funny. So
Pretty funny.
pretty interesting. I mean, where's the rules? 'Cause I'm trying to pick my rules. I can't find the rules channel.
At the minute you have got VC verified, right? You get in this case roles aren't like self-assigned like that, right? Like there may be some roles that are meaningless that I can attach to you. Do you know what I mean? Like, so, like, what sort of roles we talking here, brother?
Global Earth.
Huh?
You sound familiar. Have you been here before?
Wait there, Godric.
Yeah, I've been here before.
1 second.
Global Earther.
Yeah, well, Globe Earther. You want to be right? So, wait, are you a Muslim?
Yes.
And you believe the Earth's a globe?
Yes.
Do you not even believe in the Quran or something?
Yeah, I do believe in the Quran, and the arguments that Muslims bring from the Quran is twisting every single verse, and they don't accept Ibn Kathir, which is one of the classic scholars we have, and
Kathir, okay. So what translation do you use? Are you Sunni or Shia? Sunni?
Sunni.
Yeah, because Kathir, right? So you read Bukhari, yeah?
Yep.
So what if I show you? What if I show you in Bukhari that it's flat?
He could show me if it's authentic, but Doesn't mean
But
anything.
you'll be able to know.
I already know the hadith, yes.
Exactly. So you'll be able to know.
Well, I know one hadith that says, "Oh, the sun sets down on the sun rises and then rests in a place, whatever." Yeah, I know this hadith.
Yeah, but something setting and something rising is
Yeah.
something completely different. Rising could mean an altitude. Setting could mean what? Something sets, it changes its form, it changes its solidification, it changes. So it could be changing from something that's once it sets, right? So it effectively could mean something else, especially when we go back and translate the words. I was just trying to argue from the authority that you believe in. We have a channel further down, right? Actually called the. So if you go down to the spirituality section, there's a section in there that says Quran. Okay, if you click in there, I'll just do it right now. The only reason I'm bringing this that we like to stick to the scientific proof, right, in this place. But because you're a Muslim, I'm appealing to an authority that you believe in, right? Much like if you would come in here and you're a science head face, big old sciencey, then I would much just stick to.
Yeah, hold the phone. The crack villain, you didn't even ask him about the flat Earth.
I'm not
You were
finished.
saying, well,
I'm
I
not
mean,
finished.
it sounded like you were about to kick him out because he was
No,
talking
I'm not
about
kicking
the
anyone
Quran.
out. What are you on about? I was about to provide him websites from the Quran.
Okay, well, I mean, it
So-
seems like you were really hard on the Quran there.
Listen, I've talked to other Muslim flat earthers, and they don't accept Ibn Kathir, they don't accept Al-Qurtubi, they don't accept classic scholars. So I'm not gonna go with their consensus and what they believe the Quran means when classic
But then
scholars.
I know
No,
Muslims that
that's
accept
the
Kathir.
argument. I mean, we're talking about flat Earth. We're talking about Earth.
But there's something interesting there though, because they don't accept Kathir. You're like, oh, I won't go along with what they're saying. What if I was to provide you a Muslim that's a flat earther that does?
Well, you could bring me any Muslim that says the Earth is flat. That's just a difference of opinions.
But you just appeal to authority based on that, so that you see your fallacious thinking. You get what I mean?
No, appeal to authority isn't always bad.
Well, no, you basically said that because other Muslims don't accept, Kathir, that you're not willing to listen to him. But then when I said, all right, I'll give you someone that does listen to Kathir and does accept his, his translation and his scholarship, then you were like, well, I wouldn't listen to them either. So that's called you're violating the law of non-contradiction. Anyway, besides the point, you say the Earth's a globe. You want the globe Earth roll, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, sweet. So first, we would have to establish that you even know what you're talking about before we start handing out roles based on things that have meaning to them, right? So, we live on a globe, right? Okay, sweet. What's the radius?
The radius, I don't know by heart. You're talking about the curvature, right?
Well, radius is intrinsically set inside of the fact that being it's a spherical
Radius is
trigonometry
not curvature.
measurement. Well, radius would suggest that there is curvature, though. You could take the radius of a flat circle, but radius of a spherical geometric sphere, as he's talking, would suggest that yeah. I'm not talking about the curvature. I'm talking about what the number is, but you don't know it. It's cool.
Well,
All right, so
find it in a second. Doesn't.
you can find it on Google in seconds. But do you know the circumference? What's the circumference?
The circumference is the perimeter of, the edge.
What do you mean the edge?
What I mean by the edge. So the edge is
Wait,
the outline.
did you say you're a glober? You're a glober, right?
Yes.
So what edge? There's no edge to a globe.
Well, yeah, there isn't because circumference assumes that something is a 2D. That's how you think the
What? Circumference doesn't assume 2D. What are you talking about?
Well, that's how I've always learned circumference.
Well, so the equator, right, doesn't have a circumference.
So you're asking me the circumference of the equator?
Oh, I'm asking you what's the circumference of the Earth, roughly. It's a ball, right? So it's roughly the same everywhere. Obviously, it's an oblate spheroid, meaning that it's slightly misshapen at certain parts, but like roughly, based on the radius, of 3959 or 3,559 miles, it has a circumference, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Do you agree with the radius of 3959?
I'll accept it if that's what global earthers say. I'll accept it.
Not what the Quran says, but what global earthers say. Just remember that. Anyway, so just saying. So then it would follow that the thing that has a radius of 3959 also has a circumference. Spheres can have circumferences as well as circles, just to let you know, dude.
Yeah, but a sphere and a circle have the sphere and the circle have the same circumference, right? So
a sphere and a circle don't necessarily have the same circumference. What are you talking about? We could be talking about
if we change. Okay, so if we
a circle with an equal radius will potentially have the same circumference. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So that's what I'm asking. Okay. Yeah.
But we're talking about a spherical Earth, not a circle. Are you a flat Earth?
No, I'm
or are you a globe? You're talking about a globe, right?
Yes.
So we're talking about spherical trig, not circular. We're not talking about circle, the geometry of measuring circles right now. We're talking about measuring the globe, dude. Right?
Okay.
So you want the globe Earth roll, so I'm testing to see what you know about your own model, right?
Okay, go ahead.
So again, what's the circumference?
40,000 kilometers.
40,000 kilometers, which would be roughly what in miles?
In what?
In miles. What about roughly in miles? So that'd be around about what?
25,000. Bro, it's just on the internet.
Boom. Bingo. Well, this is the point. A true glober uses Google, so remember that.
Okay.
Helio, there's a reason why I'm doing this. All right, so you agree with those numbers?
I'm sorry, I thought I was muted. Go ahead, brother.
No,
sorry.
I just want the rolls, so I'm just giving the answer they give. Go ahead.
Well, if you just want the rolls, then
because I am a global earther.
Which means what?
Which means I believe the Earth is round, is a sphere.
You believe it's round? Oh, so that's all right then. Oh, okay. Well, the thing is, dude, is you just conceded the argument already, so that's cool. Thanks for the concession. You believe it's round. It's cool.
No, I know it's round.
What happened to the belief part? You didn't even know the circumference a minute ago, but now you want to say that you believe it's round? And then you want to say you know it's round? You didn't even know the dimensions therein of the globe in order for you to be able to actually see whether or not what you see comports with the globe?
I don't need to know them by heart to know my position.
Well, you sort of do need to know the actual size of the globe in order for you to sort of say
so what's
that
the
it is
perimeter
one.
of your flat Earth? Go ahead. What's the perimeter of your flat Earth?
And one thing you know about the globe, just one thing.
I don't need to know the perimeter of my flat Earth, do I?
Okay, so you're not a flat earther then.
No, that's a straw man.
Well, yeah.
No, listen, wait. Somebody measures flat. Luckily, it's a descriptor of the surface, right? Again, what you observe in reality is that the Earth is flat and motionless, right? That is literally just the natural sensory position to take. It's not a positive claim, so I don't have to provide any positive or any form of evidence to back up my claim on the Earth being flat. Yours is the positive claim because it's
and all this time you've been talking to flat earthers. Has any flat earther made a positive claim, shown you, here's my flat earth model, why don't you show me why this is wrong. None of the flat earthers have done that. Why would you make such a claim? Nobody's done that. I mean, this is not. This is. It's kind of your argument is absent of anything. It was like it's like, well, show me something that you never showed me. It's kind of
Okay,
weird.
so you
What's
can
wrong with
disprove.
you?
Listen, you can disprove my global earther.
No, no, no,
argument
no, no. We don't
because
have to disprove anything. We're asking you to show us the claim. You say that we're making a claim. You said that we're making a claim. We're
yes,
not.
you are making a claim.
Okay,
Claim
what's
did
the
you
claim?
do you
That's my
positive,
claim.
do you positively believe that the Earth is flat?
No.
No, you don't.
No, we don't have to believe it. We don't have to believe it. That's what we observe.
Do you?
It's the natural position to take. The globe is the positive claim. The globe is the assertion after the fact, right? So listen, and I'll break it down this way. And let's stop this debatatory attitude because you're not actually here to debate. You said that already. You're here to get the roles, right? So the Earth presents itself as flat, right? Any normal individual without NASA, without any other form of information, would wake up, and if you were to ask them, what is the Earth? They would say, it's flat, right? If you were to say, do you think it's moving? They would probably say, I don't feel it moving, right? They would probably presume the things moving in the sky were moving, not them, for one, even though obviously in the heliocentric model it's both. But the point is that the globe is the claim that is antithetical to what we experience with our senses, dude. So the positive claim, in fact, is the globe, right? When you say, oh, you don't know the perimeter of your flat earth, therefore you're not a flat earther, right? Yeah? That doesn't mean anything to me, right? Okay, I'm not a flat earther that has a perimeter. Well done. Sweet. Cool. I'm happy with that.
Then you're being inconsistent. That's all. That's all. That's
No,
all.
I'm not being inconsistent. You're a glober that claims to believe in the circumference, dude, and you didn't know it. I'm not a flat earther who's saying I know the perimeter. I didn't make a positive claim about the perimeter.
Did I make a positive claim about the circumference, or did you?
Yes, you did. I
Yeah.
asked you. I
Okay.
specifically asked you, do you believe the numbers? And I asked you for the numbers. You gave them to me. Then I asked you, do you believe in them? In order to make sure you made the claim.
Hold on, Crack Villain. In case he hasn't made a positive claim, can you assert your positive claim about that? Can you go ahead and do that now for us?
Assert what?
Your positive claim about the globe Earth. Can you go ahead and insert that now so that we can analyze it?
Okay, bro. It says according to.
No, your positive claim. This is a personal claim of yours. Or are you just?
Okay, I'll take the position, bro. I'll take the position. 40,000 kilometers, 25,000 miles. Okay, that's my position. Yes.
It's a positive claim that it has a circumference of 25,000 miles. That's what I said.
Yes. It's a claim that.
Right. So how am I how am I inconsistent? Because I don't have a perimeter value.
Because you said if you don't know the. Because before I didn't make the positive claim, but yeah, that's how.
All right, so now
No,
you like with the 40,000 miles, which
kilometers. Yeah.
That's kind of bullshit.
Kilometers,
Where did you get that? Where did you get that number from? That's not your personal observation. That's just somebody you just believe somebody.
Did you just ask
came
what
up
I
with that
believe in,
number.
or did you ask my observation? I don't know.
Oh, well, yeah, well, both, I guess. I mean, you believe
Can be both.
the people that came up with the observation. I mean, I can tell that
Can be
right
both.
away.
Can be both. He told me, "Do you believe in it?" So I told you.
Right,
that.
you believe in the guys that came up with the observation. Anyway, go ahead.
Bear in mind, it was an observation. Yeah, he did. Let me just take
Go
a
ahead,
second because
Crack.
I
I'll
haven't
shut
been
up.
in ages. I'll hand it off in a sec. So the reason why I said, look, dude, right? Like, and you have to. I just want you to understand this point. I never agreed that there even was a perimeter to the flat Earth. For one, right? I never stated that there was a numerical value to a perimeter on a flat Earth, right? Flat Earth is simply a descriptor of the surface that we live on. We live on a topographical plane that measures locally and non-locally, because I know other people around the, on the Earth, around, on the Earth. You see the program in there? Even I slip to say the word around. But so even I know people across this plane that have had their own local observations that show that it is locally flat where they are, right? Okay. Obviously I would love to know how many massively flat, we're talking, let's say 19.7 miles out, yeah, plus a 60-mile horizon. So then we have an area roughly, let's say, that is 19 by 70 miles, right? How many spots like that does it take to make up a globe? Do you know what I mean? Like, this is the point, right? We know that water finds its level. We know the hydrostatic states of water, which is that water finds its level, right? The water of the earth apparently is at 70 to 72%, right? Anywhere between there. We know that water measures flat. Okay.
Wait.
I say, yeah.
Where does gravity come from?
Where does gravity come from? What type of gravity are you talking about?
The gravity that makes us attract, that the other masses attracts us.
Well, that was superseded 106 years ago by the warping and bending of space-time by the theory of general relativity by Einstein. So you're a little bit out of date there. You with the old and busted.
Can you say that slower? Because your voice is.
I said effectively, right? Yeah. I said what you just stated. Yeah. I said what type of gravity? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What did you say?
I said the gravity, the constant
that attracts us to the center of mass, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this
so
one.
You're talking mass attracting mass, correct?
Yes.
So you're out of date by about 106 years. Mass attracting mass was superseded by the warping and bending of space-time. So i.e. time dilation, right? Gravitational wells, okay? Gravitational wells that are manipulated by the pressing down on the fabric of space by mass itself, thus distorting the fabric of space, creating the actual well in the actual fabric, which would thus then create the emergent force of gravity. That's what your model says. You're out of date a little bit there by, 106 years, as I stated before, on your gravitational idea of a model of gravity, which again has no scientific validation for it and is admitted. So it's not self-evident. Something that is self-evident would be that no. How is it self-evident?
Because in order to deny them, you cannot even deny gravity because there's no other worldview that makes sense.
No, I can deny gravity because the thing is, because falsification is independent of replacement for one. Okay, yeah. Gravity has more than one thing ascribed to it. You yourself have just described a form of gravity that has been disproven by your own side as what you believe to be true. So you're going to make that concession at least that you yourself effectively asserted a form of gravity that's been disproven. So
yeah, I made a mistake then. I don't know the name of it, but the gravity that Earth itself has.
Right, which has got nothing to do with mass attracting mass. So you weren't just mistaken, you were completely out of the ballpark, dude. Right? So that's the point, is that they want to keep everyone believing that mass attracting mass still applies when actually it was superseded, right? They do this because mass attracting mass is easier to understand. And why would it be that they want to take True Prevails' words right out of their mouth? Why would it be that they wouldn't want us to have a theory on gravity that would include mass attracting mass?
I don't know.
Well, you can test it, couldn't you? Where in nature do you see masses coalescing toward one another?
You can't do so. Well, you do see that with the
Don't
Earth
bring up
going around the sun.
Cavendish. With the Earth going around the sun, that proves mass attracting mass. How?
Why does the Earth go around the sun then? There's no other
You would
explanation.
first have to prove that the Earth is going around the sun. That's called a begging a question fallacy. And also a presuppositional assertion that the Earth is first a sphere.
He said that mass attracted mass. Does the Earth attract to the sun? Any ever?
Yeah, that's in orbit, dude. That's in orbit. So that's not
because of the
They're
gravitational
not
force of the
attracting.
sun.
They're not attractive in any way.
And again, like I told you, mass attracting mass was superseded by the warp independent of space-time. Each thing has its own gravitational well now, creating the emergent force of gravity. So you're out of date by 106 years or more. So again, let's stick with. Can we at least stick with? Can we at least stick with the hyper specific? Right. Let's get some specificity. Please at least stick to your current pseudoscientific rhetoric. Meaning you can't just go and like this conversation, bear in mind, is going to go toward you getting your globe Earth roll if you continue to do so and have this conversation in the way that you're currently having it. You know, you're being pretty cordial with me, even though I'm getting a little bit heated at times, which is good. You know, you are sort of being pushed through the ringer a little bit here, but bro, you know, iron sharpens iron and all that, right? And I'm testing what you know about your globe. I'm not going to just give you the globe tag if you're going to come in here and spout a load of bullshit about the globe that's not even part of the model. Right? So
I'm telling you what I've learned in school. I'm not telling you anything less or more.
I understand that, and I'm correcting you on what they've taught you in school, and you're probably googling what I'm saying and probably finding that what I'm saying isn't false, right?
I'm playing a chess game while we're speaking.
Well, no, I'm asking you to fact check me as we go along, so that you know that I'm not lying to you.
Okay.
Do you understand? So when I say, right, that gravity is no longer described as mass attracting mass, right? The reason that they had to do this is because, remember, mass attracting mass would be something that we could physically test with our hands here on Earth, right? We could, you know, and then again, it would be something that we would need to observe in nature, right? You know, like we would literally need to observe masses attracted toward masses. Yeah? Does that make sense?
I still accept the proposition that mass accepts mass because that's how gravitational force work. Now, the reason why we don't observe mass is like two balls next to each other.
Right. What's mass? What's mass? Just because you keep throwing the word out. What's mass?
You don't know what's mass?
Did I say that? I asked you, what's the definition of mass? What is mass?
The definition. So you want the definition from the dictionary?
Well, you should no. Well, tell me what mass is. Just tell me. You should be
mass
able
is
to
like
tell.
the particles you have in your I know it in French because that's how I studied it. So I don't know.
So now mass is the particles in my body. Wrong.
No, it's like the number of. For example, it's like the number of matter, for example, or the number of.
What's matter?
Matter itself, it's something you find in space.
Matter is something you find in space. No, space is the place where there is no matter. That's how space is defined. Space is defined as the privation of matter and gas.
So it's a vacuum.
Of all matter. Yeah. That's what space is defined as, and then when I say what's matter, you go space. No. This is what I mean. You've got it all completely backwards, bro. I don't think you understand the globe model at all at this point. So, and this is common, and this isn't me like having a dig at you, right? Okay, yeah. So when you go to school and they teach you about the globe, right? Because it's not an education, it's propaganda. Were you ever provided an alternative model, or an alternative form of way of looking at it? Right. So,
model.
would you have got let's say I was to give you your school, right, and there was a question on one of your papers at school, right? Yeah. And it was, what causes us to be able to stand on the earth, right? And it was a multiple choice, and one answer would be, for instance, giraffes. The other would be unicorns. The other would be bulldogs, and then the other one would be gravity. You would choose gravity, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Your school would mark you as being correct, correct?
Yes.
That's called indoctrination.
If you say so, but then if school teaches that the Earth is
Oh,
flat,
I don't
then-
say so. I can prove it via definition of the actual word indoctrination and via what I've just set out. What defines the difference between an education and an indoctrination? One is an assertion of truth, right? Without any form of base evidence or empirical form of evidence. Yeah? So, allowing someone to believe or think, yeah? Or teaching someone that something is a fact when there is no evidence for it. Then, to propagate it as a full indoctrination, you would then make them believe, right, that they had done correctly by, in the way of giving them an exam or a test, yeah? You would insert the form of indoctrination you had taught to them and then affirm it, right, as something to be true by giving them a tick next to their exam paper, right, that says you are correct. Gravity is the correct answer. How can they tell you gravity is the correct answer for the thing that holds you to the face of this ball that you apparently live on, when there's no scientific proof of gravity whatsoever, as admitted by their own mouths?
So one, they give you the answers they want you to have. The other one, when they educate you, they teach you how to find the answers yourself.
Exactly.
There isn't any alternative answer that is good enough.
Yeah, there is.
in today's
Yeah,
world.
there
What
is.
it? What is it?
Okay, so right.
Hey, Truth, welcome.
Hey, Godric.
Say it. I didn't hear it. The mic was
Right. So right. I did say hello to you earlier, Truth. I think.
Hey, Craig. I've been here all night, though, guys.
Oh, have you? Oh, you loaded in when when I first came in. You weren't here, were you?
I was probably here and went somewhere else and then came back.
Oh, that's why. Because I
you
remember
guys-
when you came back, and I was like, "Yo," and then
You guys
yeah.
are late to the party.
I'm late to the party,
So
100%.
welcome, Crack. Welcome, Godric.
But so okay, so let me give you something that would be an alternative. So gravity keeps things and causes things to go down, right, toward a vector of the center of the Earth, right?
Mm-hmm.
According to you, since you're sticking with this mass attracting mass as well, which makes it really easy, right?
Mm-hmm.
So okay, it's masses effectively that go toward the center of Earth, correct?
Yes.
Does helium have mass?
Yes, it does. But there's something also called
Does
density.
latex? Yeah, wait there. Listen, I know that, dude. Does latex have mass?
Latex, I don't exactly know what that is, but
It's
yes.
rubber.
I'd say yes.
Right. So a helium balloon goes up, right? Okay.
Yes.
So that is the opposite vector to mass attracted mass, right? Okay. Obviously, we have relative density. Yeah, it's less dense in the medium that it's in, right? Okay.
Yeah, that's just playing with the parameters, but yeah.
Well, it's not playing with the parameters. You asked me for a viable way of showing you something that had more evidence for it than gravity. Remember, gravity has zero evidence. I have lots of evidence, however, of relative density. Are you denser than the medium you're in? Much like the helium's less dense than the medium that it's in.
Yeah.
You are. All right. So wouldn't it just go logically as it follows that you being more dense than the medium you're in, that you would go down, much like the less dense helium goes up?
That would make sense to some extent, but it doesn't fully work. Gravity.
Okay, so what creates the inherent directionality of down is what you're talking about now, right? Yeah?
Yes.
Right, sweet. Let's go there. So what I would say to you then would be,
You cut out.
Did you guys hear him?
He cut out. Before he comes back, though, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
So I know you like to debate and you want to sharpen your debate skills and things like that. And I know you're advocating for the globe, but is like if you saw evidence to the contrary, are you interested in finding the truth, or you just want to like have something to advocate for, and so that you can debate?
For sure, find the truth, but
Okay. Because the only thing
That's a good
that
question.
raises a question for me with people who like to debate is if they begin advocating for the globe and digging their heels in and fighting for it, would they be willing to actually change their worldview if they, saw evidence to the contrary and did some observations or measurements for themselves and saw, proved to themselves that it was different? Would they be, willing to then advocate for what they knew to be true?
yeah. So the density itself, in and of itself, doesn't actually work out. So
Wait there a second, dude. Like, she just said something, right? So, she's talking about hermetic principles, basically, about, changing your axioms, right? So, really, like, I would just answer her question first, then we'll go back to the density. So, you're someone that's saying...
He did. I just reiterated again, even after he answered it.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. But, I'm just saying, he did say that he wanted to find the truth, but, like, what I'm curious about is if you get, like, a globe, earth, or a row, and you start debating for it, like, your personal investment in the debate, will that prevent you from accepting or to begin to advocate for something that you knew to be true if you found out that the truth was something other than it being a globe?
Yeah, because then he's going to start to become involved in it, non-objectively, because he's going to take a position that's based upon, a form of argumentation, which then brings in the ego, right? Truth.
Yeah, just because I know some of them like to debate, and I think a lot of times they get a personal investment in what they're debating for. That it makes it harder for them to.
Yeah. This is what I try and say to people all the time, Truth, and people don't get it, is that we implicate ourselves into these positions via our investment in the argument that we put time into, right? And people that are really seeking truth should be able to be objective, right? And you should be able to sort of go, wait a minute, if something doesn't work, I'll throw it out. Falsification is independent of replacement, right? So he stated, this is what I was saying about, he did answer your question correct on that. Because I don't want to go past it and then
Yeah, because he's one of the most respectful ones over on that other server. As far as I've only talked to him a couple times, but out of all of them, he has been one of the most respectful ones.
Okay. So allow me. So one thing I'll say, yeah, dude, is the density thing. You're right, because remember, right? What do we have here, right? So, well, what we would have would be a similar thing to gravity, right? We would then be saying effectively that density would be the cause of relative density. Therefore, it's circular reasoning. The same way of me saying the cause of you being stuck to the ball would be gravity, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What causes gravity? Gravity. That's circular reasoning, right? So it would be a similar type assertion by myself to say that relative density causes you to be on the Earth, but there are two different terms there. It would be your density, yeah, causing you in the medium that you're in to be more dense than the medium you're in. That would basically affect your vector. I can change the vector of something in every direction nearly based on relative density and based on density itself alone. So if we want to talk about this sort of propensity to things, I literally just pick it up and then you want to pick it up. You're like a kid.
yeah. So are you still there, or are you doing something?
Pat, can I talk to him a little bit?
Goddard, can I just finish the thing? Because like, I don't come on too often, and I don't have like.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I ain't got to speak to a Globian in a little while, that's all. Basically, so with the relative density thing, right? Yeah. So I understand what you're trying to say. Yeah. The issue of what you're trying to say is that again, it still holds weight, right? That effectively you are denser than the medium that you're in. I can show that the medium, right, and the density of you versus the medium would be something that would be correlationary toward your vector, right? So i.e. you're denser than the medium you're in, so therefore you go down. Right? Okay? Would you say that you're more dense than the Earth, or the Earth is more dense than you?
The Earth is more dense than me.
So I could just assert right away, and this has more evidence than gravity, and I can take it further in a second, but I'm just saying, just to keep the evidentiary bar very low, since the evidentiary bar for gravity is very low, since there is no evidence for it whatsoever, as admitted by your own heliocentric proponents. They admit that gravity, they don't know where it comes from, they don't know what the cause of it is, they ascribe lots of different things to it. They don't just describe this idea of mass attracting mass or being stuck to a ball to gravity. They ascribe lots of different things to gravity, just to let you know, right? So what I would say would be that if you're more dense than the medium you're in, and then the Earth beneath your feet is more dense than you, I could just simply state straight away that you're in a density tower of the Earth, right?
Yep.
I couldn't I? Effectively on the evidentiary bar that you set, which would be that if you're willing to accept gravity as the cause of why things go down, I agree that we have a rough agreed upon average rate of fall of 9.8 meters per second, or 9.8 meters per second squared, right? Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
I would agree upon that, right? But
Yes.
gravity doesn't just define itself as things falling at 9.8 meters per second squared, so that's why we can't use the term gravity, right? Because gravity has other things that it prescribes itself to cause.
Yeah, so I just want to point out a couple of things. First of all, when you talk about density, does this imply that there is something in space, or that there is nothing in space?
I don't need to imply or unimply that there's something in space or not. Space as you know it. Listen, space as you know it, yeah? What is space? Width, depth, and breadth, devoid of things. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Okay? I don't know anything about space. Space is somewhere I've never been. Space, in fact, is somewhere that no one's ever even claimed to have been. Not outer space, anyway. Just being clear. Remember, there's only 24, 26 people that have ever claimed to go to the moon, correct?
I don't know the numbers, but it makes sense, those numbers.
Yeah, well, again, so no one's been to space, even by the heliocentric model's sort of standards and their own definitions. No one's actually been to space. So space is somewhere that is absent of any form of actual testing or form of actual observation via any human in existence anyway. So I wouldn't really need to comment on what space is at all. I'm not claiming space. I would in fact say that space in essence wouldn't even really be able to exist. But so absolute, yeah, okay, which would be viewed as existing independently or not in relation to someone else, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So not relative or comparative, right? Relative would be something considered in relation or in proportion to someone else, right?
Yes.
Okay. Or being judged or measured in comparison with someone else, right?
Yes.
So east, south, or west, it can be identified only in relation to north, right? Left can only be identified in relation to right, and vice versa. Up with down, and and so on and so forth, right? Mm-hmm. Magnetic north is like the only absolute direction that we have, right? So I'm laying out the argument for relative density for you, right? So can you identify east, west, south without magnetic north?
No.
Can you identify magnetic north without east, west, south?
Yes.
Can you have forward without backwards?
I don't believe so.
Right. Can you have left without right?
I don't believe so.
And then so on with can you have up without down, though? Obviously. Yep. Is there a bias towards Earth for objects that are more dense than the surrounding atmosphere, relative density? Yeah. Right. Is there a bias up towards the sky for objects that are less dense than the surrounding atmosphere, relative density again? Yes. There's never been a violation of any of those scenarios, yeah? Ever. Okay? What the cause, though, of that bias of what's more dense and slash what's less dense, right? Being caused to sort of move toward the Earth, right? Or toward the sky, respectively, yeah? Density. So density causes more dense objects than the surrounding atmosphere, relative density, to fall towards Earth. But based on that, right, we would then have to say density effectively causes relative density, which in turn sort of, I guess, is a statement that's got a little bit of an issue there, haven't we, with that statement? Because density then causes relative density. It's kind of circular, right? Does density cause density, relative density, or otherwise?
No.
You know?
Well, okay. So, what I'm trying to tell you is that
I'm leading you down a path. That's why.
Okay. What I'm trying to tell you. Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
What I'm trying to say is that. Sorry, I'm losing my train of thought. Yeah. So if you claim that if you're talking about density and that there is an in it downwards, which makes that the Earth is what is downwards, right? That's what you're claiming, right? Going astronomy.
Well, no, I'm claiming nothing really other than the fact that, you know, what we know to be true, right?
Okay. So
at this point, I'm not really making a claim. I'm making an assertion of fact, which is that more dense objects tend to go down, right?
Okay, and where does the down come from? You did answer that.
Right. So the down, again, I could just simply leave it at an evidentiary level based on the fact that my evidence would be stronger than your own, which would be that you have no evidence for gravity whatsoever. So therefore, I have evidence of relative density, which shows vector change. You know, I could heat up gases at a 45-degree angle, drop a balloon, and they would change their vector based upon their fall. Instead of going straight down, now it would start to take a 45-degree angle turn and then return to an equilibrialized state and then fall straight down, right? Once it had gone past the pocket of more dense air that I heated up as denoted under Charles Gay-Lussac's gas laws. Sorry, not Charles's law, right? So I can change the vector of things as well based on relative density and based on the density of the medium itself, right? So we have the ability to change vector of motion based on density as well. But then what we would also be able to insert would be this, is do you believe that all things are inherently electrostatic in nature?
All things are electrostatic
in nature, yeah. With an electromagnetic field on the Earth, right? Electromagnetism causes electrostatics.
Oh, yeah. I accept that, yeah.
Right, so what do we root to when we root off a electrical system? We root to the ground, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right, so again, right, a balloon, for instance, filled with air, right? Yeah, air that I breathed into it, so a mixture of obviously hydrogen, nitrogen, helium, and oxygen, right? Okay, I'm not going to name all the different gases, noble ones, etc. This balloon would fall to the ground, right, if unimpeded, okay? If I electrically charge this up, i.e. by rubbing it against my head and placing it against my chest, yeah, it ceases to fall, correct?
I didn't know that. But,
Well, you've rubbed a balloon against your head, right, and then stuck it to your chest, correct?
Yeah, I did that.
Right, that balloon would
okay.
have.
I thought you meant it ceased to go up. Never mind.
Well, I'm just saying that balloon ceases to go down, doesn't it, based on the electrostatic charge, right? So, in the world of physics, right, electrostatics is prescribed as being, I think it's 10 to the 38th power stronger than the pseudo force of gravity, as it is anyway. The pseudo weak force of gravity is prescribed as being the weakest force amongst the forces that we're talking about here as well. Gravity, that is. Proven, in fact, by the fact that a balloon that would somehow succumb to gravity and be, inclinated toward falling toward the Earth, right?
But
would be stopped by electrically statically being charged.
Are you getting to the point on why the downwards is where it is, or?
I'm getting toward a correlationary suggestion. Yeah, I already have an evidentiary basis for things going up or down, and vector change, which is much higher in terms of evidentiary basis of your own, because gravity has no valid hypothesis for it.
No, gravity has a better answer for up down than density.
No, it doesn't. You have no proof of gravity. I have proof of relative density.
I have no proof of gravity. Okay, so what is good enough proof for you?
Well, the good enough proof for me would be a form, because you're asserting this is a scientific thing, right? So I would need a hypothesis test, i.e. an experiment on gravity, to prove that gravity first exists before you assert it as the cause for why things go down. Because remember, you've got circular reasoning, right? Which is that gravity is the cause of the reason why things go down. And that effect is also called gravity. That's circular reasoning. That's violating the law of non-contradicting again.
No, circular reasoning doesn't violate the laws of non-contradiction.
Well, it is because you are contradicting yourself, right? You can't assert the cause of things going down, right, with the effect. That's a contradiction in terms. So you're violating the law of non-contradiction. You're contradicting yourself. You can't assert the cause, and this is why I said myself.
There's what is gravity and what causes gravity, is what he's saying. Different things.
Yeah, so what I know what causes gravity is mass, but you told me that's not the case. But that's what I've learned, and that's all I've learned.
Yeah, well, we're not trying to rip your head off, but again, like I said, remember the pseudo force of gravity, right? And it's not even prescribed as a force anymore, right? The problem is this, yeah. The pseudo weak force of gravity is weaker than the force of electrostatics. I can show this to you because, like you said, you could stick a balloon to your chest and it wouldn't be displaced. It would stay there based on the electrostatic charge. Otherwise, it would fall to the ground if not charged up with electrostatics, right? So therefore, thus proving in an example, let alone without the numbers that are already out there by your own side, showing that electrostatics are in fact stronger than gravity, right? Yeah. I could then assert that the ground, being electromagnetic in nature with the electromagnetic field of the Earth implicated everywhere, and the ground being inherently electrostatic in nature, I could assert that that would cause the bias towards down, as well as the relative density playing a part.
Okay, so down is no longer relative; it's objective.
Mate, down has always been objective. The only reason there was a non-objective question over the directionality of down was because someone hypothesized that the Earth was a ball, or presupposed that it was a ball, should I say? Which is a presupposition, because remember, the guy that created it, or should I say measured the radius of the Earth, was someone that used spherical trigonometry to do so, not knowing that it was a ball. And he measured for the radius using spherical trigonometry measurements, meaning that he was already presupposing sphericity.
And he did so by measuring distance to the horizon, which you can't do because the horizon's distance is denoted based on the atmospheric conditions of the day. It changes. It's an apparent position. It's in the name, the horizon, where the sky appears to meet the ground.
Yeah, that's because of refraction, but that's another problem that's different. Horizon changes because of refraction, that's all.
So then how would you measure a radius?
How would you measure what? Say again?
Radius.
Radius. I don't know how they measured it.
By measuring distances to the horizon, taking into calculation the opposite with the dip angle to the horizon based on your altitude.
Man, I'm new to all this stuff. I've been in the server for like 3 days or 4 days.
I'm just saying, I'm just showing you how convoluted it all is, really. And for them to measure dip angles to the horizon, they would have first been able to have to establish a vertical and a horizontal as well. And to do so, they would need a 90-degree angle in the base of their pocket, right? Meaning, to establish a vertical and a horizontal, you would need a 90-degree angle. You can't have that with a curved surface because you end up with a pocket that effectively is, warped and bent. You can't have a 90-degree angle. So again, it's a fallacy. Again, it's something that's a problem. And then for you to assert refraction would be the cause as to why the horizon would move. You're going to need a radius for that as well, because now the horizon is moving and adhering to the radius in order for us to have a homogeneous image. So you'd have to assert a form of refraction.
Okay, wait 1 second. So you know, you do realize what we see is depending on the light, how light moves, right? How the light goes in our eyes. Do you agree?
Say again, dude.
So how we see things is how the light goes in our eyes, right?
1 sec, Godric, you can take over for a second, alright? I need to make a phone call. Sorry. I'm really sorry, dude.
No problem.
Hey, my friend. Hey, what's your name?
Hello, meat.
Where are you? Hello.
Hello.
Oh, Telemate. Okay. Yeah. So, okay. So where were we? First of all, I appreciate that you can, you're trying to debate. You're trying to work in your debate. You need to work on your arguments, right? You need to know the radius. Don't come into a debate without knowing the radius of the Earth, right? Because that's the claim that's in science. You should know that. 3,959 miles. Okay. So if that was true, there would be a curve from point A to point B. There would be a curve going down. See the problem? So now you have to know what that curve is.
Yeah.
Right. So just think about learning this stuff. It'll help you in your debates.
Yeah. So
So go ahead, ask me some questions. Ask me some pretty questions. Go ahead. Flat Earth to globe Earth. This is just a discussion.
Yeah. What makes you
friendly
take?
discussion.
Yeah. What makes you take the global, the flat Earth view?
Well, first of all, this is a thing like we learned in school. Where they gave us the globe, and the second day they spun the globe and they said we live on this, but we don't see that in reality. So we just see, a flat, and we experience a stationary flat Earth. We don't feel it spinning. We don't see it curving anywhere. And then when I got out of school, I studied it, and we have like 21-mile laser tests, and there we see the laser on the other side, from point A to point B, at 5 feet observer height. Right. So if you have a pregnant lady who's 9 months pregnant, she looks at her feet, there's a bulge in her belly that's going to block her feet. She can't see her feet because she's pregnant. So going from point A to point B, there's a blockage of curvature on the Earth. Where is it? We don't ever see it. So we measure it flat. 1, we experience it flat. 2, we don't feel that it's moving. 3, so just use your basic common senses.
Well, yeah, senses is a big part in how we understand our world, but you do understand that we could have senses is good to some extent, so it's not always valid. That's the problem with senses. And Second problem is when you're in, because we're in Earth itself, so we're not outside of Earth looking at from an outside perspective. So
We're in the Earth, right? We can't, and that's the thing. To get that outside perspective, here's the thing. You gotta really consider this. The only way you can see a curve is with NASA, you know, because you have to put a lot of faith in NASA to tell us what space looks like and what Earth looks like from space. Because you can't go there, we can't go there for ourselves. So you gotta think about how much faith you're really putting on them. And if they're lying to you, they can do it with CGI. They can do it with fancy camera tricks, which is what we think they're doing, faking it. Space. There's no space that we know of. Faking it. So, like, if they were faking it, and they're just lying to you, and you're believing it, you have no proof of it. You have no proof of space or curvature, Earth, except this globe model, which is given to all of us in the second grade. We can't prove it. That's the problem. Can't we?
Good morning.
Good morning, Get Beget. I had a friendly
Good
discussion
morning,
with
Godric. I was listening.
We're on a really basic conversation.
Yeah,
He's
I
learning.
wanted
He's
to
learning the
say.
radius. He's learning the radius today. 3959.
I wanted to add to what you were saying that he gives a lot of credit to NASA because that world perspective from above is to see the whole world, and the one who sees the whole world. I don't know if you read
He reads
that
the
much.
Quran.
Yeah, but you see, there's only one who sees it all.
In the Quran and the Bible, there's only one person who can see the whole
Yeah,
world at one time.
yeah.
You know what that is? Allah.
Allah.
What that is? Can you repeat the
There's
question?
only one person who can see the whole world at once.
God.
Right. But they're showing you these colorful, very, very colorful pictures. A little too colorful, if you ask me, about these spinning globes and these other planets.
True.
Or like in NASA, I found that they use artists. They hire artists to draw space. They have artists on payroll.
Yeah.
Why would NASA need artists at all if they're just showing us what's out there? That's what I don't get. So once you figure out they're using artists to make colorful space planets and colorful Earth planets, then you might suspect them a little bit more. Like, what the hell are they really doing up there?
Yeah,
so that's my answer to why I think it's flat, because it measures flat. We appear flat. I don't trust NASA. NASA's the only way you cannot see it's flat. That's what I see.
I also recommend you to watch the latest ad for Adobe software.
Yeah, just to know how they do the techniques, to make stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, so a lot of words I don't understand because everything I learned is in French anyway, so that's all.
French is your first language?
Yes.
Cool. So your English is pretty good. Keep working at it.
Because it's bilingual school, but French is like more studied.
Any other reason for the globe belief other than NASA picture?
There wasn't even NASA pictures. It was only school stuff, but that's all. That's the only.
Here's the thing. We believe education is corrupt. We believe it's 90% true and 10% false. So, the thing about education is you have to get the answer that they want. You have to put the right answer. You can't have your own unique answer. That's a problem. So if you look at school in a nutshell, we're not really learning anything. We're just listening to what they tell us, memorizing it, regurgitating it.
Yeah.
For example, they'll never tell you in school to measure the Earth, ever. They'll never tell you, find the curvature. They'll never tell you how to measure the curvature of the Earth. They'll tell you what it is. They'll say, oh, okay, it's 3,959 miles. And we know because NASA, But they'll never teach you the numbers experiment to do it. That's why you didn't know the radius, by the way, because they don't focus on that in school. So they're just giving you numbers, and then they're making you memorize and regurgitate. If you don't put that number on the test, you're going to fail the test. So you have to put the number. You have to say it's a ball. You have to say it's speed. You have to say gravity. You don't say all these things that they've been forcing you to say. You're going to fail the test. There is no learning, just memorizing, regurgitating, which is indoctrination.
And yeah, actually, NASA, all their videos are destined for school children's. They are not destined for adults, the way the astronauts talk, the questions they are answering are not questions coming from adults.
I think they're trying to simplify for kids. But you could also, make the argument that they're trying to help the kids because their brain are still developing. You can make that too, I suppose.
They got to get them when they're young, man. Believe me, it doesn't make sense. If you teach them when they're an adult, it would make sense.
Yeah, if that's their goal, but I don't believe they're lying to us. But
well, the teachers. Here's the thing: most teachers and most scientists are harmless. They're not liars. They're just giving you stuff that they were also taught. But where's the source of this information? Where's the source? Who did this? Like if I ask you, who ever measured the Earth being curved? Could you tell me that? And how they do it?
Okay, so the first person that did so was what's his name? Well, I actually don't even remember. So
Yeah, so you're just like believing a guy did it in the past because they said he did it. They told me that too. Some guy, Eratosthenes, Alberuni, did a couple names, But I tried to recreate those experiments. I could not recreate that experiment. And we're intelligent. We're smart. We should be able to do a basic science experiment and recreate that experiment that they decidedly proved the Earth was a curve. But we cannot. It's just not in the cards. There's too many problems. We tried it. You can try it. Go try it. Find out who measured it, when, how, and see if you can duplicate that experiment.
Yeah,
I'll tell you some stories about how bad it is and how ridiculous it is, but I'm not going to go there until I think you got to put the work in, check it out for yourself, and you'll see that it's never been measured, a curve. Only NASA.
Yeah. This religion is set on the foundation of three major claims. One is the curvature, which is the story of Eratosthenes. Second is the Earth's rotation. And the third one is actually the violation of the second law of thermodynamics and gas pressure. Yes. Space is in direct violation of second law of thermodynamics. You have a vacuum adjacent next to a gas pressure system without a solid container. Without a container. And this means that according to NASA, you could stop buying car tires and just go to the gas station and pump some air pressure around your wheels.
Just
You know.
some gravity.
Yeah.
Just be riding on gravity. Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, Batman.
I'm
Good
Jonathan
morning.
Smith. I don't know Badamot.
Hey, Jonathan Smith.
Yeah,
Yeah.
man.
When
I still have
Crackvilla
to
was talking
do.
to you. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I still have to do my homework, man. I just came. I was just trying to get the role. That's all I was trying to do. But
Well, if I was the moderator, I'd give you the glow earth robe. Because, I mean, you've already been in here. Wait, when did you come in? I mean,
I'll
he's...
give it to him.
Yeah,
Are you
he's
saying
one
you
of
have
the...
to? Are you saying you have to go now, Hala?
yeah, because
Oh, Hala?
I pulled
Hala
the
meat.
old.
Yeah,
His name is
that's
Hala meat.
Yeah.
the
I pulled.
respectful one over there. Halal meat.
Yes.
Yeah, Hala me. I got you.
Hala, I'm gonna give you one more challenge. Okay, this is for real. Okay, this is
I'm
not.
gonna give you link perms too, so you can post images.
Thanks, man.
Take it back, man. I'm gonna give you one challenge, Hala, before you go. I mean, you can do this on your own time. In the
I'll write it
Quran,
down.
you're gonna find a lot of different verses about telling you the Earth is flat and motionless and stationary, and that it does not move.
Yes.
And I propose that you will not find one verse that tells you it's a spinning ball. Not one. Okay, now that's for you to find out. Okay.
Okay.
All right. That's it. Thank you so much.
Well,
So
that depends.
you want me to find a verse that
No, I want you
says.
to do your homework.
Listen.
That's what I said. There's a lot of verses that tell you. Go ahead, Battlemon.
If you use modern definitions on certain words, you might find that. If you use the meaning of the word in antiquity, you never will.
No, I used the classical meaning. Yeah, that's what I use.
Right.
Yeah, good. Yeah, I don't believe you'll find anything that says it's a spinning ball. A lot of different verses will tell you can't move it, it's not moving, it's stationary, it's flat, but not one that will tell you it's a spinning ball. So just for your knowledge, check it out. So
Okay.
come back and tell me what you think.
Okay, I'll come back like maybe tomorrow or after tomorrow.
Sounds good. We'll be here.
Yeah, man.
All right.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I've appreciated you tonight. You've been you've been cool on that.
Yeah. And even on the other server was good. It was a good conversation. Yeah, some people said some stuff weird, but it was still good.
Yeah, but hey, remember, like you were thinking about and talking a lot about water. Like, continue to look into water, man. Because if you keep looking at water and thinking about water, you'll come to the realization that the Earth is flat and stationary and that it's not moving.
And Allah has made the earth for you as a carpet, spread out.
Yeah, I know this verse. Yeah. Gotta sleep, bro. It's 5
carpets are
a.m.
not curved, right?
How about this one?
Yeah, carpets are
That
not curved.
ye may go about therein. Spacious roads. To 7120.
Just tell me I'm really tired. Just tell me the chapter and the verse. I'll look into that right now.
7120.
7120? Okay.
That ye may go about therein in spacious roads. So it says therein as in a contained environment.
Inside, yeah.
And it goes it's at the end of that verse. And Allah have made for you the earth like carpet and spread out. Has enabled you to go about therein by roads and channels.
Yeah, so the answer to this is uses the word spread out. It doesn't actually use the word flat. So the word in Arabic refers to the word spread out.
Like an open hand.
But spread out doesn't necessarily mean flat. Something could be spread out.
No, it means like the word used to describe that's translated to spread out means like open hand, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, what is an open hand? It's flat with curves on it and channels in it.
It has topography, but
So
overall, it's a
if it was
plane.
a sphere, use the word for a fist, a closed hand, which they do say in the end. First, the world started out spread out like an open hand. In the end, it'll be like a closed fist. It's after the second coming.
Yeah.
Yep. I'll look into that for sure and come back with answers for you guys.
And by the way, we respect people's religions beliefs, but we do not respect any longer the heliocentric religion beliefs, which are founded on fallacies, all sort of fallacies that go against any human feelings and senses. Yeah.
Yeah, but I just want to point out that disproving the global consensus that people take about the Earth doesn't necessarily mean that the Earth is flat, right?
Well,
So
see,
you
that's
gotta,
the thing. We're not out to try to like prove that it is any. It's all about testing the globe. It's about testing
Correct.
it's about testing claims that are already out there.
Yeah. We went out there and tried to test the globe, and we found it's a lie. It's fake. It measures flat. When
And the
you have a
majority,
table, when you have a table and you look at it, but you don't know the dimensions, but you can see it has a flat top. Yeah. And when you start measuring the length and width, then you know its dimensions. If it's a round table, you can also measure it. You measure the diameter, then you have the radius, and you can calculate the surface area of that table.
I
But
just want to point
now,
out that,
go ahead.
I just want to say on that most of us, when we got into it thinking like we heard of the flat Earth, and we're like, start looking into it, thinking that it's a joke, that there's no way. Sure, and knowing that it's a globe because that's what we were taught. But then when you actually put it under scrutiny, you realize that there is no evidence for it at all. And so everything that reveals itself to you to be flat, level, and stationary, I mean, it's just how it is.
Yeah, this is the difference between flat earthers and globe earthers. We actually know that the globe is fake, that the world is not a sphere shape, a round sphere, spherical shape of any kind. Pear, apple, cherry, strawberry, whatever. Whatever round shape you can imagine, the Earth is not like that.
Sure didn't come into it wanting to be a flat earther, and sure didn't have any expectations of being one. It was a hard pill to swallow, but
Yeah, and it goes very deep after this. Like gas pressure, second law of thermodynamics, gravity falls apart, all of it. You realize that, gravity is just a nice story of unicorns, you know.
Yep. I'll definitely look into that. I appreciate it, guys.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I'll be back soon. Have a nice day, guys. Bye.
Do come back.
Sleep tight. Catch you tomorrow.
I think that, hey, that's a book of
Good
the
night, Hamami.
Fall
Good
of
night.
Islam series about Solomon. Abel
Okay.
Solomon.
Okay. Good night. Even though it's 5
Good
a.m.
night.
And
Sweet dreams, man.
rest well. Try to find some arguments.
I will.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
So the word is, who made the earth a bed, farash, for you? That's the word, farash. It means open hand.
Is there 2 battle mods at the moment?
Yeah.
The earth we have spread out. Parashanana. Like
I
that.
love using the word farash for that because it's a bed, it's a shape, right? So it's not given what particular shape it is, it's just a bed.
Yeah, but the Quran does. It's para asana. I'm like, here, I'll give you a clip.
I was enjoying you reading it though.
I'll give you a screenshot.
Battle mod. I have to give you some news, or yeah. If you remember that guy, the Romanian guy, Pukirel, he was misclassified. Someone changed his role and took away his flat earth role. And I asked you, I told you, and you gave him back. And about 2 days ago, he told me while I was at work, he wrote me to thank you and that he was listening to you and he sees what a good, kind man you are and how much you're doing for this server. Yeah, he's willing to. He was saying that you have all his gratitude, and yeah, he said very good, kind words for you. Yeah.
I just try
And
to do what's right.
yeah,
We're dealing with people.
Yeah.
Those labels, this is a glober, this is a flat earther. I try to remember I'm dealing with people.
True, yeah. And yeah, by the way, this guy Pukirel, he's an artist. He's making some sort of icon for the church, in Romania. Yeah, but that's real life job. But he's a very kind and good person to talk to, and I was talking with him in the chat. I mean, in private, in DM, and he was telling me about all this behind the scene control and everything. He's very open-minded. He sees it clearly that we are controlled. Yeah.
Hey, you guys didn't know I had an alt?
I'm sorry?
Yeah, I got an alternate account.
No, I don't think so.
My alt. I'm on my alt right now. That's Jonathan
okay,
Smith.
okay.
Look behind,
I see.
below it.
Yeah.
That's better.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. I didn't see you're on another account now. I know your voice too well.
I'm playing. Just playing around with my
recognize you. I'd recognize you 1 out of a billion.
I know. Because
but
my
I
nose
still
big.
mix Sonny and Rogers sometimes.
I talk to my nose.
Yeah.
Oh, my mouth. I got a broken nose, so I kind of talk like Rocky.
Yeah.
I got a deviated septum right now. I got to get it repaired, but it it's a couple weeks of pain and shit, so keep putting it off. My voice will change too because I'll stop having allergic reactions. Won't be so crackly all the time. Last time I got my deviated septum fixed, people was like, "Damn, is that you?" I was a cage fighter for so long, and then a boxer in the Marine Corps. It just happens, you know. Your
How
nose
long
broke.
did it take for you to get used to, countering, dodging, and fighting back properly, experientially, as a cage fighter?
The cage fighter, shit. I'm what you call a natural fighter. So,
Nice.
So, first time I was fighting in school, a guy noticed me in a fight in the classroom because somebody said about my mom. And the teacher asked me, he was a boxing trainer for a local gym. He said, "Man, do you train to box?" I said, "No, it's just fighting. It's just buckling up and guarding your grill, and a scoop slamming them out." So I train boxers, but you can't do no scoop slam out if you got me into recreation boxing.
What is scoot slamming out? That's new to me. Scoot slamming out? What the heck?
Scoop slam, and mount.
Okay, I see. All right.
It's wrestling. They call it wrestling, but for me, it
Scoot
was just
slam them and then mount. All right.
scoop them up, slam them on their
and then
back,
mount them.
mount them. Yeah. And then, well, after that, you rain down the pain. But hey, so that's how I fought as a kid. Farm boys are just fighters. We're all strong. We bale hay, plow fields, a lot of shoveling. So cage fighting was just normal farm fighting to me. Shit that happens out in the back 40. That's all. That's why a lot of country boys are good at it. But we also, in my school, you could wrestle, play soccer, be on the cross country team, and play football. In the city schools, they won't let you do that. If you're a football player, you can't play soccer. They don't want you blowing your knees out. If you're a track runner, you can't play football because they don't want you breaking a leg. To let you play soccer. But the thing is, you play soccer, you play on a lot of AstroTurf, and that beats down your knees, They don't really like the track stars to play soccer and run on the AstroTurf.
I mean, I've been through a lot of street fights and everything since a teenager, and then maybe last few fights were like what, mid-20s or something, and recently literally nothing, right? Just normal fights, and that's it. Just end up over there. But when I got into boxing, I mean, I would call myself natural, but no aim, right? I don't have the experience as a good professional or a semi-professional or even an amateur fighter. My background comes from being fearless as a player, soccer player, and they just go in. So any experienced fighter, they see me coming, rushing in, being rash, they could easily counterpunch me and take me out.
If you got aim, but not technique when you go into boxing, they start to teach you the technique, the mechanics of throwing a punch, and you get the mechanic down properly. You got to relearn your aim.
The fun part for me was, dudes, I always took pride in how fast I am, right? So when it came to boxing, being cocky, this is in early, I think in mid-20s or something, I was like very cocky, just, hey, let's box, let's punch. And I know the guy who's in front of me is slower than me. I'm way faster than everything. My reflex is just on point. And then he throws a slow punch and I just couldn't dodge this. Same thing with my Down syndrome little brother, right? He is slow as fuck. And I'm like in his face. I'm like, yeah, throw a punch. He throws a punch. I see it coming. I know it's coming. I can dodge it, but I couldn't dodge it. He punches me in the face again. And I was like, what the actual fuck, man? And then eventually it dawned to me. It's just I do not know how to use my body to, sway around. I don't know how to suddenly angle, sway, dodge, and, as a boxer does. So that was a good experience. Pulled me down.
Be like water, just flow.
Yeah, see that's the thing. I'm expecting a punch is gonna show up, and I'm gonna be Spider Sense tingling and just dodge like Spider-Man, right? That did not happen. I took the punch to the face because completely clueless when it comes to the game. So yeah.
And I don't even know what that means. Like, I know what it means conceptually, but I don't even know how to move that way. Yeah, I just said that. It's not like I ever learned how to be like water and just flow.
I'm saying even me, right? I watch a lot of boxing. I love it. You see how they move and everything. But just because you see it doesn't mean you know how to do it, right? But once you get into it and you see punches are coming at you from a distance, it's easier to dodge. But once you're in their face and you don't have the momentum, the head bobbing and everything, it's a pain. I'm still not experienced, but it's fun to learn and get into it when you're in front of a boxing bag at least. So I'm watching Canelo Alvarez right now. Oof,
punching the heavy bag and punching the speed bag, they help you learn to bob and weave too.
I don't have a speed bag so far. Oh yeah, I should order one.
The heavy bag, you start by reach out and tap it and push it away from you, and then you let it swing back and hit you in the body. If you got a 200-300 pound bag, makes you used to the other boxer bumping into you, being able to stand solid still and return punches. You push it, let it come into you, and then when your shoulder, you throw it off of you. So you knock the 300-pound bag off of you with your shoulder, and as it goes back, jab it a couple times and make it rock. Now you're learning to move 300 pounds with a jab and a follow through. And staying still while 300 pounds is slamming against you. And when you rock it back a little and it comes back at it, you stop it with a punch and then hit it with a 3-piece. And you let it roll back into your shoulder and you stop it with your shoulder and fling it back again. It's teaching you to do rhythms or combinations. This is how you get a 2-piece, a 3-piece, a 6-piece. You get a 6-piece on, you don't knock a motherfucker out, then you're not doing something right. But against the experienced boxer, you shouldn't be able to get a 6-piece combo in.
I think I've ever went against a 300-pound bag though. I got now is about 40 kg, and that's it.
I used to work out with a 300-pound bag, but I only weighed 150 pounds, so I only had a 150-pound guy bumping into me. I was only punching a 300-pound guy, a 150-pound guy. But working out with that heavy bag makes it to where you can launch a smaller guy through the air, Knock him back 5 feet with a jab, with a simple jab. My boxing trainer, though, wasn't into losing. He gave you the most important parts of a boxing career. Solid fucking punch. The follow through.
Been thinking about getting into fighting more and more recently.
I'm looking through apps on my phone to see what the hell I can delete. I don't like all these damn apps that phones come with.
To WhatsApp. If you use WhatsApp, usually you end up getting a lot of videos and stuff over there that gets saved up. That shit could go up to 30 GB to 40 GB big.
See, I want to get rid of all that. I got certain games I like to download on my phone.
I slept on Elijah and Truth this morning. Truth Flat Earth.
I got this new phone, so I got to re-download my damn. Oh, gotta download my guest account on whatever.
Yeah, I was wondering how you fell asleep on me because I was like, well, wait a minute. Why do you say that? Because I talked to you and told you, like, because I had actually talked to you, and it was just for a second or two. That makes sense now if he was talking about someone else.
My foot's in the door. He fell asleep on you?
I know. She got in VC. She's like, "Oh, let's catch up and stuff." I'm like, "All right, fine, cool." So I stayed
Said my
up
foot was
with
in
the
the
dude a
door.
little bit, and then I just fell asleep.
I had to throw a little window in there. Kind of my thing.
I wouldn't expect anything less.
At least at the moment, it could change. You never know. I don't see it happening in the near future, though. Still too funny. I'm fucking bored.
I'm sorry that you're bored. Sorry that. Well, I mean, it is like 10 to 6 in the morning. So, it's about time for the sun to come up. Like, we should have already been asleep by now.
Elijah, Jose, plus
I
Truth have been sleeping very
I'm
early.
not even tired. I had a couple days off, so I caught up on my sleep, and it fucks up my sleeping habits. Slept late night yesterday. Like, mid-afternoon. So I woke up. I probably won't even go to sleep till later tonight. 11, 12 tonight. Gotta go shovel shit here in a minute. And I'm always wide awake.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna start off myself. I need
fresh pot of fresh ground coffee beans.
See, it's either that or just going to sleep. I mean, if I get to sleep before the sun comes up, I might actually sleep some. But if the sun comes up before I fall asleep, it's over.
Well, for years I did asphalt all summer long. Just get used to going without a lot of sleep during the summer. And then my body gets so wore out come winter, knows when I usually shut down. So that's when I catch up on sleep. During the summer, even if I don't work, sometimes I just can't go to sleep for 2 days. It's like, Christ. But I'm used to it. But I'm used to go 2 days without sleep. I'm so exhausted I crash, because I'm actually working the entire time. So when I'm not working, I'll be awake 40 hours before I crash because I haven't done no damn work. Done nothing physical.
That never dawned on me though until I was talking to that guy about when he was mentioning, pouring water, in the other server. It never dawned on me before until he started talking about the way water goes down in a toilet or in a drain or something like that. Talking about how it spins different. It never really dawned on me before. But if if you take a container and if you spin it, the water is only gonna go flow in one direction. After it sits in there and once it's flowing through there, it's only gonna go in one direction. The only way that you can cause it to flow in both directions is if the container that it's in is not moving. So really, the fact that you can stand on one side and pour it in one direction and cause it to go one way, and stand on the other side and pour it in the other direction and cause the water to flow in the other way is indicative of a non-moving container.
The problem with that argument, though, there's too many people that demonstrated that it doesn't flow opposite direction.
Well, I mean,
the only time it does,
it depends on how you pour it in there. But you could cause it.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah, you can cause it to go either way.
Toilets that do rotate the other way, they'll rotate the other way no matter where you put them. It's because of the direction of feed of the water into the bowl.
Yeah, and above the equator, like you can have them flowing in both directions. But if it were moving, like if you take your container and you spin it, it will only flow one direction. You can't get it to flow the opposite direction. So the fact that you can make it flow in two different directions is evidence for.
Be just like what they say the pendulum does. Its rotation would align with the rotation of the Earth, so it all spins the same damn way, east to west. Right?
And I don't know what I don't know. See, just having conversations with them is like you can still even you always learn something from all of your different conversations, even if it's just an epiphany that you have, you know?
Some of them dudes over there are just straight up nonstop trolls, you know?
Oh, yeah, the two that were in there. Yeah, that's like, yeah, screw that.
Yeah.
It's like not even worth. I even went back in there and tried to. I told myself, okay, well, I have more patience. It doesn't have anything to do with having patience. Okay, are you going to tolerate someone not being honest and just deliberately making shit up? Yeah. I can't do it. But I'm going to get some shut eye. So, good night. Sweet dreams, everyone.
All right. Good night.
Mike, you recording the live stream or something now? The two account.
What?
Gonna start recording the live stream or something? The second
I
account?
was just playing with that, but eventually I might.
Would be cool, yeah.
I was trolling the two dudes over at that other server. I brought my second account in to troll them with. I left there, I brought the account over here. But that's what I made the account for, is so that, I got new internet now, so I could start live streaming too, yeah. I want to live stream debates over at other servers and call people out by name, Mod crushes this dude, Cyrus crushes that dude, and say I'm what server, and promote our server and their server. The way other servers will be willing to participate in it because it promotes their server. Put their link and our link at the bottom of the video in the description. I used to do this. You know, if you get 5 or 6 servers that's willing to do it with you, that's how you jump up in a lot of members. Me and Jose and Indio, it's how we did it in the beginning. We got new people. Then we were always gone. We were always off trolling other people or debating on other servers or debating on YouTube. And then it left the live stream open for other people to run. Other people got their opportunity to shine.
I noticed yesterday how Hank, Jelly, and others were in the other server, the Book of Wisdom and everything.
The House of Wisdom.
That was House of Wisdom. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Of them already got banned from here. I tried to get them in here, and they're like, "Oh, I'm already banned." I'm like, "Hey, I'm willing to take the ban off of you if you're wanting to come in and talk." It's like, "No, no, no, I'm done. I'm not talking." I'm like, "Oh, you got humiliated. That's why you're attacking me the way you are." That was funny.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Hank's awesome like that.
Yeah, Hank does pretty good debating them idiots.
Patience of this wins hot.
Trying to download a damn app to my phone.
App.
No. Keeps giving you them bullshit messages. Phone's got a virus. All Androids were hacked. Have to download this antivirus now. Like,
Don't do it.
It's like, shut the hell up.
It's actually an interesting point. Sorry, guys, got to interrupt. A couple of new people have joined the live stream. There's this guy called Space Croaker. Welcome to our live stream, Space.
Yeah,
good to have you
welcome.
here. Yeah, sorry, guys. So if there's anybody who does want to jump in with a conversation, otherwise we're just going to sit here and shoot the breeze. So if you've got any points of conversational questions you want to answers to, now would be the time to ask. Just
Hi.
introducing you. Hi, Space. Welcome.
Hi, yes. I was wondering what information had brought you all to, or here, I wrote my question down. Let me read it again. What convinced you all or brought you all to discovering that the Earth was flat? And I'm asking because I was in a Discord with Geo, and all I really know about it is from the documentary that I've seen on Netflix. And he pointed out that the information in that documentary is pretty biased. So I just kind of wanted to understand more about, I guess, why the Earth is flat and whatnot.
Why the Earth is flat?
Or kind of like what, yeah.
The evidence for the Earth being flat. So the water, 71% of the Earth's surface, is observed and measured to be level. There's no curvature to the Earth, especially over water. So if there's no curve where it should be mathematically and predictably, it's not a ball. So that's the main piece of evidence, because you need a ball for everything to start moving and spinning and to live on. And it's not observed, it's not measured, and it's not practically used.
Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah. Welcome
How...
What
else?
If we could find the curvature, we would probably know from flat earthers. We've all looked. There's been a lot of people, a lot of different tests. Laser tests, long distance observations, geometric calculations that don't make sense. There's just a lot of solid, real evidence that supports that the Earth is measures flat. And
well,
so
there's no evidence of curve. There's no evidence of spin. There's no evidence of a lot of things in a lot of ways they said they explain things to be. There's no evidence of it.
I got one for Space Okra. Is that what you go by? How do you say your name? Your handle?
Oh, it's a space quokka. It's this cute little animal.
Okay. So, Space Quokka, I could basically, my path to the flat Earth is, self-deprecating and very embarrassing. And I say that because I thought I was right because so many other people I believed were wrong. Because I was in the Army for over 10 years. I had multiple combat deployments in support of the global war on terror. After my 4th deployment, I had a friend, a close friend that I actually grew up with, who went to basic training with. And it was part of the troop surge. And we both just happened to get deployed as part of Bush's troop surge. And he got killed. And I basically watched him die. And I left the Army and I joined the anti-war movement because I didn't want our children to be fighting this war. After a politician... Yeah, I'll wrap it up real quick. So basically, I met someone in the anti-war movement who believed the Earth was flat. And I harped on him, I ripped on him, I tore him apart every day. I called him retarded, and eventually he said to me these 3 words, or basically more than 3 words. He said, if the Earth was a globe, would there be a war? Would there be a global war on terror? And it destroyed it shattered my ego right there. I'm like, hell no. If the Earth was a globe, there wouldn't be war at all. There would be enough space for everyone to coexist peacefully. And then from there, I've branched out and I've learned all that the flat Earth, community has taught. And I think it takes a flat smack. This is what I was getting to, Jedi. Sorry for taking too.
It's all right, buddy. You're fine.
Yeah, it takes a flat smack to get somebody to understand flat Earth. And for my grandpa, it took me showing them a video of NASA astronauts telling kids to swallow their toothpaste. For my dad, it took him to understand that you can't see a full moon during the day. For multiple people, there's some issue. there's always one thing that they hold as a sacred cow. That once they realize that objective truth somehow becomes subjective, if they're able to count in flat Earth as a possibility, they're able to see everything. It's literally swallowing the red pill. I yield back.
Cheers, buddy. Thank you for that.
Why do you think, like, what is gained from that knowledge not being known by everyone? Like, why
Is
make anyone think?
Is information power?
Can I?
Okay, that makes sense.
There you go.
Yeah, why do we have a central intelligence agency in the first place if information isn't something they like hold dear? I mean, why?
Yeah, I mean, information is power, and you can use that information however
Yeah.
you need to.
Yeah,
So-
absolutely. Sorry, buddy. Go on, carry on.
Information is supernatural.
Yeah, so I mean, if you understand something somewhat one way, and they understand it another, and you're 100% wrong, but you just don't know it because of what you've been explained the wrong way. It doesn't mean you're a bad person or you're stupid or anything. It's just a different understanding. And they can do it, believe me. I mean, the Central Intelligence Agency, the FBI, the government. I mean, yeah, some of the people and some of the agencies have our best interest in mind, but some of them don't. So,
I mean, there are instances throughout history. One of my favorites is McCarthyism, where like everything is kind of a lie and everything's based on a lie.
well, in the way of theoretical physics and theoretical astro and like theoretical space and all the stuff they talk about, it's all theoretical. It's all one man. At the end of the day, most of the scientists are one guy or a group of guys trying to figure something out. So they'll come up with an idea,
Pseudoscientists.
whatever, and then they'll come up with an idea. You're right. They'll come up with an idea, and then they keep going along with these inferences or instances to build upon more ideas, and the next guy does it, and the next guy does it, just to try to build a Lego block falsehood or theory of how things work. But it's just an idea from a man. I mean, at the end of the day.
I feel like, we know that everything we learn in schools is a lie. We kind of know that it's like training to like be a good yes sir, go out and make Uncle Sam his money and stuff. And they lie to us about all kinds of other stuff. So I kind of feel like if you can trick somebody into believing the world's not really what it is, you can just ultimately damage their whole perception of things. And then from there, it's just, you can just tear them down from there. If you can get them to believe the biggest lie, they'll believe in the smallest lie.
Not everything is a lie, though.
Right.
Because
I'm not saying
if
that.
everything was not everything is a lie. If everything was a lie, then it'd be too easy. They
I'm not
mix.
saying that everything is a lie, but we know that they attack our minds with propaganda and world elites, the world leaders, the people that want to control you.
I don't talk to those guys.
But you watch them on TV and YouTube every day.
Well, we hear the shit they put out through school, through the news, through the media.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying is
We're
the
going away from
majority
our
of the
new guest.
masses
We're going
are
away.
manipulated. That's all I'm
I
saying.
tried to get the topic off on information is supernatural, but you guys wouldn't let me. So go ahead.
Yeah, no, we've got somebody who's joined the server who's really new to the subject, so we're just going through a couple of things with Space Croaker. So yeah, we were talking about that, but ultimately it wasn't leading down that path. But we've got a new guest, guys, so without us monologuing amongst ourselves for the next 20 minutes about something that she wasn't talking about, let's talk about what she was talking about.
What's her point?
Yeah,
She did say something about, how we know that they lied to us, and that's why I said what I said.
Yeah,
but,
of course.
Yeah, okay. I'm
completely agree with what you're saying, man. Completely agree with what you're saying.
Cool.
It'll be me, then someone else, then someone else, and someone else, and by that time, half an hour gone, and poor woman hasn't said anything.
Fair enough.
I heard someone talk about they called it like their flat Earth slap or something along those lines.
Flat smack. Yeah, so it's a kind of term, right, where ultimately a very short argument will rip your reality apart. So a piece of flat smacking would be, let's talk about space, for example. very quick flat smack is the entire medium of space can't exist because you can't have gas pressure without a container. The atmosphere of the Earth is uncontained from the vacuum in space. This breaks natural law, ruins the whole heliocentric model. Now, if you understand that and take that as it is said, you've just been flat smacked. Then you can understand from what I've just said that all of your reality that you've been told is a lie.
Okay.
And then it'll go quiet.
Well, everyone with the flat smack.
Plus, none of us have ever, well, most none of us have ever been anywhere beyond a certain point anyway, or a certain altitude, or a certain height, or none of us have been to a certain region of the Earth. So, I mean, to say, you know, what we know, or, you know, for a fact, you know, a lot of those people, the scientists themselves, don't even know. They just say it.
So the furthest I've been is Mongolia, and that is like a 12-hour time difference. And when we were flying there, they show on the like airplane, they have this little like TV in the seat in front of you, and it could show you where you were exactly on the Earth, and that was like rounded. So what would it really look like then instead?
I mean, was you watching CGI? Most likely, it was just CGI. First,
it would be like GTA 5, like getting in a plane on GTA 5, flying from one point or one city or one town to the next. I mean, it'd take 12 hours, you know, you add some time in there, 12-hour distance, whatever, and fly to it. It's pretty much the same thing. There's no globe. You don't have to go around it. It's just a flat base. It's pretty simple.
Did you notice the clouds when you was up in the plane? I mean, you could see more miles. Like, you should be able to see curvature from the top of the clouds because you can see so far out. I mean, that's really. I flew twice in my life, and it sold it for me because you never see the clouds curve because if like I was saying earlier, if the Earth is a sphere, there's constant curve. So eventually, at one point in the world or another, you're going to see some curve, but you don't. I mean, in the clouds, that is. But you never see the clouds curve. They're always stretched out, flat.
Yeah, you know, now that I think about it, I can't really pinpoint seeing the clouds curve. Like, I can't say that I definitely saw that.
Well, how about the plane? Hold on a second. How about the plane flight drop, and how long was the plane flight?
Well, the flight was a 12-hour flight.
Whoa. How fast was it going?
Black clouds.
No,
I have no idea how fast.
Wait a second.
I don't know how fast. It could have been
I'm getting some feedback. Sorry about that.
That's all right, man.
Yeah, but it should be dropped. The flight should be dropping, right?
Following the curve.
Right. Even at 1 hour, if the plane's flying at typical cruising speeds like 500 miles an hour, right? If you're flying for 1 hour at 500 miles an hour, how far are you going?
500 miles.
What is the drop, the vertical drop that must be negotiated in 500 miles?
Oh, fuck. That's a lot.
I don't know, but it's 8 inches per mile squared. And I don't have the calculator.
I got the answer. 167,376 feet. So,
how many miles is that?
So that flight, your airplane that's flying level, besides turbulence, must drop, vertical drop. I don't care how it does it. It could do barrel rolls, it could do all kinds of stuff, but it must, on average, drop 2,789 feet every minute. Does that happen?
No, it doesn't happen.
Welcome to Flat Earth. Thanks.
Just to like rephrase that, because she might not get that because she's kind of new to the topic, but do you kind of get where he's going with that, Space?
Yes, I do.
Like, if you think about it, like, you know, if you're flying at level, right, over a globe, and you were never aiming your nose down for the plane to like correct for like altitude, you would essentially gain altitude if you keep going straight on a ball, right? Just think about
And
it
with
like this.
that, you should see clouds coming over
Just
a
think
curve
about it
with
like
that
this.
much distance. Also, that you
All right,
never
top
do.
notch.
I
I
mean,
don't know.
Don't worry about the clouds.
Hold on, sorry everyone. Top notch. I don't know whether you could hear Jose. This happened earlier, so you started talking through Jose whilst he was speaking. I don't know whether you could hear him, buddy. But you might need to sort that out again.
Right. Okay. So like what I was saying is like it's like as simple as like putting a ruler on like a baseball, right? That ruler eventually is not going to touch the ball anymore, and it's going to, the ball's going to drop away from that ruler at some point. So essentially, that distance quantum racer was talking about, I forgot how much feet he said, but it's a lot of feet, man. That's how much the nose should be dropping down in between that distance that you traveled through that time, right? Now, we all know that we feel motion, right? When you ascend, descend, So like, if you really think about it, everyone that's flown a plane can honestly say to themselves that the plane flies level and straight, and actually flies with sometimes 3 degrees nose up. That's how it maintains its level. So that's pretty much what the argument's about, that the plane is flying over a plane, a stationary plane, and not a globe.
And the horizon. The horizon should drop on a ball when you go up to a certain level, but it doesn't. It makes sure it goes up with you.
Yeah, let's just stick with the drop. Let's one at a time. So when you make that,
horizon should drop.
Yeah, I understand that. Let's stick with one at a time. Is when you fly, let's say 11 hours, but that's a long distance, right? Does that flight save for turbulence? Do you drop any amount of feet that you felt?
I don't really remember feeling that.
Right. The flight pretty much stays level, correct?
Yes.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
All right. Okay. I understand. That makes sense.
And what you'll find, and hopefully you'll stick around in the Discord server for a long time, is these individual arguments, like aeroplanes. We can use aeroplanes in the way that they are built and the way that pilots are taught and all of these different types of things, navigation. Each single one of these things won't be working on a ball that moves and spins underneath the aeroplane. It'll work on a flat stationary Earth, not a ball. So each individual argument, and you've probably, you've understood maybe flat Earth has been around for a while. And people probably think that they can pull evidence out of that backside, left, right, and centre, and just throw it down. The only thing I'll employ you to do, and you've done it really well so far, so thank you, is ask you questions, give us time to go through the argument with you, and you'll understand, like you just have done, that planes aren't flying around a ball. You just have to start thinking about them critically and logically, and get to the understanding that you can question the reality that you've been sold. I mean, sold.
Yeah, I have a background in Montessori education, and that really encourages asking questions and looking into things further. And I've really appreciated you all taking the time to answer my questions so thoroughly. And I feel like I have a starting base to start to learn more.
Hey, Space Corca, I got one more thing for you, just to double back on what I said. So even when I got flat smacked by this question I could not square with reality, I still questioned my own understanding. I said, well, yeah, okay, so what? There's a global war on terror, but the globe is still real. The next thing that put me over the edge is like, why would I, the guy who told me this, lie to you and tell you I think the Earth is a globe? And that's what finally did it for me. If you follow the money, if you follow who would tell you what and why, that's the final nail in the coffin. Do you think I would lie to you to gain nothing from you? I don't know who you are. I might not ever meet you in real life. I'm telling you what I think and what I've come to realize as reality. And I've got nothing to gain from that, only stuff to lose. Where the people in power that perpetuate this globe world, they've got everything to gain by continuing the lie.
Has she seen the Black Swan yet?
No, we haven't even got that far. This conversation's about 10 minutes before you came in, QE, so about half hour old. This is really new stuff, guys.
To be honest.
I was just going to suggest that just before you said that, QE.
I think we should start like.
I was
I
going
feel
to
like
actually
Black Swan's a
suggest
little
ask.
Too many people talking. There's like four people with ideas now. Jose,
Okay,
what are you trying to say?
I don't have an idea. I have a request.
I was saying that we should hold off on the Black Swan. I think that's like at least 2 days in here. You kind of have to understand like the math, the horizon, you know, like because even if she understands the Black Swan, she still won't know how to make sense of it. I think, but I could be wrong. You know, I might be misjudging her. But I think
she's smart enough.
I think I'm capable of understanding information. Yeah,
Right,
it might.
let me try and break this down, if I may. What I'll do is I'll break this down and then I'll hand it over to QE for the actual Black Swan argument. But we are told that we are living on a ball. That ball has got definite dimensions because we know the size of the Earth, right? So ultimately, given these dimensions of the Earth, radius, diameter, and circumference, we can use math to figure a few things out about this ball. We can figure out where the horizon is, for example, your placement on the ball, your observer height above the surface of the curved surface. We can figure out how much descent there should be over the curved surface from point A to point B. You being point A, every surface is always descending down and away from you. So point B at distance will always be a calculable rate away. Being as we've got the math of the ball, the calculation from point A to point B over distance is 8 inches per mile squared. So after 1 mile, that's 8 inches of drop between point A and point B. After 3 miles, it's 72 inches of drop. And after 10 miles, that's 66 foot of drop. It gets worse, it's exponential, it's a curved surface. Ultimately, being as it's a ball, it's got definite values, the geometric shape, to figure out certain things about our environment. Basically, we should be able to measure the Earth, especially over distances of water, because that's where the most curvature should be found. 71% of the Earth's surface is water, and as gravity is doing some magic and pulling everything to the center of mass, then this is where we should find the convex nature of our Earth. So we should be able to measure it, being as we've got definite dimensions. You understand that, yeah?
To a degree, but I was wondering if you have a figure that goes along with that so I could visualize.
Right, okay. In the Livestream voice text one, there's Earth curve calculations going around. It's a shape. It's two-dimensional in this instance because we're only figuring out drop between point A and point B. So this is 2 lines. So the circle is good enough to represent the sphere. Sphere 3959, radius, circumference 24,901 miles. We've got values, we've got a circle, we know what we can do with pi and shit. We can figure out the drop value between point A and point B over the distance of this ball. The calculation works out to more accurately 7.98 inches per mile squared. But 8 inches per mile squared is roughly good enough. Definitely something we should be able to measure.
Hey, real quick, do you mind if I guide her to the Livestream 1 voice text? I'm not sure if she's familiar about that. But right above this Livestream voice, there's a channel called Livestream 1 voice text. That's where we're posting relevant images to match with what these guys are talking about currently. Just scroll up. It's like the last 3 pictures. You're going to see one that says curve calc. You're going to see one that says Bob Eyeball. That's the Black Swan, which we're going to discuss right after. And the one that India just posted is another, observation of how light drop would be, measured and things like that.
You're on a ball. You know how big the ball is. For you, point A, every surface in the way, because relative to you on top of the Earth, that's what's happening for you. You're on top of the ball relative to you, right? So every single surface, the Earth, the water in most instances, right, should be curving down and away at a most definitely calculable rate because we are told the size of the Earth, geometric shape, sphere, circle in this instance. So we've got the math, we can do measurements. Do the measurements fit the math? Does math fit reality? I don't know if you wanted to ask any questions before we carried on.
I'm looking at the graphic right now, but I don't think I have questions at the moment.
Okay, cool. I don't know. John, if you wanted to carry on.
Yeah, I think it's a very simple argument. I like her when she said that, do you have any, solid data points? Yeah, we do. And this is it. This is the argument. It's very short. It's just a modus tollens. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, and that's definitely the radius, You understand that, correct?
Yes, I do.
Yep. That's P. Then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's Q. In the Black Swan photo, if you are in Voice One text chat, it has bye-bye ball with Quantum Eraser posting it. I just want you to just let me know. Just let me know if you can see it.
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, it says bye-bye ball, right? This is the photo. This is called the Black Swan. This photo was taken at 1 foot observer height in Santa Barbara, California. Now, I gave the observer height 5 feet for the argument, but we can disregard the 5 foot because it's actually 1 foot. And we have video evidence to prove that. The max distance to the geometric horizon should be 2.73 miles at 5 feet, but actually it should only be 1.22 miles away. You see the problem?
Yes.
This horizon is well beyond 9.41 miles. So some people calculate it doesn't matter. We can make it at 10 miles. How can the horizon move from 1.22 miles, 10 times that distance, behind those oil platforms? It's a rhetorical question because it can't. Therefore, the Earth is not a sphere. That's it. That's the argument.
Unless it's larger than
like
the
space
sun,
movies.
I think it worked out right. Mathematically, it had to be larger than the
My
sun.
space movies, bro.
Hey, before you guys all jump in, why don't we ask if she has any questions about it?
Right now I don't. Right now I'm going to keep listening. I'm continuing to look at all the information, and so far, I totally understand what you all are saying.
Hey, Quantum,
Okay.
Sell an alien
movie that ever
Oh, we'll get there. We'll get there, Elijah. I swear we'll get there for you, buddy. I just want to add some more background for this, with this whole horizon, where it is, what we're looking at, right? So we've got maths. We're looking for curvature. Geometric, physical curvature of the Earth is what we're looking for. Because for 3,000 years, we've been told, the Greeks were saying that's the reason why boats disappear at the way that they do, from the bottom up. Because they are disappearing over physical blockage, the curve of the Earth. Now, we've had conversations for 5 years, debates, however you want to call them, since the flat Earth has kind of started, or people have been waking up to flat Earth. And this is one of the most common things, because flat Earth claim number one is an observation claim. We observe the Earth to be flat. It doesn't matter the altitude that you gain or the optical equipment that you use. You can see as far as you can see. There's no physical Earth blockage in the way or curvature of the Earth stopping you from seeing as far as you can see, because there's a prediction within the curve model of the Earth, how far you should be able to see something at distance. Eventually that thing would have disappeared underneath the curvature of the Earth, and the physical blockage of the curve of the Earth would stop you from seeing it. Physical obstruction would stop you from seeing it. Long distance observations, and this is just one. The one with Bob Eyeball with the oil rigs. This is just one of thousands of long distance observations that supersede the prediction of a curved Earth. Literally, flat Earth claim number one is we see too far. We see things in a distance that are literally directly in front of us. We have a direct line of sight with these lighthouses. Lighthouse, for example, it is there. There is the lighthouse. Depending on the atmospheric conditions of the day, we will or will not be able to see it. We might be able to see more of it, we might be able to see less of it. But light refraction, we're observing through the atmosphere. So that's the argument. It is directly in front of us. The response, or the other argument from the globe Earth, what we have to understand is, for example, the lighthouse at 20 miles away. That is not a lighthouse at 20 miles away. It physically can't be there because the curve of the Earth, the math predicts and tells you that it's not there. So that lighthouse that you see is an actual holographic projection. It's looming up through some kind of super looming light refraction from a place where you can't see it because it's been physically blocked to a place that you can now see it, but that lighthouse is not the actual lighthouse. It's an illusion. It's quite easy to understand that when making long distance observations, you have a direct line of sight to that object, the lighthouse, for example, at 20 miles. It's not beyond the curvature of the Earth and then projecting itself up. And every single long distance observation presenting as if the Earth was flat. The Earth is obviously flat. It's observably flat. It's measurably flat too. We'll get around to that in a bit. But this is why the black swan is a killer in this argument, because it removes the physical blockage, because the horizon starts jumping around, right? Now, globers start saying refraction because they've only said it when it was looming up from beyond the physical blockage. Now they're saying it's happening all over the fucking place. It's a very interesting argument. What you have to understand, it destroys the geometric curve of the Earth. It's never been there.
Well,
Hello, can
thanks,
anybody hear me?
Jedi and Quantum. I can never enjoy a space fiction movie ever again because
you're welcome.
Can I say something?
I was wondering what the maximum altitude that has been obtained was.
Maximum, I think I can safely say the maximum altitude of an observation of the Earth being flat is 120,000 feet from a high altitude air balloon. We can argue all day with the verifiability of any and all images from above where you can go. Right, high altitude balloons, we would maybe start talking about NASA. But using the right optical equipment, not a fisheye lens, it appears that the Earth still remains flat.
Okay. My other question is, what do you all think about like GPS?
GPS has been around since the Second World War. It's ground-based technology, ground positioning system. It was first known as the RAN and something else. It's basically towers. Yeah, it's basically towers. Yeah, that's the other one. Thank you, John. So, yeah, it's basically towers sending out signals, getting pings on boats so they can navigate. And then the technology has been ramped up and used, but basically it's just towers pinging from one base to another. This is another technology that requires a direct line of sight between masts that say 100 miles apart. They're not going to work on a curved surface.
And just to jump in on this real quick, a grid mapping system literally works on any shape. Triangle, square, cylinder, sphere, flat. You can grid map any object. So it's not just sphere, okay? The sphere does not need to be grid mapped.
You can also get within 10 meters of your exact position by two known points. Right? I've done it with map,
section,
compass, protractor, and a pencil.
This goes back to military training. It's called resection.
Yeah, we're not going to have an hour of military stories, guys. Sorry.
Yep. So, seize him. Seize him. There's another problem when you say GPS, because that denotes satellites in a second law of thermodynamics violation.
Okay, so I think, whilst we're going to be talking about GPS space, you brought GPS up. Remember, we're talking about flat smacking, and I gave you the one about gas pressures without a container. Might be a good idea that we go into that one a little bit more, because at the moment, right, we're not observing and we're not measuring a ball. Most of the evidence for the Earth being a ball will be from this place that we're about to go to that fundamentally can't exist. I don't know, John, do you want to talk about it, or do you want me to carry on?
No, carry on, man. You got this one down, dude.
Yeah, no worries. Okay, cool.
Excuse me.
So what we're talking about with natural laws happen always. We've got these things and they've got background noise, and I really don't want it right now. So someone's running water and it makes me toilet.
OJ Swanson, there you go. You're good.
Cool, thank you. So what we're talking about is natural laws. Natural laws always happen unless they're stopped from happening, right? That's quite understandable. Second law of thermodynamics, without going into too much, energy transfers. Hot goes to cold, for example. Hot cup of coffee is going to get cold, right? Entropy. It goes from a ordered state to an unordered state. air pressure, high air pressure, will disperse into a lower pressure environment because that's where the busy energy is, right? Where the high gas pressure is. And there's no energy or anything in the space or where low pressure is. It's easy for the energy to flow from one system to another. We're breathing gas pressure. To have gas pressure, to keep gas somewhere, it must be physically contained. If there is no physical barrier between the gas pressure and a space, the gas will fill the space. That's the only way that you can stop gas from going somewhere, is to stop it with a physical barrier, to actually interact with it somehow physically and stop it. So ultimately, when we're told that the Earth is a ball spinning with the gas attached to the surface around in a vacuum, this fundamentally breaks a law of nature because gas fills space.
Can I just say
I
something
don't know
real
if
quick?
you understand that too well. If you
I do. I was just wondering, that kind of makes me panic a little. If the Earth isn't in space, then where is it? Like, where are we existing?
I guess that's a relatively good
Water.
question.
And water,
It's
I
very
reckon.
simply said, is you've always existed on the Earth. I know it's said to be a ball that's traveling around the galaxy and probably came from a Big Bang because that's a current kind of understanding about where reality came from. But ultimately, you're not going anywhere. The Earth exists where the Earth exists, right? Stationary still. Go on, John.
We're not saying that space doesn't exist. We're saying that the vacuum of space cannot exist. It's a second law of thermodynamics violation in your face. I mean, it's right on the surface. It doesn't take any research to debunk this. Either somebody's lying or the second law of thermodynamics is false.
Can I ask you, hey Jedi, does gas need a container to keep it from fucking off?
It does. It does need a container to stop it from fucking off. Sorry, Space?
Because if there's no container, then what happens to the gas?
It fucks off.
It does.
Oh.
What about the gradient?
Oh, I got it. So if there's no container.
Hi, I was wondering, on the high altitude balloon, do you know if they recorded a pressure reading or anything like that?
Yeah, it would have been a lower pressure. It would have been a pressure. There would have been gas. It would have been able to press because there would have been gas there, but it's a lower one. It's just reading of the gas pressure gradient. It appears that the higher you gain in altitude, and remember you're in a balloon, so you need there to be gas pressure on the outside anyway, right? So yeah, ultimately it's a gas pressure gradient. It reduces with altitude.
You can't have a gas pressure gradient without a container.
Hey, basically, this is one that goes to Boyle's law too. The Red Bull jump said 0.3 atmosphere at his altitude, where he jumped, and he virtually had on a hard-skinned suit. Okay, he had on almost like a diver would have to go down past 300 meters. So explain to me how someone leaving the ISS with a point negative, whatever that equals out to, like to the, like torn or whatever, how
It's
they can
10 to the
walk
negative
out.
6. It's 10 to the negative
17.
6 torque.
Okay, so this guy had a hard-skinned suit where he could barely move for a 1/3 atmosphere condition. So you've got ×6 negative suit, and they have a soft-skinned suit, and they're flying about the ISS at like a Mach 17, and no problem whatsoever. It doesn't add up to reality.
Right. Let's stick with the gas. I
Boyle's
understand.
law.
I understand where you're headed with this, with the ISS. Let's stick just with the gas pressure for right now. But you're right. What FE Jedi is essentially asking you is for you to show a tire pressure without the tire.
Isn't that absolute versus gauge?
Tire pressure without the tire. No, it doesn't really have anything to do with it.
Well, what is gauge pressure?
That's a red herring to this actual argument.
Well, I don't try and get gauge pressure if I pump up the tire and don't have the rubber tire bit. Where's the pressure
gauge
exist?
The gauge pressure is it's calibrated to atmospheric pressure. It doesn't have anything to do with this argument. My question still stands. How do you have gas pressure without a container?
Is there a pressure gradient within the tire? Can that be proven?
What is gravity?
Hey, Jedi, what happens if?
There we go.
Hey, Jedi, what happens if there's gas with no container?
It fucks off, man. But see, hold on. Let me take
tickle his fancy.
Yeah, no. Space has done well. She's got around to gravity. Brilliant, Space. Well done. Because it is literally the only thing that could possibly stop gas from fucking off, right? Even though it can't actually even be demonstrated, but within the heliocentric model, it is ding, ding, ding. The first time you said it, gravity that comes to the rescue, where every single demonstration ever when separating two dynamically different pressure systems requires a physical barrier. If you make a vacuum chamber here on Earth, you're going to need to, separate the vacuum from the gas on the outside, the chamber bit, the container. And you have to have varying thicknesses and structures of container to separate higher vacuums from atmospheric pressure. Every single demonstration requires a container, something to separate the two. I'm glad you said gravity, though. You've done right. Because ultimately, it's a piece of magic that is hopefully going to come to the rescue and make the ball that we can't observe or measure still keep spinning through space. Yeah, we get that. Gravity's a massive argument. I'm quite sure lots of people want to have it with you.
Where else can we find the pressure
I
gradient?
definitely think that's probably the biggest one.
Well, gravity doesn't exist right now. We're not going to have that long argument with you today because we already went over the.
I don't want to have that argument today.
We already went over the black swan. That's all right. I have.
Where
You
else
said
do we find
gravity.
pressure gradient?
I say helium balloon.
Hey, stuff 6 is equilibrium. Dude.
Hold on a second. I said helium balloon. Which direction does the helium balloon go when you leave it go on the surface of the Earth?
What is buoyancy?
What is it's the effect? I can answer that.
Okay, so it sounds like Final Jeopardy at the moment. Sorry.
Yeah, I got Final Jeopardy covered.
Gotcha.
But what is buoyancy? You're just throwing out terms. I'm going to tell you what it is. It's the effective density. Where's gravity in it?
I'm not sure what gravity would really have to do with it, but why?
Well, wait a second. Hold on a second. Sorry to interrupt. When we said gas pressure without a container, you brought up gravity. So what do you think gravity has to do with it? That's what it has to do with it because you just brought it up.
Hey, gravity is one of those forces that's the weakest.
Because it's a force that's acting on all the particles in the system.
Gravity is not a force.
Right, okay. It sounds like we do have to have the gravity
Yeah,
conversation.
we're going to have it. Go ahead, Jedi. You're the one.
Okay, so, all right. There's lots of ways that we can start talking about gravity, but fundamentally with this argument, I want you to understand this. Gravity, both ideas, right, have never been scientifically proven. So you can't take something you can't scientifically prove and use it in a demonstration to stop a natural law. You're just not going to be able to do it. I understand what you mean by saying gravity is a force. There's a directionality to nature that QE has just pointed out, that you let go of a helium balloon, it goes up. You drop a rock, it goes down, up or down, right? We understand that. But ultimately, when we're talking about gravity, it works on a presupposition that the Earth is a ball and space exists. The mass attracting mass that you're talking about, the first idea, so not the current scientific rhetoric, the first idea about it was superseded in 1915, but the mass attracting mass has never been scientifically proven. Newton didn't want anything to do with it. He offered no science for it. The apple that fell from the tree didn't fall until 40 years later. So ultimately, he was trying to come up with a mechanism based on the presupposition the Earth was a ball and space existed. because things were going around in the sky. So ultimately, yeah, we can understand the mechanism, and he's trying to apply his presupposed idea to it. Mass attracting mass then comes along with Cavendish and a few other people with a pseudo type of experiment. Again, something that they didn't really want to be associated with, because the magic at a distance throughout this whole narrative was just fucking fundamentally stupid, which is why in 1915 Einstein had to come along, and I say had to, and come up with another idea because the first one wasn't working. The next idea superseded the first. This idea is the bending and warping of space-time, the presuppositional earth ball of mass sitting in a fabricated reification of space and time and bending and warping it, which is why rocks fall down. But ultimately, the point is, gravity is the thing that makes the ball stick together, because it's all based upon a presupposed ball and space exists. Both ideas, one superseding the other, and the current scientific rhetoric being the bending and warping of space-time, have never been scientifically proven, i.e. there is no experiment, no proof. And it is most definitely not the thing that's stopping the gas from going into a space, because we've just let a helium balloon go and it goes up.
So mass that accelerates would equal a force. What other would be causing the rock to fall to the ground?
Did you pick it up?
It's gravity.
Sure, I picked it up.
Yeah, right. So the rock or anything of a certain heaviness, weight, however you want to describe it, is going to be on the floor. The only way that you're going to be able to remove it from the floor is when you apply your force. All right, so kicking it is like dropping it. It's a force. It's going to go downwards because this is an observable natural law. There is a directionality. The rocks and heavy shit, you've got to pick them up, you drop them, they'll go back down. You make a helium balloon or something that contains a gas that can rise, and it rises. Because all we can do is vary and manipulate the objects in the medium. That'll be the relative density bit, but we don't understand, or we can't scientifically prove why the floor's the floor and the sky's up there. And the directionality bit, because it didn't matter where the floor was on a flat earth, we'd always be asking, why doesn't shit go to the left? There's directionality up and down relative to us in the system we're in. What causes the up and down, we can't scientifically prove. We can just fuck around with the effects within the up and down of the rock and the balls and stuff.
But every force has an equal and opposite reaction. So what's the reaction that takes back the force I
That's
input?
incorrect. That's incorrect. That's incorrect. That's Newtonian laws. They've all been debunked by quantum mechanics.
Oh.
Hey,
well,
hey,
I guess
can
I'm
I-
not up to date with that then.
I've just come on here briefly to share something with you all. Can you guys hear me? Hello?
It's interesting. It's interesting that you said up.
I just don't know if anyone can hear
today
me
as
at
well,
all.
because obviously you can't gravity being a force, and like it hasn't even been described as a force since 1915. And
Yeah, man, we can.
This isn't on you. This is on everyone, right? We all get taught this
You can't hear me?
bollocks, and it's not true. We get taught certain narratives, and it's down to you
Yes.
to do the research and actually find it out, right? But mass attracting mass, this force of gravity, not
come on
even
here.
current
I just
scientific
want to share
rhetoric
something real
of today. It hasn't been for over 100 years. Lots of people flog dead horses. It's just you just think you're right. It's not you. It's
even
everyone.
measurable. Nobody's measured it.
Is it possible to link me the information about the Newtonian laws being debunked by quantum?
Sure. 1 second.
Awesome. Thank you.
Coming at you right now. Are you in live stream?
Yes, I am.
It'll be
Can I
with
just
you
share
in
something with everybody? It's a
5,
discovery that I've made just
4,
now.
3.
And I don't, as far as I know, no
2,
one's made this discovery.
What
That's
would
why I'm kind of
the
excited
recoil from a gun
to
be?
share it.
There you go.
But no one seems to hear me
Might
at
have a
all.
new flat earther before long.
Oh my god.
Sorry, guys. I didn't have myself on mute. Sorry.
Hey, what about guns? I'm a firearms instructor.
Oh yeah, my
The
question-
recoil.
Hold on a second before we jump to another topic. Let's deal with this one right now. The laws of motion of Newton. This is from Richard Feynman. the discovery of quantum mechanics first, and then in behavior of light, and then in behavior of matter, finally culminating in 1926 with the full equation of quantum mechanics, which told us that the laws of motion of Newton were not right. That good? I can scientifically validate that, by the way.
I'll probably give you 10 more if you say not good.
Wasn't that because the current model of quantum physics didn't line up with the Newtonian idea of gravity?
No, I'm sorry. Newton never proposed a scientific theory of gravity. He proposed a law. Natural laws are not scientific.
Why?
Can't follow the scientific method?
But doesn't every action have an equal and opposite reaction? So
Not according. No.
Could you link me that as well, please?
Link you what as well?
Proof of that being violated.
Show me proof of it.
Okay, fair.
Would
a gun work?
Gun. I don't know how many. What's particularly confusing about Richard Feynman saying, and you know who Richard Feynman is, correct?
Hi, I'm sorry. I'm Space Quacko's boyfriend. I just like to chime in here.
Hello.
Richard Feynman, isn't that about their current understanding or I'm sorry, current models of quantum mechanics?
No, there are no models of quantum mechanics. It's all scientific experiments. Models are reification.
Well, the theories and ideas that are supporting their arguments in general is kind of what I was getting at.
Whose arguments?
Richard Feynman's, and just basically quantum mechanics, like, you know, the work of Stephen Hawking and a lot
Stephen
of...
Hawking had nothing to do with quantum mechanics.
Nothing.
Yeah, he did.
No,
he didn't.
What is his work on virtual particles and like black
virtual particles? What is the that's an oxymoron. Virtual. What's the definition of virtual?
Sets of quantum mechanics. Like that.
What is the definition of virtual, please?
Yes, answer the question.
It gets a little fuzzy here because I'm not really that involved with these topics, but I do know that they did study subsects of quantum mechanics.
No,
yeah.
Hey,
no,
okay,
they didn't.
boyfriend.
Right or wrong? But
Hawkins tried to square the Big Bang with black hole. That's all he tried to do, and he failed miserably. Which is why he never got a Nobel Peace Prize, never got recognized for any of his books. He died in obscurity. Okay, so he's a failure.
I will
let's get back to the topic. I can destroy Newtonian mechanics.
Exactly, Newtonian mechanics. Every reaction has an equal and opposite reaction.
Just said, okay, not a problem. Let's do an experiment. Let's do the double slit experiment, right? We'll take, let's see, Professor Shankar, chair, professor of physics, Yale. All right, so today we're going to shoot down Newtonian mechanics and Maxwell's theory. We're like the press. We build somebody up only to destroy them. Are you ready for the destroying?
Sounds
Say
fun.
yes. Say yes.
Ready.
Not a problem. So we have a double slit experiment with a Newtonian particle, an electron. We close one slit and fire a bevy of electrons, and we get 10 hits at point A. We close that slit and open the other slit and fire a bevy of electrons. We get 8 hits at point A. The Newtonian prediction would be if we fired the same bevy of electrons with both slits open, we must get 18 hits at point A. How many do we get? We get a big fat 0. And what does that mean? Professor Shankar, chair, professor of physics at Yale, that is the end of Newtonian physics. The prosecution rests.
Can I say something? doesn't Newtonian mechanics rest on the fact of like basically every equation from Newtonian mechanics rests on the fact of the objects or systems at play having some sort of mass? And isn't it pretty verifiable that light does not contain any mass whatsoever?
No, and I'm not just talking about light. I'm talking about electrons.
Electrons have no mass.
What?
Like
citation, please. And you're going to have to define mass for me. I'm going to get medieval on you.
I will say, I would like to just dial back a little bit to the firearm argument. When I fire,
yeah, I bet you would.
In my hand, what
I
is
bet
that?
You would. Well, you're already debunked, so you can do firearms all night. You can't skip across the debunking that I just laid at your feet and go to firearms, son.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for the night.
Yes, is terminated.
Been wonderful.
Take a cloak breath. Get the fuck out of there. Thank you.
Hey, if you think that boyfriend's gonna get you to space, you need to find a new boyfriend.
No, I totally agree. I just genuinely am curious, and he's an engineer and started to listen and then started to have more questions, and then I shouldn't have, but I let him take control of the mic. So I hope you all had fun and it was all good-hearted.
Oh yeah, it was good.
That's great.
You're absolutely fine. No worries.
Yeah,
it's like it's no problem. But remind him that engineering is not science. You could take that with him.
sorry.
What is science at this point?
Science is anyone who follows the scientific method.
What is the scientific method?
The scientific method is stepwise. There's 4 steps. Oh, I'm sorry. Was he asking me?
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, yeah. I
ahead,
hear
Q,
that, John, and I start answering it as well, so sorry if I interrupted you. You take it away.
Yeah, the scientific method has about 7 steps, but 3 are critical. The first one is observe natural phenomena. That's where you get your dependent variable from. Then you go to hypothesis, which has the independent-dependent variable relationship. All science is only focused on cause and effect. Then you go to the experiment, where you have the independent, dependent, and controlled variables are added. That's the scientific method.
I agree with that. I've done work as a test engineer before, and all of that just hits the nail right on the head. You know, I've done experiments where I've followed that exact method, and that's you guys know your stuff on that.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you.
Yep, good talking to you guys. I'm out too. So FE Jedi, good job. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah,
Everyone
thanks.
have a good night.
It's been fun.
And stay safe. And thank you for letting me
Guys. Yeah, cheers, guys. Tell your boyfriend to get his own Discord account.
I do have my own Discord account.
Okay.
Yeah, well, come in here and get voice verified, buddy, and we can have chats whenever you're about.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Hello. Yo, reclaim your mind. What's up?
Yo. So yeah, I've just posted something in the chat.
Yeah, man. That was me responding to you.
Oh, right. So yeah, if you look at the 2 C's, They are totally different shapes. I mean, the Apollo one, there's like a couple of lakes. Like it's not even a continuous strip of sea, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
You see land crossing over, and that's the same region of land. Like it's the same area on both. You know.
Yeah.
That. But you're saying somebody's already found that? Like I'm not the first one to discover that.
Yeah, man. This I'm just gonna be real with you. I'm not
Yeah.
gonna sugarcoat it. So this is probably like a 2015, maybe 2016 image right here.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, back when YouTube was in its prime, man, this type of stuff was already being pointed out.
Right. Okay. Because
It's a
I
good.
literally, I just found the photo. I thought I'm going to go to Google Earth right now. I'm going to actually compare them to see if there are any differences. And yeah, that's what I noticed straight away. I was like, holy crap! Look at that.
Yeah,
That
man.
right there.
Like I'm not trying to take
But
away from your find. Great
no.
find though for sure. But yeah, yeah, it's definitely a few years old.
They've actually since corrected it too, because there's two versions of it. I don't know if you're aware of that. I'll send you the two versions that's side by side actually on Google right here.
Yeah, good catch. Reclaim your mind. It's
Yeah,
nice.
crazy, right?
You're finding the things that others have. You're getting this as hard hitting as we've got it, so that's nice. It's really interesting to see that you're like. I'm not saying you're behind anything or you're late to the party, bro, but it's nice that this is still as hard hitting and as real for someone down the line from where we saw it or experienced it. Well done, mate. Keep looking because it's all
Yeah.
more yet to be found
Because I've
too.
definitely come
Yeah,
across
well
a lot of
done.
evidence, but I've never come across my own evidence, and this is something that I found without bumping into it somewhere else. So I was like, whoa, like I was actually kind of proud. I was like, I feel like a detective. But like,
Yeah,
I'll send.
yeah. That's the point of it, mate. We can tell you everything in the world, but until you come across something yourself, it's not really. That's when it hits hard.
I've just sent another image, and you can see how they've corrected it on the left. That little, I don't even know what is the name of that sea. It's around Dubai, isn't it? Dubai is around that area, isn't it? But you can see the one on the left has been. I don't know if that was the original. I don't know which one came first out of the two. That to me is a mystery at this point. Like I need to find evidence, like which one came first, the one on the left or the one on the right. Can you see the difference? Hello?
Yeah, a little bit. I can. Yeah.
If you look at that same region that I pointed out, you can see the one on the left, it's just a continuous strip of sea, whereas the one on the right, it looks like there's two lakes and like a land bridge going between. Yeah, which doesn't make any sense. I mean, which one is it? The one on the left?
The one on the right
With Google Earth.
Apollo. Yeah, the one on the right claims Apollo, so that's 70s. But it's sometimes I see some of the 70s imagery transposed into the blue marble.
Right.
Some of these digital programs I think are actually live and active. That's the closest to AI that we've got, because when we're talking about stuff in here and I go looking, I find things on the modern stuff that I hadn't noticed before. I'm not saying it's Big Brother actively listening to us and updating everything because of what we say, but it's very, very clever, some of the programs that they use to read. I mean, the Blue Marble program is sort of based on all the data compiling imagery that they've always had.
Yeah.
So why not use some of the old data too?
Yeah, right. Fascinating. It's exciting when you come across new evidence. It's new to me anyway. I've been looking into this since 2017. But I've never come across this before.
It's exciting to find new things, isn't it?
Definitely. Yeah, because it can kind of get a little bit stagnant at times, it seems, right? Like you just constantly come across the same information. But one thing that I learned recently, which blew my mind, was I was listening to one of David Weiss's recent interviews, and he was saying that somebody sent a balloon into, as high as it can go, and they pointed the cameras up, right, instead of like out to look at the Earth, and they launched it at night, and they could see all the stars in the sky. It was like a nice clear day. They launched the balloon. I haven't seen the footage yet. I'd love to see it. But they said that once it got to a certain altitude, the stars disappeared completely. So, so they could see the stars from within the atmosphere, but then as soon as the balloon got high enough to the point where it was outside of the atmosphere, all of the stars in the sky disappeared, and it just turned pitch black. Which makes you think, okay? Because, we've all seen the video with the astronauts saying space is a deep black, and others are saying you can see stars and planets and all that. And but all the footage I've seen personally, I never see stars ever, right? And any of these balloons, high altitude balloons that get launched into space, supposed space, you can't see any stars. Which then begs the question: how would they ever be able to navigate anywhere if there's no reference point apart from all you see is the sun and the moon? All the stars disappear, right? It would be impossible to navigate anywhere, assuming space travel, could be real, which it isn't. I don't believe you can, because I believe in the flat Earth theory. But do you guys get what I'm saying? Hello?
You lost me when you said you believe in the flat Earth theory.
Oh, what do you mean?
Maybe I just started paying attention at the wrong time. I'm sorry.
So you didn't actually hear anything before that point?
What?
You didn't hear anything that I said before that point?
No, man. I was preoccupied. I'm sorry.
No, that's cool. Do you want me to say it again, or?
No, man.
You can't be bothered?
Well, no, it's just it's not your problem that I didn't pay attention. It's my problem, so I'm not going to make you repeat yourself.
Okay. Did anybody else hear it all, or? It doesn't seem like it.
Hey, I heard it, brother. Good shit.
bro.
Keep going.
Me too.
Cool. I don't come on here often. I only come on here once in a blue moon. But yeah, I came on to share this discovery that I made just now. And of course, the best place to share it would be with this community, right? But yeah, isn't that crazy that literally, does anyone have any high altitude balloon footage that shows stars in the footage? Because I haven't seen any. Has anybody else?
No, I haven't.
Yeah.
No.
So then I think that it's true that you can't see stars in space. Let's just call it space. I'm talking about when you go so high that you can literally see the blue gradient of the atmosphere, and then above that is pitch black. You couldn't navigate anywhere if there's no reference points apart from the sun and the moon, right? That in itself debunks the whole being able to travel in space. If you can't see stars, you don't know where the hell you're going, right? And the proof is that you can't see stars. Just like I was saying, that somebody, and I haven't seen the footage, Dave Weiss mentioned it. He said that somebody launched a balloon with the cameras pointing up on a perfectly clear night. You could see all the stars as the balloon was launching. But then once it got to a certain altitude, I don't know what that was, all the stars disappeared. So that there, to me, is proof that you couldn't navigate anywhere in space, even if you wanted to. Right? Let's just say that space travel is real and all that. Like you couldn't do it if you can't see any stars. Am I wrong?
Don't they have a special sextant for that lights up a star map, so they can use a special space sextant with a lit up map?
Yeah, I don't know. I just think it's we live in an intelligently designed system. That's what I believe, and I believe we must live like within a bubble, because water seems to be the essence of life. You know, like when they even now with mainstream science, they say the first thing they look for on other planets is water, because where there is water, there's life. And in the Bible, in Genesis, it doesn't actually say that God created the water, which I find interesting. It says he created the heavens and the earth, but it does not say that he created the water, which suggests to me the water was there before he created the earth. Right? We must live within some kind of a bubble. Now, what's outside of that, I don't know. And I have seen a video recently put out by, I think it was National Geographic or the Discovery Channel, and the guy ended up dying, but he went down in a submarine. I think it was the Mariana Trench or somewhere else maybe, and he said that he came across like a lake under the ocean, and he said, hang on a second, I'm already under the ocean, how can there be a lake under here? And they tried to go deeper into that lake, but it was so salient that they just keep bobbing back up. They couldn't penetrate it. And he says as they were trying to do it, they were sending ripples to the shore, like an underwater lake. Now that supports the scriptures in the Bible when it says that there is waters below and waters above, right?
Yeah, I've seen a wee bit of
Totally
that.
supports that.
Yeah, there's
which is
brine
amazing.
pools, and there's also underwater lakes and rivers.
Crazy, right? And it seems like we can't go any deeper than 7 miles, because I think the Mariana Trench is 7 miles and the deepest hole ever dug is 7 miles. So maybe that's like the sort of determination zone where we just can't go any further.
Reclaim, what is the speed of ISS?
What is the speed of the ISS? I don't
Yeah.
know, but I know that it supposedly orbits the Earth several times a day, but the
Yeah,
actual speed,
17
it's ridiculous.
Okay, 17,500 miles
Mm-hmm.
per hour. Do you know the orbital speed of the Earth?
Yes, I do. I know it rotates at 1,000 miles an hour, has a radius of
No.
3959.
Orbital speed.
The
Orbital.
orbit, it's 67,000 miles
Yeah.
an hour and
Okay.
500,000 miles
ISS speed.
around the Milky Way galaxy, blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
ISS speed is
Yeah.
17,000
Okay.
miles per hour. How in 24 hours? Where is the Earth?
In 24 hours, where is the Earth?
In orbital speed. It's in 24 hours. Earth pass like 1 million something and a half miles.
Yeah.
In 24 hours, ISS pass almost 500 or 400,000 miles.
Uh-huh.
That means that ISS in 24 hours, it's 1 million miles far away from Earth.
Uh-huh. Okay.
That's the proof that Earth is not moving.
Right. Okay.
If they say they are moving together, that means all atmosphere, stratosphere, ionosphere, or all that sphere of gas, it's moving 66,000 per hour. And all aeroplanes, it's moving not 1,000, 66,000 miles per hour. Also.
Crazy, right?
And if you jump in the air, you are also moving 66,000 miles per hour.
Yeah.
That's the math.
Uh-huh.
If
Yeah,
that has
it's
logic, then you can arrive. Common sense.
it has no logic to me. And even the the bending and warping of space time and how they show a demonstration. I've seen one on YouTube where they have like a black piece of fabric sort of stretched over a large ring, and then they throw marbles into it, and then they sort of like they it causes the fabric to warp around the marbles, and the larger marbles, kind of, or the smaller marbles start to orbit the larger marbles, etc. They all get drawn to the center, right?
Yeah.
See, and that's the demonstration they give. Well, if that demonstration is actually what's happening, then we should be getting drawn into the sun. We should be moving closer to the sun constantly, and we should end up getting fried because we just like the demonstration they gave. How all the marbles were orbiting until they crashed together in the center.
But
It's
with that
ridiculous.
demonstration, we can demonstrate the freedom and love and feelings.
Mhm.
You're
Yeah, it's
bending
crazy.
freedom. We can put the marble and say, look how freedom is bending.
Yeah,
Because it's
exactly. It's a
the
concept.
same way.
You
Yeah.
can't bend
Same.
a concept, right? Yeah, it's nuts. And even like knowing how fast the astronauts were traveling towards the moon, like faster than a bullet. Now, what human being can physically travel faster than a bullet? You know,
Yeah.
that's insane. It's laughable. And all the centrifuges that they put human beings in don't go that fast. Am I right? I could be wrong. I haven't looked into it that thoroughly, but when they whirl them around to see when they conk out, like they've never reached the speed of a bullet, right? So how could they magically just survive it without any testing to see if a man can actually withstand that type of speed, right?
Yeah.
There's just so many things that don't make any sense. When you really start to think about it.
Flying 2,000 kilometers per hour. Only good pilots, and they need to be prepared for that. For that, only some people can do that, and they need to be
Really?
trained.
And
Yeah,
then he'd
most
have be
pilots.
hooked up to oxygen and stuff, right? Like,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah. Also, that speed.
crazy.
I look at the aeroplanes who are fast. Very very fast. Watch the shape of that planes.
Oh, yeah,
How
it's like a blade, right?
yeah, they're made
Totally
to can go
aerodynamic.
that speed, and ISS is
Yeah,
made all that. Yeah.
yeah, it's so silly. Like anybody with a critical thinking mind, it doesn't take long to know that you've been lied to.
Yeah.
Well, there's no need to think here in this perfect world. We'll do all your thinking for you. Just come right over here and wear this and sit there.
Yeah, that's right.
Because more intelligent people realized that years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we're pretty much trained from birth to submit to authority figures. You're not a scientist. You don't know. Like even with the whole C-19 thing. Like you're not allowed to question anything if you're not. And even the people that do have all the degrees and all of the high education, they're not allowed to question.
Yeah, you can't question Santa Claus, bro. The Tooth Fairy will kick your ass. But see, authority normally comes with knowledge, wisdom, experience. Wisdom comes from knowledge, experience, things that you use.
Yes.
Without wisdom, you have no authority, which means you don't
Yes.
have any conviction either.
What's the
So,
difference between wisdom and knowledge?
truth is subjective, knowledge is objective. Truth can be objective, however, the word's generally used in a subjective manner.
Yeah. Good explanation I've heard is that the difference between wisdom and knowledge. Wisdom is the application of knowledge.
Yep.
Right? So it's
Right.
actually when you know something, that's one thing, but being wise is being able to apply that knowledge to benefit your life. Right?
Right. Well, knowing something is real or not. The wisdom is being able to apply that, teaching, showing, demonstrating, even making experimentation or tests for such things. Demonstrate. So, I mean, the fun thing about science with me is not all of it's just experiments. Some of it's just tests, simple tests. And you get very
absolutely.
random answers with just a simple test.
Yeah. I get some people trying to argue with me like, well, what is truth? Like, how do we know what truth is and what is truth? Like,
Well, either the balloon goes when you let go of it, or you've been holding it in your house for 3 days before you went outside.
Yeah.
Well, that would be the truth. Either it does go up, or you've caused the helium somehow to die down and lose its energy to where it won't go up when you go outside.
Exactly. I mean, truth is unchangeable, isn't it?
Right.
And you couldn't manufacture anything if truth didn't exist. You couldn't manufacture anything because if you have any piece of technology or a car or a computer or whatever, it requires a number of elements that come together in such a unique arrangement that it produces a car, a laptop, a TV, whatever, right? Like, in the moment you take a component away, the whole thing fails. And the fact that they can do it again and again and again and again proves that truth exists, right?
Right.
Otherwise, you could not manufacture anything if truth didn't exist. Yes, if you let go of a helium balloon, it's always going to go up, right? Bubbles in the ocean are always going to go up, every single time. Every single time.
Right, but then you have subjective truths. It feels cold in this room to me. You could put 5 people in the room. I'm gonna be the only one sitting in there sweating my ass off.
Yeah, that's true. True.
I stay running warm. I stay warm all year round, period.
Yeah.
But those
Yeah,
other people feel cold. I feel like I need less clothes on because it's fucking hot and it's 63 degrees with a fan on me.
Yeah. You're right.
So you have the subjective side, then you have the objective side. With facts, that's why I say Cutter Scott's facts. Because facts are demonstrable. You can demonstrate all of it all the way down. You can articulate it all the way down to its base core.
Yeah.
It just takes time. It takes learning.
Absolutely.
And dude, it's like, I don't know, 57, 60 outside, and I'm wearing shorts, slides, and a thin ass t-shirt.
What time
I'm
is it
loving it.
over there? What time?
About 7 something, 7:20 something
PM.
a.m.
AM. Oh, I'm on the other side of the plane.
Yeah, you're across the pond.
Yeah, across the pond. So it's like 1:36 in the morning here.
That's big ass
1:36
pond.
a.m. Yeah.
Bro,
Yeah.
you should go and look. Everyone should go and see the Great Lakes and like get out on them.
The biggest lake that we have here in New Zealand is Lake Taupo, and it's the size of Singapore.
Right, but like Lake Michigan, that's a big ass pond,
Yeah.
and the Atlantic Ocean is a pond.
Yeah. Hey, what's the if you wanted to share information with a person that's just getting into Flat Earth for the first time, what are some of the greatest videos that you guys can recommend? I've got a list of mine, but what can you guys suggest any?
There's tons of suggestions. I like sticking to
200 proofs.
well, 200 proofs is one of the good ones I would give out, but most of the time I generally talk with people. I want to see where the acumen is. I want to see if they can follow my trail of logic.
Yeah,
So,
right.
scientific method. Oh, it's this. All right, so it's experiment. So what's part of the experiment? Or either that or gas pressure. I love gas pressure because there's no way around it.
Yeah, I see what you mean. But what about, because I do understand the argument, right? How that, yes, we must have a container because you can't have, that's what the second law of thermodynamics dictates, is that you can't have gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum without a physical container.
Right.
But we do acknowledge that there is a gradient from the base of Earth, and the further up you go, it gets thicker, and it's thick at the base, and then starts to thin out the higher you rise, until eventually you do reach some type of a vacuum. Like, I don't know if you can call it a vacuum, but there's almost nothing up there, right?
This is the parts of the gradient.
Yeah, like, can we observe a pressure gradient anywhere else apart from the atmosphere?
Inside of a container, apart from inside of a container. That's where it goes.
So like, for example, in a tire, like, would there be a pressure gradient within the tire? So it's not going to have it's not going to be evenly distributed. The gas pressure, is there going to be some kind of a gradient within the tire?
All right, so there's a fun test you could do right there. You could take different compressed gases, hook them up to the nozzle, take a tire, a dead one, put a little, pressure in it with some nitrogen and oxygen, and then put a little argon, a little this. If you have a camera or some LEDs or something, remote control stuff, you could put something like that in there. You could change the lighting and see the different gases through different lenses.
Has anyone done that? Like, has anyone recorded themselves doing that, or
what we're talking about right now? Absolutely not.
Yeah.
But somebody stuck
okay.
a GoPro in one of their tires to see what the tire would look like at certain RPMs and cornering and things like that.
Yeah.
So this would be adding to that idea of lights and different gases. But now you don't have to move around the corner. You just hang the tire and let all the gases settle and then turn everything on remotely.
Yeah, right. I think gyroscopes is definitely another of my favorites.
With different color UV LEDs, you can put them on a little board.
Uh-huh.
Hook them up to a couple little batteries. Run it on something wireless. Hell, you give it enough batteries, you could just run it for 24 hours and watch the gases settle.
Right.
But eventually, they're going to settle within the tire. They're going to settle. They're going to produce a gradient. That would, I guess, be the hypothesis for the test.
Yeah.
But still, we know this is how things react. So I'm expecting it.
Yeah, I see what you mean. But we just need to do the test to verify if your expectations are correct.
Well, I mean, you could probably do it in a bigger tire tube too, to just keep it relative to 14.
Yeah.
I mean, they got bigger inner tubes to do something like this with. You'd have to cut it open, put your equipment in, glue it in place, and then patch it, and boom.
Yeah, right.
Mic check. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Howdy.
Morning.
Good morning.
Good afternoon.
Good evening. Afternoon.
Good morning.
Good Groundhog's Day, everybody.
Yeah, same to you.
Just say good day. Takes care of everyone.
We're right, but it's Groundhog's Day because if you get up, all right, up with a weather balloon and a camera, and you record 38 hours, what do you see? You see the sun going around over the land, and that's it. It doesn't go anywhere else. It doesn't stop shining. Day just moves from point A to point B to point C to point D to point E. It has a path. It just follows its path. Technically, it's always day.
It does. Technically, it's always day.
Right.
Oh, another. I saw a video one time where a guy, I think he was saying that he originally was a flat earther, and then he went back to the ball earth, right? And then he was giving evidence for why he went back to the ball earth, and then he showed a video of a high altitude balloon, and he said, "Where is the ice wall? Why can't we see the ice wall?" And I'm just thinking, because where you see the darkness, right? Like you see the earth, and then eventually you just see like the horizon, and then at that point it's darkness. Well, you're basically looking at the limitation of the sun's light reach on the earth, right? And so you're not going to be able to see anything past that point. It's going to be engulfed in darkness, which is where whoever's living in that region of the world is experiencing nighttime, right?
Right.
So you're not going to see the ice wall. It was such a weak argument. He was saying, "Why can't I see the ice wall?" You wouldn't expect to see it. Anyway.
Dumb. Think you can see something that's 150 feet high from thousands of miles away? You want drugs? Seriously? I mean, think about it for a second. How big would that be? So where was the balloon? Somewhere in North America?
Oh.
Ice wall's another 6,000 miles away from there, 10,000 miles. Think you're going to see something that's 150 feet high from that far away? That's ridiculous.
It's going to be like the size of a droplet from an ant sneezing.
Yeah.
More than that.
Yeah. I'm
millionth
just
of a width of a human hair.
Close.
I'm just messing around in Maya at the moment, which is a 3D software. I'll post some pictures, actually, in the chat.
See, when Culvers do things like that, you need to point out that what they're actually doing is they're making a prediction. They're making a prediction that they should see the ice wall from a hot air balloon from X distance, from X far away. You just ask them, what's the basis for your prediction? And you'll find out quite quickly that there's no basis to it at all.
Yeah, I know.
It's just their feelings.
I know.
It's just their imagination that they should be able to see forever, right?
It's quite possible that they just want to enter back into society without being mocked. You know.
Well, that's why we keep it about facts, man. That's your
Yeah.
shield and your sword at the same time.
Right, but
This
they're
is
also like kind of thinking that they can see billions of miles away, right?
they feel
Yeah.
that they can. That's their subjective truth because they can do it. When they went to that one building that one time for that interview on the 26th floor on a clear day, they could see for hundreds of miles. So they're supposed to see forever, no matter where they're at, because they're delusional.
Ironically, we're supposed to see a 150-foot ice wall from thousands of miles away, but we can't measure 300 feet from 25 miles away in the laser test, right?
Bro, seeing fireworks from a decent hill with some elevation from like Roy City over to Fort Worth, that's a feat. On a clear day or a clear night, that's a feat. But if I got up 50 stories, I should be able to see Fort Worth, their fireworks show, and the city behind them and the city behind that.
Yeah. And also, yeah, the moment there's one obstruction,
To
right,
your
you're not going to
vision.
see any further than that, right? The moment there's one obstruction, like if you're looking out over the horizon, the likelihood of there's something being taller than you, such as a building or a mountain, is extremely high. And at that point, you're not going to see any further, right? So you could never see forever. It's just impossible.
My buddy in Canada, he always has to look south to look for the sun or the moon. Always.
Yeah.
Southwardly. Period. Has to. Funny thing is, if there's a storm between Oklahoma and Michigan, he won't see shit. He'll catch radiant light if there's day, but he's not going to see the source. We tried this with the moon one night. I'm like, bro, the moon's bright as shit. It's overhead. Can you see it? And he's like, hell no. And I looked at the map and there was a storm right in between me and him. I even sent him pictures. I'm looking, bro. I can't find it. I'm looking right where it should be. Yeah, oh no, it's there. Trust me. I'm looking up straight at it. It's there. It's where it's supposed to be. It's just hanging over Texas. Fun little things. Having friends all over different places to take pictures of the same thing, same time, has really helped put a lot of things into perspective. I like to start with a scientific method and get that down. Then now you have a ruler or a solution, if you will, to put your thoughts through. Whatever thought it is, whatever idea in the discussion is going on, can now be put through that and compared to it. Does it meet this requirement? Is there a hypothesis? Yes. All right, cool. Is there a control? Yes. Cool. Is there a dependent variable? Yes. Cool. Is there an independent? No. Well, shit. Good luck, Charlie. You tried. Try again next week. That ends
Hey,
it.
Cuddles. Red 91 is has no rules if you want to talk with him.
They got control over their mic. I don't.
Have you tried before, or
I can't
they
do
just
anything.
I just unmuted them.
okay.
We're good. They can talk. Should be able to.
Howdy.
Red 1991, can you talk? Just say hi.
Yeah, hello, what's up?
Hey, welcome. How are you?
I'm good, how are you?
I'm doing well, thanks. What brings you to the server?
I don't know, just checking.
Okay, that's cool. What do you think the shape of the Earth is?
Um, I don't know, but I think we have been fed a lot of lies. Like the globe might be a lie.
Sorry, you said. Can you repeat that one more time?
Like the flat Earth can be the truth.
He said,
I'm not
we've been
sure.
fed a lot of lies, and the globe Earth
Yeah,
could be a lie.
yeah.
Okay, got it. How long have you been looking into the subject?
Not for so long, maybe for a month, 2 months. Not sure.
So, right. And how did you find this particular server?
I Google it. Google.
Okay, nice. So, what convinced you that? Was it just the lies, or was there like a specific thing that you thought convinced you that it was flat?
Like all these conspiracy theories, like the vaccinations stuff and so on. I think the government used to lie to us, and they always lie to us.
All right, but I mean, did you look at the claims of flat Earth before you decided it was flat, or?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, so what was it that convinced you that it was flat among the things that you researched?
Maybe gravity doesn't make a lot of sense. Like, what is gravity exactly? I don't know.
Yeah, it's true. Okay, I just wanted to know. Yeah, welcome, man. We have a lot of information here, and if you have any questions, just let us know.
Okay, thank you.
Don't feel bad, man. They don't know what gravity is either. That's why they keep changing what it is and changing the explanation and the story.
Yeah.
Yeah, just one thing. If you get a chance, go through the rules of the server in the hashtag welcome room.
Okay, well, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
So, what questions do you have?
How about lost cause? Are you able to talk? Lost cause, you there? Maybe not. Okay. Red 91, I gave you verified role that if you are in the live stream, you can follow the live stream text chat. I'll tag you in there so that you can post stuff in there if you like. And
Okay, thank you.
Red, yeah, no problem.
The fun thing about gas pressure, why I love it so much, because it proves so many things so quickly, so simple. It's just so easy.
True.
The more you think about it, the more obvious things become. It's a line I took to heart. And the more I think about it, well, crap. If I have to demonstrate gas pressure without a container, well, this is going to be fun because I have to start with no gas pressure. And good luck
With water is the same. You need to show curving water.
Oh no. Curving space, bro. Curving space. Do I have to stand on the chair for the space between my phone and me to like start warping and bending? Do I gotta like jump in the air? Do I gotta hop on one toe? Like at what time is that space gonna start warping and bending? If I add a jump rope, will it help?
If you don't jump, you will not bend.
But, right, but the distance is still gonna be. It's not gonna change. The only thing that'll change is the angle at which the distance is between me and the item. Is it? And that's depending on how high I jump. I just want to see space, like physical space in between matter, in between objects, physical objects, and this reality. I want to see that bend and warp and wiggle without it being a mirage, a sunspot, a hot spot, a cold spot, or refraction. Because I've seen mirages, I've seen all the different types at one point or another in my life. City looks like it's floating in the sky because of the distance and the heat on the surface. Didn't know what it was for the longest time. Now I do. Ships do the same thing. Other things do the same. I don't know. I guess 200 proofs is a good one, but I'd start with like high altitude balloons, VR weather balloon video, or hot air balloon videos. They do big things every year, spring, summer. Groups in 6 states get together and just.
Hey, do you guys know when the October, what is it, Flattober Fest is? What the date?
Not off the top of my head, pal, but I could probably look. Is it not on Dave Weiss's app yet? No?
I'm not sure. Do you know what city or what state it's gonna be?
Haven't heard anything yet. I just know that it's been posted that it's happening, hopefully. I'll have a look.
Oh, okay, yeah. Can you post the link if you find it?
Will do, and I'll tag you as well, pal.
Thank you.
All I know is I'm behind on making t-shirts because I have the memes to make the shirts.
What?
I wanted to go to one, but I wanted to bring stuff too.
Oh, yeah.
I got a bunch of memes, bunch of pictures, bunch of different things I want to put on shirts. Or just go around passing them out.
Yeah, I wanted to make a sticker, like a small sticker that I can tag just random places with.
Dude, that'd be fun. Like, hit the event with a bunch of shirts. If anybody could get the question right, flat Earth questions, obviously, get a shirt. It'll be a flat Earth shirt with something flat Earth related on.
Yeah, that'll be fun. Have you been to a
Nope.
I don't even know what it's called, man.
I was
The
supposed to
fest?
go to last year's, but things didn't work out. So the last thing I got to do as far as flat smacking or going anywhere in public was hang out with the guys in Dallas. Rob was there, a bunch of other guys from Texas.
Yeah, that sucks. About Rob, that's sad, man.
Oh, well, I mean, it was fun getting to flat smack with him.
Yeah, you're lucky you got to actually meet him.
We got to talk quite a bit about some of his stuff, and it was a fun day, man. It was a fun day. But I mean, the information's still going to be here. Other people are going to have it. We're all still going to be together. So
Yeah, of course, hopefully. They won't wipe us all out.
nah, we're all going to be wearing gas pressure t-shirts. I'm going to teach everybody conditional acceptance with one thing: gas pressure. If you can prove gas pressure doesn't exist, fake, then I will volunteer. But if you can't, I won't volunteer for whatever it is. Flat smacking with a conditional acceptance on guard. Equity will not aid a volunteer. Never volunteer, and I think everybody's all right. But just to get the definition of gas pressure. First grade intro to gas. Gas pressure, right there. Big old definition, right on the front of the shirt. It'd be a perfect t-shirt.
There you go, pal. October 23rd. So they say.
Ah, okay. Nice. Thank you so much.
You're more than welcome.
Where is it gonna be? General admission. South Carolina. Ah, ooh. Mm. Oh, Andy Zebra. Oh, sorry, 1 second.
Man, I might actually be able to make that if everything works out this month.
Ooh. Well, I'm not saying anything about the UK, but
That's a lot what sparked me in the first place was the fact of Flat Earth Europe. That was like nuts. I was like, dude, there's millions and millions of people already like ready. And it was like, what the heck is up with here? But I hadn't looked into it enough yet. There were still people here, it just they either didn't know or didn't, get online.
it's surprising how many people I meet now are media deaf and blind. They do not watch television. All it is bad news. They do not read newspapers. All it is bad news. So they get they've gone social networking again through friends and people who stay in other towns. People are communicating via post, via letters. It's really nice to see, but we need to tap into it more.
Oh, look, lawyers always get the newspaper. You know why?
Hatches, matches, and dispatches?
Nope. Legal section. Announcements, deaths, estate sales.
Yeah, same thing. Hatches, matches, and dispatches.
What?
That's where the money is.
Journalism, investigative journalism is dead for a while. Some would say it was dead before I was born. I tend to agree with those kinds of people.
I think investigative journalism's still there. It's just gone crazy on steroids with people living in other people's trash cans for information. But yeah, there is the spirit of it's still there, but it's been sold. Yeah.
Well, now it's turned into a conspiracy theory, man. That's the trigger word. But a conspiracy is a plot to commit a crime, and a theory is an idea. So an idea to commit a crime is a crime. So a conspiracy theorist is somebody believes that there's plots to commit crimes, and what? Somebody who's a detective would actually have evidence. So I'm a detective. They're wrong. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I have evidence. But that's the thing. They just card this. That's not evidence. The TV would tell me. The magic box. All hail. I watch some things, but it's because I've grown in my knowledge with what's being said, depending on who's talking. It's easier to see what they're saying when you know what those things mean. But it's different when, you've got the same old everything, everybody else. This is what this means. Oh yeah, that's what it means. But it's not. Words are dead. They don't change clothes, underwear, socks, shoes, hats. They don't change. People change them. That's called fraud. Simple. Weird.
Walls of gravity.
Once something happens, there will be an effect. The only one I can think of.
Huh? What are you talking about?
You said laws of gravity. Laws of effects. As long as there's something
No,
going
I
on.
said walls of gravity, not laws.
Oh, sorry.
No need to be sorry. I was just saying it because Sasha wrote it down. He said it would be nice to hear, so
Because every citation mentioning the walls of container in every, it would nice to hear some, because gravity is always like rebuttal. Why is not written anywhere walls of the gravity or walls of the air or something like that?
Well, they don't even know which direction gravity's going yet. Just half the time they say it's going up and down.
You mean they don't even know what gravity is? Not directionally, what is really.
Walls of gravity.
They don't know even what science is. What do you expect that they know what gravity is?
Oh, that's a good one, bro. Oh man, I ain't trying to cry this morning. That's a good one. What are the walls of gravity?
do you guys remember that one guy that came in and said that the mountain had like a mass and that he is attracted to it? Like the mass of the mountain attracts him?
But only that mountain.
I
Not
mean,
other mountains.
I don't
That's
know.
a special relationship then.
Yeah. Uh, it's just it's odd.
I don't know so much. It all sounds a bit rocky to me in a furry kind of sense. If he's attracted to a mountain.
Well, he was
experience,
he was
it's only
trying.
some woman was attracted by me, or I was attracted by her. Nothing else happened in my life. That all other things I cannot say anything about attraction.
Yeah, well, nowadays it's very possible, but he was trying to prove like mass attracting mass, and uh, yeah, like he said, like yeah, the mountain has its own mass, so therefore it attracts me to it. Just like how they say that we're attracted to the ball, that's why we stay on the ball because it has a bigger mass than us. I just thought of it because of walls of gravity. I don't know why, how, or I don't know.
It's because on a mountain there's no flooding. It's a subconscious.
I
Once you
don't
get
know.
Yeah.
I have wardrobe in my daughter room. It's a big one, but I don't see the toys attracted by that wardrobe. It's staying there still. Nothing's moving.
wait.
I have so many examples of bigger and smaller mass in this room, and nothing is attracted. Really, really. Only I'm moving in this.
Hang a plumb bob in a room near like a big couch or a big entertainment center, and put the camera up and watch and see if the plumb bob is attracted to the entertainment center.
Yeah, I mean, no, it's a failed theory, but they still come in trying to prove it, right?
Well, they try and talk about it and then say what they said is proof of the thing that they're saying. So they're reifying what they're saying is 100% true. Woohoo! It's true because I believe in the tooth fairy. I did too, and then I caught the tooth fairy at age 4, and then I stopped believing in the tooth fairy.
But if you drop the ball on the asphalt, you know that gummy ball will be attracted by earth, or it will jump every time till it's not jumping stop. You know, ball will jump and go up again, and then again will be attracted
Oh.
and will hit the asphalt and will jump again and will come back again.
That would be nice, huh?
You know, small ball. Why is not stick immediately to the ground? Because it cannot go up. Doesn't matter if it's also gummy. That ball, you know, doesn't matter which material is, because that force of gravity is so strong, it will pull on to the ground. It will stick to the ground, like us. Why we are not jumping from the floor? How to say when we are walking? No, we are not jumping. Why we don't, how to say, go up a little bit like a ball?
Wait. I'm actually curious about the new guy, Red 91. You said that the gravity doesn't make sense to you, right? Hopefully you're still there. Red 1991. Come in, Red. Come in. Okay, maybe he can't talk. Anyway, gravity in its own. It would have been nice.
It'd be great if, it wasn't fake, whatever it is.
I was gonna say it would be nice to, like, if we had actually some type of gravity. But the current narrative just sucks. Like, they need to come up with something else, in my opinion. Like,
Well,
bendy space time just sounds so weird when you say it. So
static electric plane.
no, I mean like something that's keeping us stuck to the ball is what I mean. They need to come up with something else.
Well, hell, if they could have the ball, it would still be static electric.
I guess, yeah, that.
And
No,
that
that works for us, though. I'm just saying
that's a big
something.
deal. Because remember, no gas pressure, no life. So you do have that one problem.
It's only a small problem, though, right?
Wait, what? No gas pressure, no light?
No life. You have to have gas pressure in order to be able to breathe. Yes? Can we agree?
I agree
Oh,
with
no
you.
life. I thought I said no light. Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
It's all good.
Yep.
Life. LIFE.
Yep, I agree. Yep.
No gas
What's up,
pressure can't
rookie?
breathe.
So, man, how are you? Or lady, I'm sorry.
Uh,
I didn't mean to say man. My bad.
Don't
You don't
worry
like to do
about
it, you
it.
really don't. My bad.
I hope not.
Comes from talking to the same dudes all the time, I guess.
If they
Yeah,
could
no
have
worries.
the space ball, just the space ball in and of itself, just sitting there all by its whimsy, lonesome, it would still be static electric plane all the way across the ball because of the so-called poles. They make the toroidal field, and everything together culminates together, making static electricity exactly what we have currently. Same thing there. However, no gas pressure, no breathing.
Yes, but Cuddles. Ball. You're just not
Here
getting
comes.
it.
Just not getting it.
Bro, you realize
If it's a ball, I'm just saying they need to come up with something else. Forget static. That works for us. Yes, I'm just saying
Oh, I see.
even
You're
for
just
the
saying, oh,
ball.
okay. I get what you're saying. I
Yeah,
was like worried there for a second. I was like, wait a minute. What are we talking about here?
Yeah, but that's how it would work. That's how they have it.
Yeah, I know, but that's not what they say. But
But
that's
that's
not
not what
what they say happens. They
right,
say
but
bendy space time,
They
and that
say like this.
sucks.
Listen, this is very important how they're saying. The less dense things are going up. The more dense things are going down. No, the less dense things going up because of density. The more dense things going down because of gravity.
Yes, and that's space bending, right?
Yeah, but
So
listen this sentence.
I'm
The
saying,
less dense thing and more dense thing. Let's put that sentence. Less dense things going up and more dense things going down. Why we cannot say like that? No. Don't say like that. This is not correct. You cannot say more dense things going down because they're going down, but you cannot say like that. Why they are going down? Because of gravity. Okay, now let's put it to the less dense thing. Why they are going up? Because of density.
Well, their
The
whole
yes, I'm just trying
direction
to
for
help them
upward.
out.
When you pressurize it, then what happens? It changes, doesn't it?
their whole toroidal field can help with the whole gas pressure thing, but it had to be so intense that you might actually get an aneurysm just living underneath it.
Somebody asked a question about if the Earth was flat, blah blah blah, and why we don't answer those questions. It's because it's simple. If the Earth is either flat or it's not, right? So once we find out one way or the other, then all the stuff behind it really doesn't matter, does it? Because once we know it's flat, it's just flat, and that's why everything works, because it's flat. So dumb. That question just really gets on my nerve.
I get
Cop
what
out as
she
far
was
as I'm
trying to
concerned.
do. Trying to help them replace it with something that doesn't sound completely like batshit insane.
If Earth is flat, why we have tides? If Earth
Yeah,
is
it's like,
flat, yeah, something like that. Yeah.
and no, I agree with her though. There is a lot of stuff that there's things that we could probably do a little bit more work on and come up with some better interpretations of it, or at least give an idea of what to say when people ask them it, because I think that's really where that question comes from, is a natural desire to give the information out once you know, but it always gets twisted around somehow, doesn't it?
Yeah, like for example, you realize somehow that Earth is flat. You have some kind of information, but you now need to how to say, you need to put all yourself in researching how tides are working. You know, because that's the key. You know, tides, not what you realized.
Well, tides are different everywhere, so what does that prove?
Yeah, I'm saying, yeah.
I mean,
that what you know, what you have like informations, what you mean about flat Earth, globe Earth, you have many things to say. No, you need to put all your research in tides, because if you answer that question, how tides is work, I think then we can arrive to the shape of the Earth easier than any other method.
well, I think the simplest one is using a compass. Compasses only work one way. Even the 3D ones, they still have a float in them that keep them upright. Interesting, isn't it? But let's deny the obvious.
And on the south, it's showing north always.
Have you ever seen a compass that works and points only to the south?
No, I'm saying on the south, it's always pointing to the north, wherever you are on the south.
Right. Yeah, I agree. It's weird, isn't it?
We do have Nemo in the house. Can you talk? Nemo bloody F and something. Can you talk? I've seen this person around. Have any of you spoken to him before? Or her?
It doesn't sound familiar, but
Okay, carry on. Sorry to interrupt.
We can't triangulate anymore. We got to give them something like quadrilateral angle. They're gonna have something fun.
I've got another one too. You know, supposedly Columbus discovered America, but we all know that nobody discovered America. There was people already here. So how could they discover a country that didn't exist before that, unless there was land being hidden from us? It's logical, right? But like I said, all these things don't make sense to normal people. They just shrug them.
Do you think there are tribes that live on these hidden lands?
No idea. Don't even know if they exist. I'm just assuming, but it would make sense, wouldn't it?
1,000%.
Yeah.
And are there modern technologies to make an island disappear? 100,000%. Yes.
I can honestly say that that's possible, yes. So therefore, I'm just going to assume that it is possible. Or if it's possible, then I'm assuming someone's probably doing it.
It was developed in the
What do you mean technology that makes islands disappear?
Cloud seeding, fog mists, all kinds of things.
Ah, okay.
Plus you have the Iron Curtain with other. I mean, dude, Iron Curtain. The idea behind it, generating a field. You could literally project an entire electro field across an area from tower to tower. The current and the ping rate between the towers, you would cause something kind of like a plasma wall that you could change colors, mimic surroundings. The Iron Curtain's only idea wasn't just to stop projectiles from coming in, whether by land or sea or air, but there was more to it.
That's interesting. I don't think I've heard that before.
There's more to all of this. I was looking into fun stuff when I was trying to think up the whole space program shit. I was putting things together back when I was still at Globe. That's what ended up. My thirst for knowledge is what really ended up turning me, because I got to a point where I absorbed so much that it's like, all right, so then now I need to see point A to point B.
Yeah, link it all together, make sense of it. That's the
And
trouble with it, though.
there's no point A to point B. There's point A to point back on the ground, but there's no point A to point B up. It's supposed to be point A to point B to point B to point C to point C to point D. Like, where the fuck is the
And if
rest of
one's
that?
missing, something's not right. Yeah, exactly. We're finding all kinds of holes, but nobody seems to care.
82 points missing, 700 hours of video. What? Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous, isn't it?
Gas pressure.
That's
I
the
had it in
easiest
my
one. You need a barrier.
over a decade. Over a decade ago, I had it in my head that science had proven that a creator exists. Right?
Oh, they did. That's why they washed it. They swept it under the rug and just made it disappear.
And then that's what they didn't end up teaching us in school, were those sciences.
Why would they do that? That would
Yeah,
that would give us a heads up. That would enlighten us. They don't want to do that, do they?
But if you had any type of common sense, the slightest common sense, you would know there's a creator without even any science or anything.
Well,
Well,
that's
if you're
why I like
speaking, then somebody put you here.
it.
That's
Proves
what I
so
look at.
many things so quickly, and it ends all of the debating, because you can't debate without any facts. You can't do it.
But they're doing a great job, aren't they?
Now you can
You
pick
can't when you're dealing with idiots, though. That's actually not as hard
right,
as
but
you
in
think.
an event, in a current event, you can pick an opposing side, and you can find good things about the event from the opposing side. That's what a good debate's about.
Right, right.
But with that shit, there's nothing there.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I keep saying Santa Claus, Tooth Fairy, Easter Bunny. It's like there's nothing.
Mm-hmm.
It's just hot air. Do you believe in Santa Claus? No. Okay. Welcome to Flat Earth. Well, but well, hold on. You
I
said
never
you're
did.
not fictional. You said you're into reality. Come on now, work with me. Either you're into reality or you're into Santa Claus. Which is it?
Mm-hmm.
And that's the blunt part. Some are ready, some are not.
Yeah, I think that's more of what it is.
That's my scientific method. Let's see what that is, and let's see if we can take an entire grouping of information and put that through the scientific method and see if it matches up. See if everything lines up perfectly. And if it doesn't, well, oof, it's not science. Ooh.
Nope.
So we can put that
Which
over here.
makes it
Science spin.
Oh, I gotta go, guys. I'll talk to you later.
Yep.
okay. Did we scare her away or what?
No. Other people got things going.
Oh yeah, I know. I'm just.
Facetious.
Mm. And I'll tell you, the one that's really getting me is the one we're not supposed to talk about, but I won't talk about it because I'm not supposed to.
Quadrilateral angulation. There you go, Globers. I'll give you something new. Now go make up some crap about
it. There you go.
At least you can come back with some damn geometry. It'd be worth it. I was trying to get that one out earlier, formulating it just for her. Quadrilateral angulation. There you go. We're not going to call it tri. We're just going to call it quadrilateral angulation or quad angulation. Take your pick. Two good names. Globers. Two good names. Have fun. Because at least we can get some solid damn math out of them.
Man, what? Are there any left?
I don't know. Arguing with.
Well, honestly, I'm starting to wonder if I've even got it still.
Once upon a dream time, try to explain on a soccer ball how triangulation works. Okay, so triangulation is 3 straight lines, point A to point B to point B to point C to point A. Straight, not bendy, curvy, warping, none of that weird shit. 3 straight lines.
That's changed the last 2-3 years. It was before, but new scientists discovered that you can make triangle with 2 straight lines and 1 curve.
No, 1 curve.
One
This
curve
new,
and all 3 lines.
New studies show it.
No, it's one curve per line, bro. Because I saw what he did with the soccer ball. All right, so he lays the triangle down across the soccer ball and goes, look, it bends. And I said, okay, so how do straight lines bend? It was like this. It's not a straight line. It's not triangulation because triangulation, ham radio, beginner,
Line of
operator,
sight.
line of sight.
Right. Always has been, always will be.
Do you know how they call them on gym? They call like that spherical triangles.
You know, that would be a pyramid, wouldn't it? That would be a pyramid, not a triangle.
Right, but a ray doesn't curve, man.
Ooh.
It never curves.
Supposedly.
You're dealing with 3 rays.
Isn't that why they call them rays? Because they only go in one direction? Or they only go straight and whatever it is?
It's just one direction and it's never going to stop. There will be a photon that will eventually have to hit something. But the ray is a fun idea in and of itself because it's a straight line. Point A, going. Gone, gone, go.
I mean, they must have redefined crowflies too, huh? You know,
they redid
you know what I mean?
trig because they've got 3 bent lines. It's not even spherical trig, it's triple spherical trig.
No, it's sad that you have to show an actual problem where that turns out to be bad and where it screws up the answer to the question. Until you show that to them, then they're going to sit there and argue with it. You know how that is.
Right, but then when you do, then they're going to go violent, and that is why.
Yeah, right.
Friends.
That's when they start spinning. Yeah.
Yeah. Because if you're willing to get violent over a belief, ooh, goddamn.
Yeah, the one that you really don't know anything about too. That's pretty sad. And everybody that I ever argue with, none of them know anything. I ask them, what's the radius of Earth? They go, they look at me like that was a surprise to them. It's like, well, if you're going to argue with me, at least I want to know that you know what you're talking about. I mean, just a little, you know.
Well,
Otherwise, I'm arguing with an idiot, and that's my fault, you know.
Someone in his family worked for NASA once upon a time. So there's that emotional connection. One. Okay, so first problem, that's why the prone to violence.
Mm-hmm.
Two, I proved him wrong, and he believes himself to be highly intelligent. And I just showed him that he was dumb as shit in one thing. One little itty bitty small mathematical thing that you know by 9th grade.
That you'd think you'd know.
Well, that's what they taught me. I remember that because once they explained the advanced math and its applications to reality, oh my God, I took off like a freaking bullet.
Mm-hmm.
And I got it. It clicked. Deer's running this fast. I'm hunting with a bow, 80-pound pull. I got to do this. I got to do that. Maybe a little up. Oh, shit, 150 yards. Angle up a smidge and on target, right in the heart. He could show me how I could apply that to what I'm doing.
Right.
And everything makes sense.
Real life scenarios, right?
Right. I want to hit the target at 60 yards, 60-pound bow. I got a nice
All right, stop. We got to figure out what the spin of the Earth is, dude. Come on, we're gonna miss.
No. All I have to do
Maybe
is
you just need to know. Maybe you just need to know which way that they have bullet rifles, right? That's all you really need to know.
I could probably get a damn bullseye at 300 yards and a 60-pound pull on just using a sextant, bro.
Yeah, no, that wouldn't be possible.
Black down range.
Well, it might not. It might be possible, but it would be very few and far between.
You're gonna get the angle.
A moving
But
target that's always moving. That's a little bit crazy.
Second, third arrow, you're gonna get damn close because you're just following the angle.
Mm-hmm.
Try 40, try 60, try 58. Boom, bullseye.
It's almost like they're brainwashing us to set us up for not being able to believe anything's true or not. It's like not being able to identify anything as truth or not. But it's like that seems like a crazy thing to shoot for, don't you think? Doesn't that seem like a what do you call it? A braggart? Like only a braggart would do it that way, right? Only someone who thought they already won, which makes you wonder. That's what scares me the most about all this. Is how quickly everybody changed and how quickly everybody's willing to just throw away all their old moralities and all their beliefs and all their understanding of the world and just toss it to the side because some dummy on TV told them something. Doesn't make sense to me at all. There's something wrong. Seriously wrong. And I might be crazy, but I'm telling you something's not right.
Well,
I think it goes beyond that. I think it goes way beyond what we're talking about too.
I've had people.
That what you perceive is not right, and that what you don't perceive it's right. That's what you experience every time. Every time you will ask yourself, okay, they're not proving me, but I must believe that water is curving somewhere somehow, and it's only presenting like this in nature that we see that it's flat, but in reality it's not flat, it's curving. You know.
And this is coming from the same people who studied in the same colleges and learned it the same way we did.
Yeah.
Right? And they're just totally turning their back on it completely. Doesn't make sense. Sounds like paid to me. I mean, I don't know.
Well, dude, that's why they took advanced algebra and shit out of middle school and moved it up into high school, college.
Yeah, they didn't want us getting too smart too quick.
Right, because I was already getting there, but certain people couldn't explain how things applied to reality. Because here's the fun thing: they never thought about it, so they didn't know how to explain shit. They just, hey, I went to school, I got this piece of paper, got this job. Now I'm going to tell you what they told me to tell you, and I get that.
Cuddle, from the moment when I go into the flat earth, I was thinking only about reality and nothing else. From that moment, every time I'm looking only in this reality with my eyes, how I can see and how if I can experience that. I'm looking for experience the ball. Really.
It's not there, is it?
and I cannot, and I don't want to try anymore to listen to the stories. I want to experience that ball in any way, not with the stars.
Yeah,
I want to experience
right.
somehow.
You'd think that they would have a problem with the fact that they don't actually have any photographs. They're all just images. That would bother me. I mean, like if you're like seriously, you know how debate works, right? Well, don't we all understand that? I mean, a debate works where you stick to a side. You don't always get stuck with the side you want, right? Sometimes you're in a debate class and they put you on the opposite end, and you got to learn to fit right in, right? You got to learn to find something, right?
Oh, I did.
I don't understand though but nobody's doing that. Everybody's just no, I can't do that. No, that's ridiculous. It's like, huh? Where did this come from?
And that was
these
high school.
little statements, and these are being said by people like you and me, smart people that understand a lot of the stuff that we understand. And I hear them saying it all the time. I catch myself saying it. How is that possible? How have they gotten that into our heads? It's not something I put in there, that's for sure. Why would I teach myself to deceive myself? It's ignorant.
Because we never.
Even if I was a total meth head or something, I mean, even if it was just the most horrible thing in the world, I can't see myself thinking it out that far. You know what I mean?
Not only that, they're showing live. They're showing you live. It's a globe. That means it's
of course.
Okay. And then you're speaking with oblate spheroid. What is oblate spheroid? Man, you're showing me perfect ball, and you're speaking about oblate spheroid. What are you saying? That you're saying also this is phenomena. Not only that they experience that experience a ball from the space when they are showing the live stream, but it is not even ball. It's oblate spheroid.
But then, so it's out of proportion already, and that's okay because they're allowed to do that because they're NASA, because their name means to deceive. That must
The
have
Earth,
been quinky dinks, lots of quinky dinks going on, huh?
Before NASA also was globe. Globe was before 1960s and 1950s. It's a globe for 4 billion years.
No, not really.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. If it was a ball, it would have been. Yes, exactly. It wouldn't have. Yeah, it didn't just recently change, right? Well, unless we're the ones. Unless we're the ones controlling the shape, that would be big.
They show the pictures. Yeah, it's a ball. Great. Now let's go down. Down it's not a ball. Yeah, but
but it's not quite that shape. But we only augmented it slightly because we needed to, so that way we could fit everything in the shot there. That's where we did that.
It used to be choreography. Bro, it evolved into a terrarium.
And they have to keep the lie up, so they have to keep adding to it and changing it so they can make it fit.
Come on, did you miss that?
That's what's sad, is it? Yeah, I think I did. I'm sorry.
Damn you.
Like Jesus walk on the water, it's laughable. It's like I will put any miracle.
Why do you say that, though?
No,
I know it sounds ridiculous, but haven't we seen stuff lately that show us that a lot of things can be done that we didn't know we could?
Yeah.
Couldn't it just be another one of those things?
Yeah, I'm saying also for some miraculous in the past, what they said that this miracles, that is not how they did, and this is not miracle. This is not miracle that we are spinning together with all these, all these stories what we heard. This is not ridiculous. This is not this is possible.
Well, yeah, I would agree with you. Yeah, if you accept some of those stories for what they are at face value, yeah, you'll confuse yourself because they're not meant to be read that way. But of course, it's when you're dealing with a spiritual book, it's really difficult to interpret it anyway.
You use word science. It's used like a god in one sense. Science. When somebody's really religious and when it's using only God, nothing else, for example, that means that guy is believing God and doesn't want to listen to anybody else, for example. It's the same with the science when somebody says science, and if you don't have backup.
Right. Yeah, it's one dose of the other. Yeah, right. He says 6 of one and a half dozen of the other. Yeah, it's the same argument.
Right, but science is in that book, though.
Science is supposed to set itself aside, though, from it, right? It's supposed to be based on only evidence and only truth, not ego and not crap, right? But it's not anymore, obviously. So we've obviously got to toss out the old ideas because they're not working right. I mean,
test all things.
Or at least, that's right, and hold to that which is good, right? So think about it.
Not everything
what is good?
What
edifies your life and all that. Right.
Right, but that's a fair point, though. test all things. You can test everything. You can't experiment with everything, but you can test shit.
Mm-hmm.
So you can test everything. Period.
And if you can't test it, there's probably something wrong with it. You know what I mean? But we all have our own free will. We all have to make our own decisions. So there's three kinds of people. There's the kind of people that notice things and want to do something about it and make things better, and want people to progress. Want all of us, not just my people, but everybody's people. Why do I care? As long as you're not trying to harm me, I got nothing wrong with you. I got no problem with you, right? That's the way we all used to think. Now it's like, all I got to do is have a difference of opinion, and my neighbor wants to kill me, or he wants to beat me up or something. It's like, I really don't understand that. Like, I have lots of differences with everybody. People would probably be surprised at all the crazy crap that I believe in, or that I think is true.
If it were safe to strap somebody to a rocket by now, they would have already tried that.
Well, yeah, but that's kind of an extreme measure.
With the G-force, will literally shred.
Well, yeah, it'll liquefy your body. Oops. 17,000 miles per hour would kill everything, including bacteria, I think.
Just 1,000 miles an hour strapped to the outside. That right there will just say goodbye to people.
The drag alone would rip you apart, yeah.
Yes.
I'd say we test that. I say we just do a little sample of that. Get a wind tunnel, see how much it takes for like an animal that's alive, and just see how long it takes before its face starts to peel off. I know that sounds gross, but it might get people's attention. And that's what we need right now, is for people to wake the hell up.
Who can clip what I said a minute ago? Oh my God.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree with you.
You're gonna have to go back and listen to that one.
But I'm not reading the chat. That's probably the reason why I'm not always right on top of the conversation. I should do that more, but my phone keeps turning on. Or the screen keeps turning off.
I don't pay enough attention to the chat.
I only do because I know sometimes there's good people in there that have something to say, and every once in a while you get someone that's, knows something, or doesn't, and you need help. Try it.
That's what I'm saying. All right, so thank you, Chris. Bro. All right, so it was a spinning space ball. All right, you just follow me. It was a spinning space monkey ball. However, before the monkeys even existed, it had to evolve into a terrarium. So it was a spinning space ball, then it evolved into a terrarium, and boom, here we are.
Even though that's not really possible in those conditions.
I know.
When you base it on what we can prove. It's just fascinating. But we're all willing to believe those crazy ideas because they back up our old ideas.
That would at least kind of make some fucking sense, even though there's a big gap.
Well, now there's all these new theories now. Now everybody's come up with a theory. Right?
Well, this was 17 billion years ago when it looked like a pear, man. Then it started looking more like a pizza.
Is that when it magically took a picture of itself and put it up in the sky for us to look at?
Yeah. It took a selfie.
That's interesting.
After it became a terrarium, though.
It magically formed its own barrier, too. You gotta throw that in there.
Right. Evolution, man.
Yeah, I got a book that'll tear that a piece.
See,
page by page.
Real evolution, people, we talk about the earth evolving into a terrarium. What now?
And then we had a bunch of animals that only had single cells turning into multiple cell life. I don't know how that happens either. I've never seen that in science anywhere.
All right, I can't go that far. Oh, God.
Until 2 years ago. And now all of a sudden they're saying all this crazy stuff's possible. It's like, what? Huh? Like, are you sure that they're even, like, I'm not even sure that I believe anything they say, to be honest with you. I'm starting to think that I should just start taking God's word for everything. Go back to where I came from. And just start reading the Bible and coming up with my own ideas. Seems to be safer.
That far with a straight face, man. I couldn't get into where you were going with it, man.
Well, it was a joke. It was meant to be a little bit tinged. I'm sorry.
I barely got what I got out on a straight face. That was a good one. Oh,
I'm good. Every once in a while I get one.
It evolved. It was a spinning ball. Then it evolved into a terrarium.
Hey, how do you know? If you got no evidence, you just got to go with whatever ideas come along.
I don't know that, and it has not been proven. Science doesn't prove anything.
Sure it does.
Oh, thank you, Grayson.
I love when we get people like this. But I know you're not a... Well, anyway.
Oh, bless mercy.
I know we're
Oh,
all making jokes now.
well, that's hey, dude. It's the third time I couldn't. Whew, just thinking about it. Oh, mercy. My sides hurt already.
I don't think it's funny anymore. I'm
It would be
angry.
the only crazy shit they could come up with that would kind of make sense.
Mm. And the
But
most
see,
obvious one, they won't even toy with the idea. It's funny though, right?
somebody cracking the cue ball of the universe.
It's like somebody did a backwards Sherlock Holmes on all of it. Like literally. You know how Sherlock Holmes deduces and he comes up with reasons for all this, and he has all these little, it's silly, of course, because it's just to create a character. But if you think about it, that's kind of what's being done. They're picking us apart little by little. Stinking thinking is what's getting us too. Crazy ideas with no evidence and then spinning it off in your own head. That's what happens. Bad things turn.
Well, that's the problem. We can make machines. People that are intelligent enough to make machines make machines. And we make machines test this shit because, well, somebody told us to test everything. So we're going to do that.
And it seems to be working, doesn't it? At least it did.
It's quite interesting
We
that it
actually
does.
seen. Is that a facade as well?
It turns out you can test pretty much everything.
Mm-hmm. Pretty much. And when you do test it, then you find out, you're like, wait a minute, this doesn't make sense either. Because it don't match up. Because everything's so twisted that you just can't tell anymore. When you see the truth, it's like hard to believe. It's like, wow, no, that couldn't be, right? It's hard. I'm not saying that you can't find the answers. I'm just saying it can be difficult. You can get sidetracked very easily. There's all kinds of crazy stuff going around. And every time something new comes out, everybody jumps on it. It's like, oh, that's got to be it then. And then a few weeks later, somebody else comes out with something different. And we're all on the same page again. It's like, come on, guys. Like,
Hungry piranha.
like if I saw this stuff, if I saw things in the sky, if I saw things changing, whatever, it would be different. Like in real life. We were talking about reality earlier. Now, things that we see day to day. When I go to work, I don't work, but when I get up and I do things around the house, when I do my work, I see things the same way that I did always. Nothing's changed. It's absolutely true. The only thing that's changed is the other side of it, the argument from the other side. But my big question is, why isn't there someone else saying, well, that's not right? And since when do we accept news that doesn't give both sides of the argument? That's the part I'm not getting the most, is how have we just been deceived to just accept one argument? And then all others are just lies, right? They're just, what do they call it? Information or whatever. I forget what the stupid name is for it. For like people who don't know what they're talking about. When you can't really tell, can you?
Bad time and do it again.
I don't know, for those of you that live in the United States, there is a saying that says, come out of her, my people. Maybe it's time. If we're not going to fight for it, we better get the hell out.
Oh, bro, I grew up with a really good book called Pigs in the Parlor.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And it's a really good book.
I think I've heard of it, actually.
You can the information anywhere, but it's the same thing. There's a fox in the hen house.
Mm-hmm. Yep. You and I agree on those exactly, pretty much. I don't know. I always like to think outside the box. I always like to think about some crazy idea that no one would consider, because every once in a while that turns out to be what happens. Somebody finds a way to twist one really good one in there and use it to their advantage just the right way, and it works. Sometimes it's somebody that doesn't realize what they're doing too. That's the funny part.
I'm trying to carry that candle and help them come up with something new.
Right. Or something.
That quadrilateral quadangulation was pretty good.
I always laugh at that stuff. I always say, why are we talking about this again? Like, what's the point? Like, we've already shown you that you're in a dream world, dude. I don't know. And I really do. I kind of wish that, in a sick, twisted way, I kind of wish that we would find out the whole thing.
Well,
And
the fun
I would, and I kind of hope it's different. I hope it's not perfectly. I hope there's a lot of different things that we're wrong about, because that will prove that we're all stupid. You know, like we got to stop trying to think we know everything. Try to help each other figure it all out. You know, it seems so ignorant. Our egos are getting the best of us, and it's stopping us from learning what this really is and moving past it. That's ego, really? It's selfishness that's getting us? How does that work? Sad.
Well, feelings. Feelings, and
Yeah,
feelings.
emotion, right.
More feelings, words, and sprinkled glitter.
It's like we've all been sprinkled with pixie dust to turn into little women. Somebody told me that the other day. They said, you sound like a woman. I was like, man, don't say that, man. I hear that a lot. I'm like, well, it's true. I said, yeah, but what? And then it suddenly realized something. I was like, wait a minute, you're right. All I do is bitch, but I don't do anything. That's just, what? I'm sorry, ladies, but it's nothing personal. But the reality is, I see myself doing it every day, and I realize I'm right in the middle of it, and I'm sitting here talking smack. It's like, wow, I'm huge, you know, like, kind of reveals. Like you said, it's very illuminating when you do a little research. Just a little bit. Doesn't take much, just enough to scratch the surface, and then you go, whoa, maybe I should stay away from this.
Well,
You find out
refraction.
that you didn't think, you find out that you're wrong. That there's a lot of things going on. Yeah.
Or 3, or 4. It's the base for refraction. 2. More air is not 2. It's 1.
You ever heard of hyperoxia? Hyperoxia? Too much oxygen. So if you're in an environment where there's too much oxygen or not enough oxygen, you get sick. Did you know that?
Yeah.
So if global warming was real and we were really lowering oxygens and raising CO2 levels, we'd all be suffocating to death, right? And we'd notice it. Don't you think you'd notice that? But yet we just jump on the bandwagon for every little thing that comes along. It's really
Isn't it
sad.
supposed to be like 70-30 or 60-40 nitrogen to oxygen? Or more nitrogen, 70-80? Because the nitrogen's what allows it to go in and out of the
Pass through, yeah. The blood-brain
right.
barrier, whatever.
The little dangly things.
And then when you research a little bit about 5G and radio and radiation, then you learn that there is some little spot evidence today. It does affect it somehow. So the reasons why people say that and argue it is probably not because it's a lie. It's probably because there's some evidence to it. I'm not saying that everything has evidence, but people are getting sick. People have things in their blood that aren't supposed to be there. There's things in the sky that no one's ever seen before, but suddenly everyone's claiming it's always been there. We have new clouds. We have all this new stuff. Where does all this crap come from? It comes from whoever wins, right? Whoever has the most money, whoever is the biggest, baddest MFer, right? He makes the rules. So do we just have a change of hands or what? Did somebody just take over? Good question.
Going with the flow moves the boat. Going against the flow changes the current.
Mm-hmm. Causes drag. I always knew there was a reason why I was such a rebellious little son of a, you know what?
Well,
I figured out that it was actually good for a reason. It was actually a gift, not a curse.
I think a lot of us swam to shore, went to the other side.
I hear that. It's like whatever.
And then just off in the water the fuck away from the boat.
Oh no, there's a current! Run! It's like you know you see a group of people on an island stranded, right? And they've been there for 20 years and they've barely survived and they're all barely alive, right? And you give them a ship and you tell them, here you go. You can put all your family on the ship. You can put all your supplies in there and you guys can pack up and go back home. And they won't leave because they're afraid of the water. Not much you can do, can you? What do you do with something like that? Not much. You can lead them right down to it, but If they keep asking you, I'm thirsty, can I get a cup? And you're like, really? I drug you all the way through the forest and all the way down the beach and over a couple of big rocks to get you to the water, and there I am splashing your face in it, and you're asking for a cup? Really? What the hell? Like,
Gas pressure equals containment equals rate equals ta-da. Or would it be voila? And
hey,
zing
I got a wild, crazy theory about what's really happening and what's going on. It's crazy though. You want to hear it?
maybe not on the live stream. Gas pressure.
All right, well, I'll tell you off time.
I'll tell you what's happening. We're under attack.
What's going on is easy. It just takes time.
We're at war.
But I go so far. Even here. So.
I agree. It just attracts too much attention. I probably already put myself on a list just by what I've said. If such a thing even exists.
In Babylon, sure. Out of Babylon, no. Pick. Do you like being a lobster? Yes or no? I mean, if one was great, good for you. But gas pressure. Some 30% pressure, some 60% pressure, some 100%.
Some say. People say the darndest things, don't they? All right, now I'm in the mood for an extended conversation.
That's always chill. For the other one. Learning curve, wide open. To say the least, that a man's destiny is in his own hands. His plights, troubles, everything.
all you flat earthers today. Anyone got any evidence for a spherical Earth, round Earth? Come on in. Any questions about why the Earth's flat? Come on up. Taking questions now. No one curious? Anyone curious? Want to know why we live on a flat Earth? Where? go watch a QE video, get some better knowledge.
It's just like ancient books predicted. Been feeling different from the system. Too much distance. It's just so sick. They're so complacent. They worship six, and don't even flinch. It's just psychotic, chaotic, following false prophets. It's psychotic, chaotic, made the world agnostic, babe. What they gonna say right now? Oh, they really wanna hate right now. But I think they're just afraid right now. Got their heads in the clouds with a mask on the face like a clown. What they gonna say right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground. Gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lies and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, darling. What they gonna say right now? You about to have a panic attack real quick. Like, sorry, the earth's flat, it's fact, no trick. Just look at the proof and the true measurements. Cause I've been winning arguments against the best physicists. But this, don't know what it is. Lately I've been going around in circles, but I do not feel the spin. Oh, this, don't know what it is. But you gotta keep it like a secret, you can't even tell your friends. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna pick up and leave. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna fall back asleep. What they gonna say right now? Oh, they really wanna hate right now. But I think they're just afraid right now. Got their heads in the clouds with a mask on the face like a clown. What they gonna say right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground. Gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lies and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, darling. What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now?
Yeah, what they're gonna say right now. I wonder.
It's actually an interesting point. Sorry, guys, got to interrupt. A couple of new people have joined the live streams. This guy called Space Croaker. Welcome to our live stream space. So
Yeah, welcome.
Yeah, sorry, guys. So if there's anybody who does want to jump in with a conversation, otherwise we're just going to sit here and shoot the breeze. So if you've got any points of conversational questions you want to answers to, now would be the time to ask.
Hi.
Hi, Space. Welcome.
Hi, yes. I was wondering what information had brought you all to, or here, I wrote my question down. Let me read it again. What convinced you all or brought you all to discovering that the Earth was flat? And I'm asking because I was in a Discord with Geo, and all I really know about it is from the documentary that I've seen on Netflix. And he pointed out that the information in that documentary is pretty biased. So I just kind of wanted to understand more about, I guess, why the Earth is flat and whatnot.
Why the Earth is flat? Well,
or kind of like what? Yeah.
The evidence for the Earth being flat. So the water, 71% of the Earth's surface, is observed and measured to be level. There's no curvature to the Earth, especially over water. So if there's no curve where it should be mathematically and predictably, it's not a ball. So that's the main piece of evidence, because you need a ball for everything to start moving and spinning and to live on. And it's not observed, it's not measured, and it's not practically used.
Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah. Welcome
How?
If we
What
could find
else?
if we could find the curvature, we would probably know some flat earthers. We've all looked. There's been a lot of people, a lot of different tests. Laser tests, long distance observations, geometric calculations that don't make sense. There's just a lot of solid, real evidence that supports that the Earth is measures flat. And
there's no evidence of curve. There's no evidence of spin. There's no evidence of a lot of things in a lot of ways they said they explain things to be. There's no evidence of it.
I got one for Space Okra. Is that what you go by? How do you say your name? Your handle?
Oh, it's a space quokka. It's this cute little animal.
Okay. So Space Quokka, I could basically, my path to the flat Earth is, self-deprecating and very embarrassing. And I say that because I thought I was right because so many other people I believed were wrong. Because I was in the Army for over 10 years. I had multiple combat deployments in support of the global war on terror. After my 4th deployment, I had a friend, a close friend that I actually grew up with, who went to basic training with. And it was part of the troop surge. And we both just happened to get deployed as part of Bush's troop surge. And he got killed. And I basically watched him die. And I left the Army and I joined the anti-war movement because I didn't want our children to be fighting this war. After a politician... Yeah, I'll wrap it up real quick. So basically, I met someone in the anti-war movement who believed the Earth was flat. And I harped on him, I ripped on him, I tore him apart every day.
Well, I don't know what happened to that, but that was a recording that I copied that Indio had played earlier this morning, and it sounded interesting. I think it's actually still playing.
That sucks. I hate it when something good gets stopped in the middle or whatever. You're like, fuck.
Yeah, it's something with the recording apparently, because the bot apparently is still playing right now. Let me just check that.
I know the bot was annoying me because I got permission to post my Funky Teas stuff in the live stream, and it was taking down my keychain post.
That's really
Yeah, I'm gonna be here for for Precious Metals Takeover there today, and C was telling me not to do it, but I got permission to, so I'll put a couple in, one at the beginning, one at the end, maybe one in the middle of Precious Metals. But But yeah, anyways, I hope things go smooth today. I hope there's a lot of people at Precious Metals.
Yeah, I'm sure it's always very good.
How's Sunny today?
I'm really good. I was just thinking, I started drinking tea from herbs that I pick in the wild, and it's causing something to happen. I don't know how to even explain it.
But it's a good thing happening.
Yeah,
Yeah, I was listening to your collection of stuff there. I was listening last night.
Yeah, it seems like, I felt like before I was feeling suppressed as far as maybe I usually have a lot of energy, but my energy levels seem to be like suppressed, I don't know. It's a spiritual thing that I'm talking about. So I'll just
Yeah,
put
I
it
feel
that
you. I
way.
went through some fraud bullshit on my banking stuff there last week, and I was just like for at least 3 or 4 days in limbo and like didn't know how to feel.
Yeah, I don't know. So it must be a period of time where there's a lot of change right now, and it feels good for me. Like I feel like I've been all of a sudden like clicked more open or something. You know how you like think of our spiritual sensibilities of our selves as a spirit, as like knowledge. Like I think of it as like there's a window that's been open where I'm getting like a view, but it's a small crack of information. Like it's not very wide, right? I feel like something
Yeah.
just opened up wider just recently. I'm like, what? And it might have something to do with these parts, these minerals or phytonutrients or whatever they are that are in these plants.
Nice.
So yeah, so there's all kinds of things, and so like this looking around out at nature to find out what I could eat is really valuable.
Oh, most definitely.
Dude, so I can sit out there and I go, okay, it rained a few weeks ago, really hard, downpours, but then it stopped, right? And so now there's all these clovers growing, excellent source of vitamin C. Sit there and chew on some fresh clovers, and you got all the vitamin C you need for that moment,
Sweet.
Stuff like that. Like a wild lettuce. Chew on some of that. Sit there and have a little freaking salad. Chew it up and then spit out the stuff, but you get all that juice,
Yeah.
It's good for us. It's not bad. Like people think, oh no, outside there's germs or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I've gotten so separated. So like when I go out there, I'm completely alone out in the forest. I freaking love it.
Oh yeah.
Let them be afraid. I hate to say it that way.
I think everyone should do their own solo, at least 3 to 5 day camping trip.
Yeah.
It's a very liberating feeling.
And I haven't even done that. I seem to have this threshold where like if I was going to like camp out, especially around here, when it becomes nighttime, it's I don't know if I'd be able to sleep, so I don't know how well I would do. Because I
Okay.
would always be so hyper alert thinking I hear something. And I know the difference between an animal walking around or a human walking around. I can tell the difference. I don't need to see it.
Yeah.
I can close my eyes and tell the difference of those two things.
Yeah.
But if
You're
I'm laying
a smoke. You're a
What?
burner though, right? You smoke the herbs, eh, brother?
Oh yeah, I go out to this place
Yeah.
literally. If
Yeah.
I
So
could sit
just
there.
make
Mhm.
if if you are going to do your 3 to 5 day camping trip, just make sure you bring enough herbal supplies.
I know. I agree. Yeah, I agree. It makes a difference. It's like a way to segment up my day. It actually helps so much because then I just continue on with what I'm doing. But I know that coming soon, I'll have something I can do. I'll go to another place, let's say, another area with a different view, and then it segments up that day. So it's nice.
Sweet. I'm feeling so. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I want to hear it.
I was just gonna say I'm feeling like I wish I could do more for these people in Spain and La Palma with that volcano going off. There's almost 2,000 homes now destroyed.
Wow. So it is bad, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it's getting worse. Like it's increased in activity the last 3-4 days, I think.
Well, if something drastic happens, they've been talking about that for years.
I just feel for the people.
Yeah.
I've been making an offhanded joke about an ad for like the hot Spanish girls that are on the beach all the time. Need a place to stay? Make it to Canada.
I don't blame you, though. Things are not easy. That's funny, man.
But yeah, no, it's a big thing happening there.
You're actually a really funny guy, Flat Man. You're a really funny man.
Thanks, dude.
A lot of the people.
I really appreciate your axe abilities. I got to pick it up more often myself. You're quite talented musician, my friend.
Oh, thank you. I don't know. To me, it's just like I hear people say that, but I don't know. Like I've just done the same thing since I was a little kid. It's the only thing that I've really maintained like my entire life till the present, which is awesome.
And we're our own worst critics. Like the gentleman that I learned how to oil paint off of told me not to fall in love with them because I won't have money in my pocket because I won't want to sell it. So I have to paint it, and I have to, even if I'm not happy with it, be contented enough that there's going to be a customer that's going to be happy with it and give me the money and walk away. Because even though I can see whatever little imperfection, someone's going to come along and go, that's good enough for me. Here's your money. See you later.
Hey, you know what's weird? Yeah, I hear you. What's weird is the bot just left. I wonder, maybe it did it because I did stop, or maybe Indio took the bot out of the room. I don't know. I'm not sure. It looks like Indio had played that clip at 4 a.m. my time this morning. So that would have been 7 a.m. his time.
Fuck, old dude, that's an awesome suggestion. I'd love to even be printing up flat earth shirts for whoever needs them. I'm going to do some other keychains that aren't just I'm sorry, Sonny, I'm just responding to old dude here in the live stream. I just noticed he asked a question. I'm going to do more keychains that aren't just pot smoker friendly. They'll have the man, the legend on them, or the girls ones bringing sexies back and stuff. But for now, I'm just marketing with the smoker friendly shirts, keychains, and air fresheners. Probably going to do that for a year or two, and then start focusing on some other stuff. If the shirts start flowing faster and more money's coming in, I'll start getting those other keychains and air fresheners sooner. But I'm just trying to promote the smoker friendly ones because Canada went legal for the pot smoking, so I'm just trying to get those ones on the street right now, mostly. I've got a few stores that sell them on consignment for me too. I've gone around doing some collecting and dropping off more shirts. So,
do you think it's an
picking up.
accident? Do you think it's an accident that everywhere started going to cannabis legal right before all this other stuff?
Well, I don't know about an accident or a plan or anything, but I'll tell you this, Sonny. I'm not happy with what's going on in my country. We could have been a shining beacon to any and all other nations that might have been considering going full legalization coast to coast, wherever they are, by releasing any and all nonviolent pot offenders right away as soon as we went quote unquote legal. But what we're in sort of this state of limbo of it's more of a regulation than the legalization. To tell my neighbor they can only grow 4 plants instead of 6 in their backyard, that's just retarded. A lot of people went early and set up locations and got licenses and all this to be in business. And then the head tampon in charge told them they all had to shut down and reopen. And a lot of people have been losing money, even though they made money, just because of the way he's going back and forth with the business people. This one gentleman that owns a company called Weeds, it's the largest cannabis distribution company across Canada.
I've heard of them.
Yeah, he will not put a store in Ottawa because of what they did. So Ottawa's got no Weeds location. And that sucks because they were one of the top of the line places for service and knowledge and quality.
Yeah, all of this is a consequence of something else that's happening. It's basically
most definitely
a destruction of all private businesses. I think is their goal.
Yeah,
they're trying to destroy the private sector.
Yeah, I'm not sure why.
So they can have all the control.
No, I was going to say they're so hard on not letting the little guy get bigger, and or a lack of respect, rights, or emotion for the homeless population. It's just insane. I find there's a correlation between those two things, as well as a lack of access for people that are in wheelchairs.
They don't care.
or having mobility issues.
Our they don't have they don't have the best intentions towards us.
Well, our community knows this.
Yeah.
Like, I'd open my door pretty much to anyone, especially anyone in this server or this community. There, with the exception of the odd situation. Like, I've had some people say some pretty odd and or aggressive things, like, if I X, Y, and Z, you better A, B, and C. And it's like, really, dude? I'm generous and I'm hospitable, but don't just say I have to do this or I have to do that if you come see me, Like, imagine me saying to you, if I come visit you, Sonny, you got to give me 10 grand. Like, why would I have to do that? Or why would you have to do that for me? You know what I
mean? Why would I answer?
You'd be like, well, you can come visit, Chris, but a cup of tea, maybe a beer and a doob is all I'm offering. Like,
yeah, exactly.
If you're not good with that, don't come visit me,
I'll buy real maple syrup for you when we have pancakes.
Yeah.
It's more scarce down here, though. You probably have loads of maple syrup up there. I'm jealous.
Yeah. I try to, when I do my apple cider vinegar, I mix it with the syrup.
Oh, yeah, that's great. Yeah, I love stuff like that. Yeah, I wish I could find a maple tree and just tap into that sucker. Shoot.
I found out, I think it was less than a year ago, that birch trees provide some good syrup, too. And that's really beneficial. It's a different type of syrup.
Those grow all along streams everywhere, don't they? Yeah, birch, yeah.
So you might, if you can find a birch tree area, maybe research tapping birch tree sap.
Yeah. I want to find out how, I think there's this low part of this seasonal creek bed that might have a spring. I want to see if I can find a spring, because I imagine they've been there forever, right? I mean, like anywhere where there's been water for centuries, even if it's underground, like where there's streams, there's got to be water down there. It's got to be there.
Have you seen that clip where they were deep, deep in the ocean and they could see like a river in the ocean floor, and they went to go down into the river and it was super dense. They couldn't penetrate the surface of that.
Then there's they have little sub, right? Didn't it bounce off of it or something like that?
Yeah, that is some wild stuff, man. Like it can't be a frozen surface.
Super dense, super saline.
Wild shit, man. I think I've seen evidence of proof that the Red Sea is coming back to life. That's really neat. Like it's becoming less salty and stuff starting to grow there. Or Dead Sea. Is it the Red Sea or the Dead Sea? Whichever one's full of salt, nothing. There was no living fish in it.
Yeah, the Dead Sea.
The Dead Sea. That's the one. So that's starting to come back.
They must have opened up any restrictions to the incoming water then, because that's what they ought to do to the Salton Sea, this nasty Salton Sea that's there, which I think is really a health risk for anyone nearby when it dries up. Everything that's left from all the runoff from all these farms, it's polluted and it just comes up, it picks up in the air. Starts blowing around. So they need to wash that shit away. But good luck on getting any water to do that with down here. You know what? I think Southern California was an impact zone. Like I've lived here for 40, how many years? 45 years I've lived in California. Yeah. And from my...
But you can't be more than 45.
I am more than 45.
Oh, wow. Oh, cool. You sound very young, Sonny.
Thanks.
To me, anyways. I didn't picture you as close to my age.
Yeah, a lot of people do.
And I get told I look a lot younger than I am, so I don't mind hearing that, but I guess it's a matter of frame of mind too. If you feel 800, you'll feel 800.
Mm-hmm.
My nanny out west is 98, so
wow.
Yeah, I told her she has to live to 104 at least, so I can have time to come visit her. I want to push 100 for sure. That'd be cool. Oh, give me 2 seconds. I gotta let Sierra in for Mom. Come on.
Speaking of coffee, I have to go get mine. It's in the other room.
Our princess cat is very silent. She usually only makes sounds if she wants food or in or out of someplace. Well, precious metals in 8 more minutes. I might as well roll a pre-show doobage. And then I also think they may have overproduced. There's a lot of product and not as much of a demand, right? Because just because they legalize it doesn't mean all these people that never smoked are going to run out and start trying it, right?
Correct. And the funny thing is, that's the fear that they kept on pushing this whole time. Oh no, everyone's gonna do it, and the whole society is gonna collapse.
How's it going, brother?
Yeah, hi, Drace.
Yeah, but he's right. Everyone thought the sky would fall, and it didn't. So
Yeah, actually, I've seen the price go down like by almost like half.
oh fuck, you don't even want to know what it's done to the street numbers. It's retarded, brother.
Low.
They're trying to erase the street market, but they never will.
No.
But yeah. It totally messed up things for sure.
Well,
Not like
not in
once
some
was.
ways. Not in some ways, because like
Yeah, you're right.
what I was getting for like 120, like the other source, when I told him I was getting that for 120, I got one that's like twice as strong for the same price, or a little bit more, just a little bit more. But it's twice.
Okay, yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's helped.
I just went and grabbed some organic outdoor just the other day.
Yeah, that's
for a really nice number. But Mom's got a really bad back, and the organic is definitely different than the chemical stuff. So
I just find it really sad that my country started a drug war because of America, and then we
Wow.
copied all of your laws and made our country shit. And then you guys legalize or semi, and we're still like, it's illegal. Put people in jail.
Oh my gosh.
yeah, it's draconian. Have you seen? You guys must have seen some of the propaganda from the U.S. About marijuana, like the guys running over someone on a tricycle or fucking
Reefer madness, yeah.
yeah, insane. But yeah, and then the other thing that annoys me, Drace, is how America can tell another country bastardize this or do that, and the other country's just like, okay, America, I'll do that. That's annoying.
It is.
My uncle's girlfriend Rose, my uncle, he passed recently. His girlfriend Rose passed a few years before him. Her brother was on a motorcycle, and some piece of dirt that was under suspension for drinking and driving hit him while drinking and driving, under suspension for drinking and driving, cut away the airbag, drove away from the scene. My uncle Mitch, his girlfriend's brother, died. Our system gave him 1 year. 1 year. I couldn't believe it. Like, the way I see it, he should have got 5 just for driving drunk while under suspension for driving drunk. 5 years for that alone, in my opinion. Forget about you took a life on top of it, you know? Now we got to address that issue. But that's just me, you know? I don't drink and drive as a rule.
Birch doesn't grow. It only grows like 2,000 feet and above, around and next to rivers and streams. So I probably wouldn't see any down here.
2,000 feet above sea level?
Yeah, 2,000 foot
Oh,
elevation.
wow.
Birch grows around here anyway.
Okay, I see. Fuck.
So there's other kinds of trees though and stuff. See, it's patchy in California. It's in the southern Sierras, Siskiyou, and Modoc counties. Typically occurs along streams and mountainous regions from 2,000 foot to over 11,000 feet. It's a deciduous shrub or small tree growing 10-meter high, usually with multiple trunks. Mm-hmm. Interesting. but I might be able to find one. I'll look around.
That's pretty dope new track, that the Matrix one.
Oh yeah, isn't that good? Wow.
Yeah.
It is very good. Good luck to Witsit out there. Like, what is Witsit on? Like some kind of rocket? He goes from city to city like in a matter of seconds.
He's got a personal jet on standby with a pilot and everything.
Oh man, what?
The
How
super
does it-
chats are pouring in.
It's like my mind has been warped. I'm like, what the hell? How does he get all the way out there so soon and then back to Dallas from Oklahoma City? What the fuck? Anyway, I think it's like a minute away from the precious metals, so I'll shut up now.
Uh-oh. Here we go.
I think you're right. I think you're right, and I think it's also because he's trying to make it to Flattoberfest, so I think he's trying to make it out there quick. But yeah, I was seeing the same thing, that he's going super fast, which is really cool to see. Yep.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Hey.
Hi, Redford.
Hey. Is Indio there? Or
I
Rod?
haven't seen him. Oh, there he is. He just appeared.
Yeah, I can do an announcement.
Thank you. Thank you
Okay.
very much. All right. We'll start. Precious Metal Takeover. Welcome to Precious Metal Takeover, everybody. I'll be your host for now. How is everybody doing? Sunny, how are you?
Very well, thank you.
Oh, hey, Flatman, how are you?
Sorry, stepped away. I won't do it again. Well, I might at some point.
That was a legit takeover.
Thanks. Thanks.
Sonny was talking, she just come in like, hey, our turn. The other way.
No, I try to be quiet because you guys hear me enough around here, so that's why sometimes I reserve myself in the precious metal. So I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. I hope everybody else is doing well. Good to hear you guys. And yeah, continue on. I'm like, woohoo in the background.
Awesome. Well, we have a question today. Actually, Box Ops came up with it. CI usually does the good hypothetical questions, but he didn't have one prepared yet this week. So, Flatman, I'll ask you the question if you're there.
Yes.
Awesome. So, where do you see the Flat Earth movement in 5 or 10 years?
Oh boy.
Yeah,
That's a good.
it is a good one.
Well, I hope it's in that amount of time it's more easily understood and recognized. And I suggested earlier these flat earth like power bars. So like flat earth products on the shelves, that'd be cool to see.
Yeah, that's a great idea. I would only buy flat earth products.
Like if I could put FE an FE symbol on all my t-shirts and people could know secretly like Funky Tees is an FE aware company, then they'd, oh cool, maybe they'd buy my shirts more often. I don't know. Not that I need more money, but if you know what I mean, my company could be recognized as one that wants positive change and wants to spread truth through that little symbol, that'd be cool. And or other companies could do the same thing,
But I think that's important too, especially within the community. We want to be able to support each other, right? Because I think that you can vote with your money, right? Since that's the way society operates on.
Oh yeah.
So I think that is important. Local support, people that you know, and businesses and whatnot. I've been trying to do that more the last few years.
Yes,
And I
that's very
mean,
important.
yeah.
Sorry to cut you off there because one of these stores that did my shirts on consignments decided to stiff me for 10 shirts. So I went on Yelp and told them the name of their new, because they changed the name of their business from what it was to a new one. And basically, like, don't go into this store and spend any of your money because they've basically stiffed me. So
Well,
don't support.
and I think that's I've noticed too over the years, because I mean, customer service is a pretty, good basis for your business, and it lacks in so many companies. And there's this hardware store that's in the next town over from me, and it's like literally like that old school customer service vibe, right? They come up to you, ask you if you need any help, and there's always somebody there, right? You go to like Home Depot and stuff, and they don't care. But I think that we've lost that with the feedback, right? Where people just support it because, well, it's convenient. Whereas before, you could do that. You could go shame like a company like that, and everybody would kind of stop going there. And I don't know. I feel like it's changed a lot, but it's still important to, provide feedback for other people and
Yeah.
the customer, right? That's always a big part.
Yeah. So yeah, that's what I'd like to see. It's basically all the other bullshit is no longer acknowledged, you know? And yeah, that it's basically understood and accepted within that amount of time. Like it's been going for quite a while now. So